keep on waiting, waiting. Don't you keep me waiting, waiting for you. I can't keep on waiting, waiting. Don't you keep me waiting, waiting. I will be making history. We are legendary. We are legendary. We are. Oh, 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 we are legendary. You and I will be making history. We are legendary. We are legendary. We are. Nothing can bring us down. We will rise through the night. We will rise. We will rise for our lives. We will rise. Nothing can bring us down, down. Nothing can bring us down, down, down. We will rise through the night. We will rise. We will rise for our lives. We will rise. Nothing can bring us down, down. I can't keep on waiting, waiting. Don't you keep me waiting, waiting for you.
Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. When your dreams seem far, don't run away, don't run away, don't run away. Do whatever it takes, whatever it takes. 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 When your dreams seem far, don't hide away, don't hide away, don't hide away. Do whatever it takes, whatever it takes. Do whatever it takes, whatever it takes.
I will be making history. We are legendary. We are legendary. We are. Oh, oh, we are legendary. You and I will be making history. We are legendary. We are legendary. We are.
Nothing can bring us down. We will rise through the night. We will rise. We will rise for our lives. We will rise. Nothing can bring us down. Nothing can bring us down. We will rise through the night. We will rise. We will rise for our lives. We will rise. Nothing can bring us down, down. I can't keep on waiting, waiting. Don't you keep me waiting, waiting for you.
I will be making history. We are legendary. We are legendary. We are. Oh, oh, oh,
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are live at the OGNE Stadium to bring to you the Honor of Kings World Champion Cup.
I'm your host, Tianyun.
And I'm your co-host, Bag.
So today it's the fourth day of the second week in 2019 KCC, which means that Roxanne, Kingzone, Dragon X, these performances like their last chance performing on the stage to us. So not a very fortunate news for us to say.
Yeah. This is the last time we're going to see them. They are in the bottom two of Group A. There's no way for them to get out. But what that does mean is they've got nothing to lose.
Yeah,
so
I know.
I'm sure we're going to have a show put on for us today. They can leave it all on the battlefield for these next matches.
So we already have a very strong impression yesterday because Kingston Dragon X is getting the match with eStar Pro. And the first battle is so interesting because both teams are trying to attack on each other's crystal and they're fighting for the last seconds. And only one single auto attack from Hua Hai from Beijing who will get to Kingston Dragon X's bases, but a second later. So Kings and Dragons won that fight. It's so interesting to watch.
Yeah, that's true. We had the ultimate showdown, the base race, right?
Yeah.
Like they were both going at it, both one auto attack away, and ultimately they were able to snag that victory. That was insane. And now for today, this will be interesting because both teams, right, both Kingzone and Rox, they don't have any wins yet.
Yeah.
That means that at least one of them will walk away with the victory on their record after this series.
So they're like old enemies. They have been a long time because KRKPL, they always find each other. And they're the same companion in the 2018 KRKPL final. So I believe that they have a lot of strategies prepared for each other. Let's together witness what kind of performance will be seen today.
In the old ways, before the dark days came to change our life. Man in my
우리는 쉬는 기간 동안 저번과 달라진 모습을 보여주기 위해 준비를 많이 했다. 우리 킹존은 한국에서 가장 강한 팀이다. 그렇기 때문에 한국에서 열리는 세계대회인 만큼 KRKPL 홈그라운드의 이점을 살려서 본선에 진출하겠다.
한국에서 열리는 KCC 대회에 참가할 수 있어 매우 영광스럽다. 홈 어드밴티지가 있어 우리는 절대 탈락하지 않을 것이다.
英雄不会沉寂太久，世冠就是我们崛起的时候。无论对手是谁，我手中的剑都会将你们一一斩落马下。
我们已经来到了首尔，就还想去吉隆坡，去深圳。我们会让世界知道什么是最强的野虎三子星。
sent a signal to
The game has never been a one-man battle. I want to tell you, this is a game for 5 people and anything can happen.
to where we live for the dreams and all that they mean.
죽음의 조 A조에서 그 어느 하나 쉬운 상대는 없다. 하지만 우리는 칼을 갈았고 그 어떤 상대도 두렵지 않다.
第一次站上世界的舞台，我们会展现来自中国的侠客气势。各路王者，请指教。
这次世冠小组赛，先给自己定个小目标，全胜战绩前往吉隆坡。我要延续 QGIP 夏天的传统。
Sent a signal
KRKPL 春季賽嘅我哋，雖然只係冠軍隊伍嘅陪襯，但係我哋卻認證咗黑馬嘅潛質。一穿三嘅奇蹟仍然繼續，黑馬嘅故事仲未完結。
这次世冠，我们不会再给对手任何机会，失去的我们要亲手拿回来。
Kami telah membuktikan bahwa Noah adalah pasukan paling berkuasa di KLKPL. Sekarang sudah tiba masanya untuk melancarkan kesan ke atas dunia pertama.
现在谈论世界第一还为时尚早，因为 KPL 这座大山不是想翻就能翻得了的。在这里，我还要一直赢。
자, 왕장여 최고의 대축제 2019 왕장여 월드 챔피언컵 오늘도 그 승부의 세계에 문이 활짝 열렸습니다. 자, 만약 여러분께 한국 최고의 두 팀이 누구냐라고 물으신다면 여러분은 뭐라고 대답을 하시겠습니까? 아마도 많은 분들이 KRKPL에서는 이 두 팀을 최고의 팀이라고 뽑아줄 것 같습니다. 자, KRKPL 그리고 한국을 대표하는 두 팀이 국제적인 무대에서 만났습니다. 누가 승리를 가져갈 수 있을까요? 대한민국 대표들을 모시겠습니다. 킹존을 꺾기 위해 여기까지 달려왔다 락스피닉스 사일렌 저글러 도 미드라이너 크로우 사이드라이너 핫성 서포터 페이 라이벌전의 승자는 늘 이들이었다. 락스의 앞을 가로막았던 단단한 벽 킹존 드래곤 넥스 사이드라이너 JY 정글러 나이트 미드라이너 코어 사이드라이너 싱천 서포터 최철링 자, 과연 락스피닉스가 KCC 무대에서 지난날의 패배를 모두 더력할 수 있을까요? 아니면 오늘도 역시 킹존이 한 수 위의 실력을 보여주게 될까요? 대한민국 최고의 두 팀 락스피닉스와 킹존 드래곤엑스의 자존심을 건 라이벌전을 지금 시작합니다.
Alrighty, we're about to get an extremely brutal match underway. I am excited to see what both of these teams have taken away from the KCC. What have they really learned from facing all these KPL teams and how they can utilize that in these upcoming matches?
So it's not a very fortunate news as we're talking about because these two teams didn't make it to the elimination stage in Malaysia. However, from the side of Rocks Phoenix, I will honestly say that they showed us a lot of strategy. They showed us how deep their hero pools were, and we can never forget the time that we won that a single fight during the game before and against Hero. So one big question that still exists in this team is that they are not 100% sure what to do to start snowballing even if they have a goal lead. And that's the kind of question that I think a lot of KRKPL division international region teams are facing is that, I mean, the reason behind will be I don't think they have enough visions offered by the support. So the support from the KRKPL division teams, they usually focus on the bottom lane, they're trying to protect the marksman, but they're always neglecting that you have to have the vision of your enemies. You have to know where the enemy jungler is so that you can just engage in the ganks on the side lane. So this is one question and one problem I think both teams should have improved in today's match.
You know, for the side of Kingzone, I think this current meta also really affects their gameplay because we know that they've really been struggling with the jungle assassins, right? Like a lot of times, like Kingzone coming into this match, they were one of the top international regions teams. And then once they got to the KCC, they've had a really hard time sort of finding their path. And we already saw that starting to happen in the qualifying matches just to get to the world, the World Champion Cup. They had a lot of trouble in that. So I'm hoping that by the end of this, right, by these final matches coming up, that they will have a lot of those issues worked out, that hopefully their battle plan will be more clear. And even if they're not as prominent because of the current meta, they'll be able to work around it and find some strengths, and I hope we get to see that in these matches.
Agreed. I think that Kingzone Dragon Eggs is facing a lot of difficulties, and we are seeing that there are changes because of the meta, and they're changing the first five players. So Nidus replaced Horror to go to the jungle, putting Xingchen simply on the bottom lane. So we've seen like Xingchen playing Lu Bu yesterday. So they're trying to avoid you only using that single marksman, keeping up, farming up, and waiting for the late game and do damage. That kind of only one strategy. They're trying to pull off more strategies, more cores during the game, so that they're giving Knight the ability and the chances to play those kind of assassin Nakalulu or Pei Qinghu to build up the pace during the game. So I really like to see more of these kind of strategies pull off from the side of Kingzone Dragon Eggs.
And if they do, it's really just going to come down to execution. Does Kingzone Dragon X, do they have the practice, do they have the execution to pull them off in the current meta? We're about to find out. We already know that Rocks has a really solid ban draft, I would say, and things they do well. They're really good at the elevator system. Every time they bring out Dao Chao, it's really effective for them. But specifically in the matches that I've been casting, I've noticed that they have trouble taking a lot of the high ground towers, right? Like you said, the snowball. They don't really find the gold lead they need to be able to push in, and then even if they do, even if they have it, they still have trouble taking those high grounds. I think one other international region team we can look at, GOG, is someone who really struggled with that, and what they did is they shifted a lot of their focus into the late game. That was like into a lot of marksman comps, double marksman comps we've even seen, and so I wonder if these other teams, like Rock's they're obviously paying attention to that. They're watching things like that. Maybe they'll take a play out of some of the other IR division teams and really focus more on some later game marksman comps, because that's going to help them take things like those high ground towers when we get to the late game.
So what's really contrasting is that Kingzone have the shortest game of play during among the whole 2019 KCC teams. So they only have 14 minutes and 30 seconds of gameplay, but they usually want to play the really late game compositions. And that's a question that exists in Kingzone Dragons right now, because they cannot trying to buy them the time to get onto where this composition really shines. So in today's matches, I believe that we will together witness what kind of strategy, what kind of composition they really want to play, and how they can manage to bring the strength of that composition out during the game. So the first ban draft, Yukio and Junshan was banned from the side of Rox Phoenix.
Already getting some pretty standard bans coming out that we got to see in the past couple days that we've casted. So this first match is definitely important to both teams. They want to take it, and we'll see. I'm assuming that we'll see very standard, aggressive meta comps played, so that way they can take the first match. That will sort of open them up. No ban.
No ban. They're leaving out a lot of flex picks for themselves to pick because only one hero can be picked from the side of Rock Phoenix, which
They'll
means
be able to
that
take two.
Kingzone can take either Lu Bu, or Zhubaje as well. So that's a intentional leave on the ban play. So that's very interesting to see. It's been a while since the last time the last team to do so.
I think it makes sense too, seeing the Yukio and the Dunchen come out, right? You know that if you ban the Pongu and then Rox takes something like the Baje or the Lubu, you won't be able to take either one.
Yeah.
I do like this though. I like the prioritization on the Marco Polo. That's been very effective in the games that Kingzone has played in.
I know, because you know that you are going to choose Marco Polo and Baji in the 2 picks. Why don't you just eliminate Lu Bu in the first round? You're giving your enemies the chance to play Lu Bu and the Pangu at the same time. So that's not a fair trade, because you're in the red side. You can, okay, Gongsun Li, but are you sure to pick Gongsun Li in this position? So they definitely want to play marksman, both teams. And that's what Kingzone knows, because I know you're going to play this Gongsun Li, so I'm not afraid that you're gonna take this Lu Bu. They're giving their enemy the chances to choose between Lu Bu and Gongsun Li at the same time.
And I think this is just a dominant shift that we're seeing in the meta marksman, the marksman pick being so important now, right? There's only a handful of them that we see being extremely effective. That's the Gongsun Li, that's the Marco Polo, that's the RNG.M. And so it's a fight for those 3 marksmen in the first few games.
This kind of special ways to do ban picks exactly what we're looking forward to see, because they're so familiar with each other. So Kingzone have absolute 100% assured that I know you're gonna choose this Gongsun Li. You're not letting this Gongsun Li out. So 3rd pick from side of Kingzone, Chang'e.
I like the Chang'e pick. I like the Marco Polo pick. Shen Mengqi and Gongsun Li, those are going to take a while to get online. So both teams are already starting to balance off, right? They're starting to round off their team comps, and that's before getting the even 2 last picks. So we're going to have some good. Both teams have the ability to not only get in your face, but also do chip damage. I'm not saying one committed strat by either team, which means we have good fights at all ranges. Whether they're doing chip damage, whether they're going into the team fights, we have a very balanced picks on both sides.
So a lot of respects coming from Rox Phoenix, because they're taking this Tai Wen-Ji off the table. This is the first time that we've seen this hero being banned, because this is the only time that we will see this hero being banned when you're having the match with Kingzone Dragon Age. It's one of the most signatured hero to 770 from the side of Kingzone. And this is 宇宙第一奶 means the first support, the first Tai Wen-Ji in the whole world to 770.
Do not want to give him that hero. I just love that hero's ult. It's party time. That's a great ult to have in the game. Sun Bin coming out.
Sun Bin coming out. Sun Bin and Baje, definitely a very good combo, because he can make Baje a very tanky frontliners to their side. And I especially like that Sun Bin having those mobility given to Chang'e, so making Chang'e another tank standing in the front line. And Rox Phoenix trying to pull off another elevator strategies coming out.
Coming out with it right away. Yeah, first game down to that's a little bit interesting. But like I said, Rox, they really perform on this hero. When they have the Dao Chao, they pull it off splendidly. So taking the Gongsun Li and the Dao Chao, they're gonna go in on this first game. They're really trying to take game 1 against Kingzone Dragon X, trying to take advantage of the fact that they have this first pick and that they have a lot of their comfort heroes.
It's quite a good game, because either Kingzone chooses to pull off another kind of hero who can push the heroes away from the second bully from Da Chao, or otherwise Zhao Yun that's not going to use, because Kingzone this composition does not have a burst damage that can kill those enemies within 1 second, within 2 seconds. So Rox Phoenix can have the time to go back to the crystal and come back again. They're offering them a lot of opportunity to do so.
Yeah, with that Guan Yu band and not a lot of like disrupt or pretty much no strong burst damage other than that Moon Blast, right? Like unless you're getting the Moon Blast and Fevered Barrage follow up by Marco Polo Chonga, that combo, if that's not coming out, the burst damage isn't too high by the side of King Zone. Like they're gonna be able to pull off this elevator strategy almost uncontested most of the time.
Yeah. So Dachao plays on the support, and Panguo goes into the jungle. But both teams, you know, this competition coming out, you are anticipate to see a match over 50 minutes. Because they're gonna, they have to buy them some times, either for the items or the damage, and you need time to have this elevator system work inside of our Rocks Phoenix.
And that's something that's really interesting because when the KCC started, we saw a heavy push towards early game comps, mid game comps, fights, and we saw that work for teams like eStar Pro. But as the KCC progressed, I mean, the game times just got longer, the team comps just got longer, and people really fell back to a lot of heroes waiting to get them stacked.
But Sun Bin is one of the best support I've seen 770 played, because he can always tell his teammates where to go, where to gank, and it's all on his shot. So I'm looking forward to see more on rotations done by 770. Such a good support.
아무래도 중국 KPL 팀보다는 저희가 많이 만나서 알아온 락스 팀이 그나마 더 쉽다고 생각합니다.
락스 페이스 선수를 좋아합니다. 락스의 살렘 선수 되게 좋아하거든요.
저 킹존에 중국 KPL에서 뛰던 선수 2명이 들어갔는데 2명이 들어가더라도 일단 변화하는데 팀적으로 변화하는데 시간이 많이 걸리고 단점도 분명히 있을 거라고 생각하기 때문에 저희는 크게 걱정하지 않아요.
热格斯其实跟我们训练还挺多的，我认为他们进步还是挺快的。他们这支队伍的话，在前中期的能力比较强，然后中后期的运营能力稍微差一点，所以我感觉跟他们打应该会往中后期拖。
제 생각은 중국인 최소 3이나 4 정도는 있어야지 위험이 된다고 생각하고 킹존은 아직 저희와 같은 수준이고 저희가 충분히 이길 수 있다고 생각합니다.
Oh man, actually a lot of respect by both teams. They feel like they're at each other's level. And so they both have, I could say from that, they both have strategies that they want to employ against each other. The one thing I will say is when we did the homework, when I was looking at the stats, they were comparable in stats. Like when you pair up player for player, we've got a lot of very
similarities.
A lot of similarities coming out.
From the side of Rocks Phoenix, Salem's playing Xiahou Zhen, Joe is playing Gongsun Li, Glow plays Shenmeng, Shi Hassan plays Pangu, and the support goes to Fei with the Dachao.
Meanwhile, KZ, JY on Baje, Knight on Zhao Yuan. We've got 770 on Sun Bin, Xinchen on Marco Polo, and Core will be on the Chonga. Let's head over to the Valley of Kings to see the first matchup between Rocks Phoenix and King Zone Dragon X.
And as 770 is bolstering their strategy, they're trying to delay the game into the late game, and let's see whether they can do it successfully.
Rocks already off to a good start, getting chip damage on both of them, pushing them back. Quick wave clear, Glow. Wow, look at that aggression going in on 770 and getting more chip as well. Even some on Core. Man, Glow's skill shots on point.
That's one thing that Shenmeng really shines in the early game, because he has this ability. This bomber can, this kitten bombs are really aggressive in the early game when you have only level 1.
Already on the top lane, Xinchen trying to snag this River Lizard.
Oh!
It was close, but King Zone Dragon X will secure that first one.
770 really want to give this lizard to Marco Polo, but they cannot wait for another second to take it himself.
At some point, you just got to make sure the enemy team does not take that away from you. 35 seconds until we'll have the first Tyrant spawn. Core is caught a little bit deep, and Glow is taking every advantage he can to get some early chip damage off. I like the pressure and the priority that Rocks was able to snag so far.
So because of like the core is standing too far away from the tower, so Double Thunder has already used the healing, and core has already been forced out to use a flicker. And this 8-second first Tyrant, Kingzone might face a lot, quite of the difficulties because of their lack of the pallets.
And they won't have Bajie to rotate right away as that wave is still being cleaned up there. The Tyrant does spawn. 770 is looking for some vision. Neither team can take it yet. They need to clear these waves.
Causing distraction from Double 7 trying to delay the time for Rock Spinning to start on this first Tyrant.
770 gets knocked up by Faye.
There's no way that Kingzone Dragon X can possibly fight for this Tyrant. And it goes to Rox Phoenix.
Rox Phoenix able to snag that. Now they're here with the invade. Kingzone took too long to take this blue. Well played by Rox Phoenix, taking the first Tyrant and Kingzone's blue.
And since it already got level 4, and this
JY in the bush, he lands the pink spin on Doe. Doe has nowhere to go, but KZ can't follow up because the damage is 9.
So JY is trying to do some chip damage because they know that Dacha has already used the ulti. So there's no way they're gonna call on your teammates and do ganks on me. So I'm trying to just steal a little bit HP from Gongsun Li to do as much as I can, because Gongsun Li has already used that Purify. That's one thing in return.
This was a great opening by Rox, but they need to keep it rolling.
Yeah, that's a key question.
Yeah. Can they? Because Pongu is taking a little bit long to clear, right? And we can already see Kingzone setting up. They obviously can't do anything now. Their damage isn't online. But if the game pace starts to go like this, we're going to see a lot more invades like we are now. Kingzone is putting pressure on Rox. They're not able to take the blue, but the pressure is still there.
So Rox is dealing with their own jungle right now and making sure they got the wave priority and then do invade. But Kingzone is trying to buy them some time, trying to do some bottom lane.
Oh man, on that bottom lane, Gongsun Li will pick up first blood.
On to JY, which means that Kingzone better work some rotations down here because your tower will be under a lot of threats.
Kingzone is trying to do that. We have the Moonblast coming out by Core and puts Faye low. And Faye will go back to base.
Now the Purify used by Faye forcing out. They have to wait for another 2 minutes to get the Purify again.
Thankfully, with the priority on rotations that Soonbeam gives that extra speed boost, they were able to get down there and stop Rox from snagging that tower. Good play by Kingzone.
And since Rox had the vision down in the bottom lane, they're trying to give Marco Polo more pressure, trying to deal a little bit, shredding down the HP, but Marco Polo have 2 dashes inherently. There won't be a problem. Let's see the replay just now.
The double knockback coming out by Faye makes JY way too extended, and Doe's able to dish out a massive amount of damage from safety, right from outside tower range. That's gotta be frustrating for the Bajie.
Now, if JY didn't choose to pull off these ultimates, but instead him walking down towards the top a little bit better.
Doe, he's caught too low. Doe is able to snag that kill.
Doe is really proficient on the character, on this Gongsun Li. We've seen a lot of scenes where Doe was thriving, slaughtering on the enemies using this character. So no matter what, this is the first pick, the prioritized pick from the side of Rox Phoenix.
Doe jumps in on the tower. He's got a lot of damage there. The pig spin comes out, blocking him, but Faye took most of the shots. High on the back line, the Celestial Dragon comes out. Faye goes down.
The pig pen.
Well played.
Yeah, to stop Dachao from going to anywhere, getting the Dachao in return 1-0 in favor of in favor of Kingzone, and they managed to take this first Tyrant. That's what we wanted Rox Phoenix to fix during the game, and now Kingzone is just fighting back, making their gold drift is much shorter.
Yeah, with that trade of events, we have Kingzone slowly but surely approaching Rox in gold. The one thing Rox has done though, they got all their kills on the Gongsun Li. They've got a massive amount of farm on this Gongsun Li. They need to keep that going. Keep Gongsun Li farmed, keep her in this game, because as long as she stays alive, she stays heavy, she's gonna be able to come in and throw down some fists in these team fights.
Yeah, because at this stage, Gongsun Li have 600 more ahead of Marco Polo. That's one good news. But Marco Polo is Although Magpul is doing a lot of pressure on the top lane, but nothing really happens. So
Look
he
at
can
here on the
keep it
bottom
farmed
lane. The
up.
Chang'e and the Bajie pressure out Hasem from being able to do anything. That's going to be a free tower down there to the Joyu. Rox is trying to make a trade here on the top lane, grab this red buff, but Xingchen's not going to let him do it easily. He's able to pressure them out of there with the leash, and Rox loses a tower for nothing.
And the waves is pushing in. Xingchen have to just give it up. There's no way he can fight for 3 enemies. And because of that, Davisander is losing his life in order to open some vision for Xingchen, so it's not worth it. But Xingchen did protect this red and goes through in the jungles.
Yeah, he had, like you said, he had to give it up. He wasn't going to be able to fight 3 at that point in time. Save the flicker for the engage like we have right now. KZ gets a lot of damage onto Core, sent back.
Nothing happens trading for HP, just finding out where you are, engaging the team fights in the mid. But the bottom lane, the waves, is so much pressured from Pangu. One distraction done.
Yeah, we need to see this. That's what we need to see out of this Pangu, right? Hasem, I haven't really seen him be able to do much for his team in this game. That's the first time that the 4-1 rotation worked out in his favor. He's able to snag that tower and keep things pushing. We need to see more plays like that. Be more confident on this hero. Here we go. We have mid lane crashing on that tower. A lot of damage is coming out. Salem is looking for the engage. Faye with the knockup will not find anyone from King's Zone, and they're able to push them back without taking much of a hit.
I like how aggressively Joe is playing on this Gonzoli, but...
Oh, JY with the pig's pen, but Salem gets the dash.
Unfortunately, Salem Xiaoholden, this character, the ulti, has a instant purify effect so that he will not be controlled by a pig pen and manage to get away.
Or using Moonblast to clear the wave so that the way King's Zone can have a quick rotation up here on the top.
Because the Core right now has the blue, he can do whatever he wants. The blue is so important to Chang'e.
Now, 10 seconds until the next Tyrant. We do have Overlord on the map. I would like to see some more, neutral objective control by these teams. Like farm, get your jungle offline, and go in and fight for these neutral objectives.
The resources in the jungle is so limited as they're kind of becoming more, much cheaper in the current meta. So you do need the buff offered from no matter it's Overlord or the Dark Tyrant or the Tyrant.
Here we go. We finally have some sort of rotation by Rox, making a play, looking. They are able to find enemy jungler. Knight is caught by Salem, but 4-man rotation over here, 3-man coming down. They are able to find Glow. Glow has got nowhere to go, and he will die.
Knight is causing, like, I'm the bait here, well, you come back, and the other 3 will just catch you on the way you are.
It worked in the mid lane. Salem's taking low. Core went in, but he took a little bit more than he could chew as JY is taking shots for the side of King's Zone.
Another flicker used by Core managed to save his life, and they once again can go into this Tyrant, making sure they get the very last normal Tyrant on the stage. And the next one will be the Dark Tyrant, offering a lot of more damage during the team fight. Ooh, that's very dangerous.
Yeah, Salem taking some bursts from Xingchen. We've got those bullets getting their mark. Here we go on the mid lane, another Moonblast. Like you said, he has the blue. Core has the blue. He's able to force down all these abilities as much as he possibly can to try to give his team some breathing room. Take this jungle on the top side. Gongsun Lee's a little bit deep, but she does have Faye. Here we go, Bajie coming in with the bounce bug. Pig's pen does find Faye. Faye's able to make it back. Well played.
So that's what we're talking. Bottom lane engage happened there.
Ooh, Knight is too deep, and there is 3 people on him. Knight is defeated.
And Knight is out of blue. There's no way out for Knight.
Or with the Moonblast coming on to Faye. Faye does drop the base return.
JY is very low.
Oh, looking for the damage on JY. JY's forced back. They do have minion wave crashing. Moonblast comes out by Core. Neither team wants any more.
Another ulti from Dachao, calling back all the members to the Overlord. They want to rush this Overlord, but the speed is quite slow. King's Zone has have the idea that you're taking over this Overlord.
Yeah, King's Zone doesn't want to let this go for free. They've only got 3 people here, though. Can they fight it? They can't. Hasem with the smite.
You know, from King's Zone can do it much better, because if you don't want to have this Overlord, you just simply let it go. What's the point
Not
of
only, yeah, that was trades. They took a lot of chip damage, and
walking
now they weren't
around
able
you
to
that-
save that mid tower either.
Yeah. They're like giving away their HP just without anything in return.
Now this Tyrant is the Dark Tyrant, so any other grabs will be a damage buff. But even without taking it at this point, we do have a lot of pressure going to be going on to King Zone.
You can see the replay in the mid lane.
Caught by the Pig's Pen and then a double stun. Glow can't run away.
Oh, fine. Finds
Salem
out.
finds Knight on the bottom lane. He doesn't have any mana. He can't use abilities, and Knight will lose that fight.
Bottom lane engage here. There's nothing that
JY
JY can
is
do
taking really
right
low. He
now.
pushes him in the wall. He pigs plug, blocks Doe. That's an amazing play by JY, pushing Faye out of the zone. Core, though, takes way too much damage. Hasim's able to find the kill. Doe with the follow-up, 770 dies.
The visibility into the flicker managed to keep Sunbin from going away, getting those very small controllability chains into the same team fights. Rocks have the time to get this tier 2 turret on the bottom
Double
lane.
Vanguards on that tier 2 is an easy tower for Rox Phoenix. JY finds the double engage, but it's only delaying the inevitable as Rox Phoenix is able to snag the first high ground tower of the game.
13 minutes so far. The first high ground tower from the side of Kingdom is down, and now Rox Phoenix is taking another tier 2 turret into mid lane. Such a pace, a very quick pace is played by Rox Phoenix, and then going to for the Dark Tyrant. They are so clear that they have what they should do right now.
Rox is in the zone. They have an amazing rhythm of this game locked down. They're able to trade buffs at the right time, take that Overlord, use those Vanguards to get towers, and when King Zone is pressured, fall back and get damage buff, because now even if they push out, they can't fight you.
Wow, 13 minutes and 30 seconds. Gongsun has already nearly like 10,000 gold, nearly to a fully stacked scenario. He's waiting for another Omnis Premonition, making him a lot more tankier.
Knight caught in between a fight again as 3 members of Rox rotate in on that top lane. Clearing that wave means that they're going to have waves crashing on that tower with nothing to contest them. Rox, this is a perfect time for them to do exactly what they're doing. Put that pressure, make sure that Knight can't go back in time, and he won't. That tower goes down.
So when a team really have a goal lead, when Gongsun really have a goal lead in this stage, Gongsun can use the dash, go in further, going closer to the enemy, do his all attack, do her damage, making sure that the 4 damages can activate the exploding effect, making more damage and goes back.
Ooh, Salem gets a great engage on Knight, and with the follow-up from his team, they take him to 25%.
This is one thing that Kingzone Dragonets definitely don't want to see, because they still need more time for the Sunbin system to work out. But they're dealing with the super soldiers on the bottom lane. And the waves are just continuously pushing in. There's a lot of stress they're going to be dealing with in the later games as well.
We've already seen that Knight is not effective at split pushing. We've got way too fast rotations by Rox Phoenix to allow him to be effective at all. And with super minions pressuring, that's only going to make it harder. With 5 seconds left on this Overlord, that means if Rox Phoenix is able to snag this Overlord, this could very well be another high ground tower.
Already one good news for Rox Phoenix getting that high ground tower in the bottom lane, so that Kingzone will be always missing 1 people when it comes to Overlord fight, when it comes to jungle fight.
Faye checking the bush. Xing Chen making Salem's day hard, getting rid of that shield.
Salem is so tanky right now. It's shouldering a lot, all of the poking damage from Kingzone.
That Shodan, you cannot mess with him at this point in the game. All he's there to do is be annoying, get the vision, and allow his team to follow up, allow Glow and Doe to do what they do best, and that is kill people.
Yeah, and Salem have a spike smell, which means that when 770, when Kingdom Dragons is doing damage to the Salem, they're accepting damage as well. So you're basically hitting yourself for some reason. So not a really good target to target on during the team fight. And during this time, Rox Phoenix had got this Overlord again, making sure they got all the resources on the neutral objects.
Exactly. Beautiful Overlord snag by Rox Phoenix. Now going back, managing waves, getting their own jungle. When those Vanguards spawn, this is going to be the opportunity to go for a high ground and to go for game. Look for a fight.
So this support, this Dachao is making all the tanky items. The support items, the Glacial Buckler, the Succubus Cloak.
770. He caught them. They have a great rotation. Bonje with the bounce bug finds them. Wow! They're both able to get out of range of that pig's pen. And now KZ is out of position to take an engage. Salem gets a knock up on JY. Faye is looking for an engage. Get ready, get ready. We've got Vanguards crashing. Top wave, top lane. We're getting a lot of damage on that tower. Doe is rotating to the mid wave. Good job by Core. Moonblasting on that Vanguard means they won't be able to push for mid, and that poor rotation will stop them from getting a top tower too.
Going back again, the Overlord in the mid lane. They have the chances to pull up this high ground tower.
JY, Knight is taken too low. He bites off a little bit more than he can chew, and he's forced back to go to his base. Rox Phoenix is looking for the engage on this tower, pushing him back. Both JY and Knight are out of the fight. We've got another Vanguard crashing on the top lane. But Rox is too low to take any more battles. This could be the shift that KZ needs. If this is how they're going to take the fights, they can start winning these.
Yeah, so you can only use one ultimate during one fight. So the time to pull out the ultimate from the Dacha is really important. But when they come back a little bit, Kings don't have enough time to finish off the Overlord on the mid lane. So which means that it's King's time to go outside for some resources to gain back.
Wow, Salem taking all those abilities and only bursted to half. Just a testament to how tanky is. Rox falling back to this Tyrant. They know they need this damage buff to be able to take the fights now, and so does KZ. They don't want to let this go. JY is looking for an opportunity to snag, but they're not in positioning. Really good play by Xingchen, but it's just not enough. Smite comes out by Hassam, and they will snag that Dark Tyrant. This is a damage buff to Rox Phoenix.
Very nice positioning from the side of Rox Phoenix, making sure that the four of them can protect Hassam when it's going for that Overlord. And there's no way. Kingdom tries really hard to find some spaces going in for Marco Polo to do the first one damage, making sure finding opportunity for those bullets to hit on the Dark Tyrant, but it's not working. And now at the stage, Kingdom cannot engage the team fight with Rox Phoenix.
No, 770's caught low. Doe finds the kill. With nowhere to go, 770 is deleted.
With no Sun Bin's help, the damage cannot be returned back, so Kingzone will be much more vulnerable than before.
General Burst coming out, but it's just a bait to grab that top lane tower, and it works. Rox Phoenix takes another high ground as they're pushing on to Kingzone Dragon's X base. We have the double knock-up. Xingchen is dead. There is no damage by Kingzone, and Rox is taking massive advantage as Knight in the backline will die. What a great teleport on the side of Doe. That is all high ground towers. Wave is crashing mid. Core, he can't save this, and Rox Phoenix takes game one.
Absolute good performance and good demonstration of how to play Dachao system so well, given Kingzone absolutely no time to breathe during the game. And we've seen that Kingzone, one thing that it really lacking from Kingzone composition is that they do not have that burst damage. They're like 2 times from the side of Kingzone. They find a time, they ambush in the bush, they find a time where those enemies are kind of, they are outnumbered during the fight, but it's not working. They find a time, but the damage is not enough to kill them at instant. So they missed a chance and missed the first game.
Yo, I really loved that last Dao Chao pick by Rox Phoenix. I think that really threw Kingzone off. And with that, like you said, in the ban draft, they didn't take anything that could really disrupt the elevator system. They didn't take anything that could really burst them down and kill them before it.
Out.
Yeah, and it was kind of an indicator, right? The Guan Yu ban comes out, we're like, oh, okay, they're just getting rid of a good side lane. They're like, no, we're gonna last pick this Dao Chao. We're gonna make things hard. What you'll notice in that match is that we didn't even really see a huge contest by Kingzone Dragon X. That was kind of just a dominating match towards Rox Phoenix. They got the lead and they ran with it.
So Kingzone Dragon X just luck of everything. They're giving Xingchen a lot of time on the top to do farm up, but on the bottom lane, JY was killed by Doe by this Gongsun Li, losing that tier 1 turret too soon in the early game, making that the pressure really high so that there were always one number, 2 number missing during the team fights. That's how Rox Phoenix managed to do the snowball, because they're using Dachao to pull these strategies more frequently, going back and going same at the same time.
Look at that, Doe 601, well played.
Do.
That Gong Sung Lee, he was absolutely amazing on that. Utilizing his dashes. The dashes that he did that game were awesome. Able to get onto JY and then jump right back to the core to do the damage. Do, well played.
You know, one Kinzone, if they are doing facing this Data team, I think Ganja and Moye will be a much better choice for Kingzone. But there's no way they can anticipate that Rox is going for that Dachao. But they have to, you know, as a enemies, you have studied them for entire 2 weeks in 2000 ACC. You have to leave some room for the Dachao. There might be a possibility, a very big possibility to Rox Phoenix to pull off the Dachao.
Yes, the MVP goes to our boy Do. I love it. 601 and over 30% damage done by Do. He actually even did more than Glow that game, out damaging the mage.
That's just one example of showing us, you know, to all the audiences how aggressively then this character can be when she got a gold lead. Using all the dashes, going closer to you, and there's no way you can stall him. You're trying to catch her, and boom, he just vanished in second.
We saw from the gold graph that the game was pretty even right up until they snagged that was the first Overlord, the first Tyrants, started going away with the game. But what we didn't get to see is that most of the gold distribution was actually on Do from the get-go. He had the first two kills, he had the first blood, and that just allowed him to snowball and play that game beautifully. I will say, I think that Rox Phoenix had an extremely dominating comp. Having the Gong Sung Lee with the Sheng Meng Shi, that allowed, you know, them to just get the chip damage from the General Burst, get the bomb on Kingzone. They were forced back, and then Do just goes in with his dashes and cleans up. Time again, repeat, rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat. We saw it all game.
So the combo of Shen Mengxi and Gong Sun Li is that if they have the goalie, they have the wave priority, they can always use the ulti, use the general burst to prevent you from cleaning the waves. So you are dealing with a fallen ability, a AoE damage so high, and so that you cannot try to clean the waves, and that's one advantage to Shen Mengxi, this kind of hero. And this is another reason why Shen Mengxi is much more popular than Wang Zhaojun in this current data, because the damage is like higher to an entire level in the late game.
And I will say that one of the reasons that was extremely possible was the tank, right? He was frontlining the entire game. Salem taking all the damage, Xiaodun taking all the damage from Kingzone. We saw how beefy he was able to get, and he was always had the vision, right? He was always in the front line, in the bush, watching where the enemy's at, making sure that nobody could even get close to Do or Glow.
You know, one advantage of this character, Xiaodun, is that he is tanky enough as a frontliner, as if he got the money, if he got the lead. And one thing is that he had the ultimate, which means that he will be much more flexible than the usual tank.
Yes.
He can goes in, goes back. We can see from the last team fights, Xiaodun goes into the high ground tower and use the ultimate to go back again. It's so flexible to see such a tank moving forward and moving backward at the same time.
Have to respect the unruly blade coming out of the side of Salem. What an amazing match they first gave us. If Rox can take this momentum and push it into the later games, Kingzone is going to be in trouble because they didn't really have an opportunity to make anything happen in that last match. I really hope what Kingzone does is try to win the early game this next match. Don't give Rox the gold lead and see how you can fight them when they're behind on gold, right? Because in that game, Rox takes first blood, they start to get the gold lead, and then you can't fight them the entire game. So this time, you know, get some earlier rotations, get some tighter wave clears, and then go in and get those early game kills.
You know, if I were the coach from the Rox Phoenix, I would still try to insist on banning and taking the Taiwanji away off the table, because I know that if Step 700 have the Taiwanji, he will pick the Taiwanji together with maybe Lady Sun or Gongsun Li or Bali Shoye as well, another marksman plus Taiwanji system. So this system is one of the most familiar one from the side of Kingzone, and if Rox Phoenix want to secure the score, want to secure this victory in this entire series, I think a lot of targets will be put on to 770 at the same time. Just continuously doing this and doing to the last game.
And now Rox does have second pick for this, so they will be able to sort of see where Kingzone wants to go and see if they can counter them that way as well. They can be able to take things away just by drafting it themselves, or counter picking if 770 is able to get on something that he's more comfortable with.
Jiang Ziya banned from the blue side.
That's new.
That's new. That's not a very common thing to see. I like this Gongsun Li ban. Because normally I think there's Marco Polo as well. Don't want to play the marksman. But Lady Sun has been so popular in recent games. Lady Sun with the first item as a nightmare can enable her to be much more aggressive in the early game because he have more on cooldown reduction provided from this item, and in the late game, can you imagine only 1 and 2 or 2 seconds tops for Lady Sun to have the first ability to roll and activate that extremely burst, like damaging like first ability using the auto attack. So Lady Sun might be a choice from both sides.
I like this Yukio pick by Kingzone because last game, Rox, I think what they were trying to do is bait them to take the Pongu, right? But because they take the Yukio, now Rox doesn't have Yukio or Pongu to take for this next game. That's a good play by the side of Kingzone.
They have Lu Bu, they can choose Lu Bu. And they can fight for another marksman in this stage because Marco Polo and Gongsun Li is already out. They can try to pick something like Lady Sun or something like Bai Li Shouyue instead. So Bai Li Shouyue can be such a good combo with a lot of compositions. Bai Li Shouyue can go with Mozi, Bai Li Shouyue can go with a lot of long range. Isn't kind of
They actually can't take the Shouyue because they banded away themselves.
Okay.
But we're seeing a lot of priority on the marksman being banned, and they can take the RNG. So they still have a lot of options. Those won't start to be available to them as we go into like game 3, and especially if Kingzone's able to win this game 4, then that's where we start getting into a lot of trouble by both teams. Who are they going to take with marksman, being so prioritized? We'll definitely have to see someone like the Lady Sun at least come out.
Dirjian can be a pick, so smart choice by Roxfin, and I'm making sure that even though you have the Jinjin, but you will not have the Tai Jiren to be a very good buddy.
I think that's probably a heavily indicator why they took the Tai as that second pick.
Dunshan is out. Yeah, Dunshan is out. Good pick. There's so many counter picks that we've seen before in the earlier games. Last weekend during this week, when your enemy is chewing this Dunshan, you might have choose Bai Li Xuance instead as a counter pick.
Yeah, because with Xuance being chosen, Dunshan becomes massively less effective, and we've seen him lose a lot of games because of that. You're kind of forcing your opponents, like, hey, you have to take the Xuance, otherwise it's going to be a hard time.
Yeah, just go with the flow because you have no idea what kind of marksman you can pull off because you're dealing with Dunshan. You might just as well just use the Bai Li Xuance to pull off those assassin strategies, given all the resources to Bai Li Xuance to make sure there's enough pace. Okay? They're a very big possibility that Roxanne as well chooses Xuance because Zhou Yu will give Xuance a lot of more, much safer environment to do Xuance's damage, and their composition will be very highly focused at the close.
I'd have to agree with you on that. I think that is definitely the way for them to go. I also like seeing the Wang Zhaojin being brought out. We haven't got to see her a lot in the KCC.
Yeah.
She hasn't been a real high priority pick. We've already got blue side taking the boys in blue. Ooh, and the RNG is now gone.
No marksman on the stage.
No marksman
remaining.
No way.
Maybe the last pick, last ban will still be Lady Sun, making sure that there's no marksman remaining on the stage to Xingchen to play.
It's actually such a good strategy, right? He struggles on the assassin. Like, make his time hard. If every time you put him on assassin, he's gonna struggle. Consort you, getting rid of Consort you. They want him on the Suen.
Yeah.
They like put him on it.
Yeah, they want to force Xingchen play those Lady Sun because they know that Lady Sun is so short-handed. Lady Sun.
Oh, they banned it themselves.
I'm not using it. You're not using it at the same time.
Wow. No viable marksman. Well played.
But they can choose either Pei Xinghu or Xuance. Xuance might be the choice from Rock Phoenix.
I think it's Xuance all the way.
But Kingzone, they ban Nakalulu on their side, so as a jungler, Pei Xinghu might. Oh, or they put Yukio in the jungle.
They could also, put Yukio in the jungle. The Blade Storm.
Li Yuanfeng. Okay. That's
Is it
one
real?
thing.
Is it real?
It's real. Why can't? Because Li Yuanfang had a second ability. He can dodge the hook if
That's
he
true.
can pull up the second
he can
ability.
dodge
Yeah.
the hook with the second ability. Okay, I mean, and his tower taking abilities is gonna be massive, right?
Yeah.
That's instantly burst down the towers with your Blade Storm. So, okay, well, man, that'll be fun to see.
Yeah, so if Xingchen, this is Li Yuanfang, have the wave of priority, have enough vision, so making sure that he was safe enough in the bottom lane, Xingchen, this Li Yuanfang the Li Yuanfang speed of taking down tower is really fast because
Yes.
he have the passive with a trigger in effect from the passive. He can take down the towers with using like just within 5 seconds or 4 seconds, one tower is down.
And since both teams, you know, need to have a more solid high ground strategy, that could be it, right? Get on those high grounds with that ADC and
You know,
do work.
Looking at the Rock's composition, I really think that if this game lasts to the late game, which means that they will last to at least 18 minutes. So I believe Hassan this Li Xing had to turn to the light mode to do more damage onto backliner to their enemy because they're absolute lacking of damage in the late game. You cannot just simply rely on damage from Zhou Yu. That's not gonna work because Lian Po will definitely build a succubus cloak.
Yeah.
And core, Wang Zhaojun having a very safe place. He can do damage far, far, far away from the battlefield. And Hassan really need to find place where he really needs to change into that life form, do the damage to contribute the damage to his entire team.
It's gonna come down to if they can take the early game again, basically. If they can get those snowball lead, it might not matter that they don't have a lot of the damage and stuff late game as long as they can push down enough towers. They can do the tower damage from afar with the Zhou Yu, but if you're not ahead early game, right, both Xuanzi, both that Zhou Yu, that's gonna be a struggle. You're gonna be fighting a 5v3.
Yeah, we've seen that textbook example of how to play Zhou Yu aggressively. Yes. You're taking down towers within seconds. You know, you're constantly putting fires and to damage those outer turrets, and it really depends on whether you guide the wave priority in 3 lanes. I mean, not only the mid lane.
With that, let's head on over to the Valley of Kings and watch our match 2. We've got King's Own Dragon X versus Rox Phoenix. Oh, what the? 5-man mid opening by King's Own.
Getting a hook on JY, but this level 1 dude, he wants to make sure that he get the blue. That's very important to, especially the kind of heroes who relies on blue, such as Bai Xuanzi. Making rotations to the jungle.
KZ, they want this. They pull Faye back. Well played. He gets a stun onto JY. Is Core getting enough damage, though? He's not.
Oh!
All-man knock-up, 4 go up, and JY walks away alive.
Safely retreat back.
Wow.
There's nothing happened here. Making an invasion, trying to stall the time for Do to finish this blue.
I thought Jay was dead. I was like, this man is gone. But no, four-man knock-up. Lian Po, what a savage.
Getting those red for Knight and making rotations back to the bottom lane. Trying to gain this River Lizard for Salem.
We're gonna have a lot of interesting damage trades on the bottom lane because everyone is just so beefy.
Wow.
Salem coming in. Oh, he finds a knockback into the wall on JY and the pullback. 25% damage to both JY and 770.
You know, Deng Shan with the skin, it looks so alike with Lian Po. It's like twins in the bottom lane just now.
They're buddies, they're brothers. Brothers in blue. On this mid wave though, JY helping with the going there to zone them out. Yuanfeng on the top lane. Bunch of passive clears. A lot of damage being traded, but no deaths yet. 770 does get hooked. He's flipped way back behind the wall, and now he's got to deal with 4. Core cannot help him. This will be first blood to Do.
And Yukio is just rushing to the mid, and Joe has already started on the first Tyrant.
Yeah, Yukio tried to follow back, tried to make something happen. With that first blood, there is nothing that KZ can do. This is a great start by Rox Phoenix, putting them 1,000 gold ahead.
One thing that I think that Kingston can do better is that when you are like 10 seconds down for the first Iron Spawn, Knight should rotate back to this kind of bush and Bush are getting the vision ready for the battle, but instead he's choosing to help Xingchen on the top. But before Hasm reach level 4, there's nothing that he really can do, so there's no threat. Another engage in the red here.
Nightmare Hook lands on the buff, he knocks it back and he snags it. Fade goes down, but the Force Science will revive him, and Rox walks out with a buff.
Trying to
Glow
get
though,
slow.
he's heading back alone. Glow, you gotta stay with your teammates. We're looking for the passive proc. It does a decent amount of damage, but Salem's there with the follow-up. Knight is taking a lot of damage. He'll be able to double dash back. Meanwhile, on that top side, not only will Knight die, but we've got another engage. Hasm on JY. JY is pushing Hasm back, but Hasm will snag the blue. Rox Phoenix is destroying.
The Dark, Li Xin is trying to steal everything. Since he has a smite, he can steal a lot of jungle from the side of Kingzone, and there's no way that Kingzone can manage to still slow down doing knockup because he has the first ability who can dodge every kind of control chains.
Beautiful
and
hook there by
angle.
Doe. That hook throws him so far back, he just panics and then boom, deleted.
It's just not the right time to engage in team fight because Wang Zhaojun is only like level 3, does not have the ultimate.
Oh, wow, and this is when Knight, he takes that burn.
The damage, the burst effect, the burning effect is really hard to take, especially at this stage.
Yeah, it's just too squishy. He's too squishy, and he wasn't able to get enough regen from the snowfall to keep him in the game. And then we're just going to get more and more invades now. Revades, I like that. Re-invading your opponent's bush. Salem with the pig's pen, locks onto Core. Core, they does not want anymore. He double fucks with that knockup, thrown into the back, and Glow gets another one. As we get a double knockup into the wall, Dunshin, hold your ground, comes out. He's knocking Rox back. This could be the turnaround that KZ needed. They're going in deep. Xuanza dies to Knight. Knight is looking for another one. He lands Suncutter on Salem. 770 with the knockback. Knight dies for the tower onto Glow. Everybody's low.
Everybody's no. Nice initiation coming from Dunshan, getting 3 members knocked down and using the ulti to block their way going back, but there's not enough damage. Xingchen cannot just contribute enough damage to kill, to finish off those kills, but unfortunately they can get this blue and trying to take a gold deficit back and trying to claw back a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit of a misstep by Rox Phoenix there will cause them to lose a lot of their gold advantage. Now they're back at a 1K.
1,000.
Yeah. Meanwhile on that top side, I will say though, Hasm, he's not really come too much into the game. He's been taking everything that he can from Kingzone, and he's been free to farm up a lot. When he starts coming into the game, into these fights, it could be a completely different story for the side of KZ.
Like 3,700, 8 gold. It's like he's farming up on his lane and farming up on Kingzone Dragon X size of the jungle. So he is so wealthy at this stage.
Yeah, most wealthy member on the team.
Yeah, on the entire team, on the entire map actually.
I love the pig's pen always coming out preemptively, just blocking off that wall, making it extremely hard for them to find a counter initiation on this Tyrant. That's going to be another Tyrant to the side of Rox Phoenix.
Xingchen, this place.
Salem with the bounce bunk, he comes in, trying to find him, but he can't. Oh, here we go. Salem, can he get it? We get a knock-up onto Doe. The hook comes out on 770. He still has him hooked. Oh, he doesn't have it, or he doesn't proc it fast enough to be able to flip him back. Xingchen's able to force them out. Got to respect the damage. He's about to be up. He's about to have a lot more damage.
Yeah, it's so nice for Kingdom to do rotate, trying to, wow!
Core gets caught
by
Hasm.
Look at the damage here!
Hasm with the gold. You've got to watch out for this man.
This man can not only do the kind of stealing things, he can steal your lives, not only your jungle.
Yeah, not just your jungle. Just because you haven't looked at him the entire game, been letting him free farm, does not mean he doesn't exist. Hasm coming in with that rotation and making sure that everyone knows his name. He's able to find 770, and he's absolutely shredding this tank. Xingchen's forced to come back to help.
And the blue, Knight fighting for 3.
Knight's fighting 3 as Faye finds a stun. They're looking to grab blue. Rox trying to become number 1.
But the top lane, there's nobody to support, to secure the top lane, and it is Rox Phoenix who can get a tier 1 turret on the bottom lane.
Yeah, that is a great bait. Rox has so much pressure on the side of Kingzone now. They're able to push into their jungle, push onto their waves, and with 25 seconds to this Overlord, this is the kind of position you want to be in.
Yeah, and Rox Phoenix is just start snowballing. We can see from the mini map, and do have the tower advantages, and tower advantage is extremely important for those kind of strategy involving Glow. Another hook on Sapo 7-0.
Nightmare Hooks comes out, not in the position to flip him back though. They don't want to get counter engaged on just yet. They just want to force pressure. Rox Phoenix looking to put pressure onto Kingzone so they can take this Tyrant almost uncontested. We can already see the Xuanza starting it. We need to get wave clears here. Oh, here we go. JY's caught. He finds a flip back on two, but the hold your ground will knock him back. There's nowhere for them to run. They're forced to flicker through. JY takes way too much damage, and Glow is on a killing spree. Meanwhile, on the back line, Hassam finds Core. Core is slowed. 770's forcing him back. Hassam goes for the tower instead. The positioning is unparalleled as Hassam snags the tier 2 tower, and Xuanza knocks 770 with nowhere to go. He will die? He will!
A smite just takes 770's life, and so good position of Hassam going back to the backline and trying to separate the battlefield, and they managed to do it, and then now they're going for the Overlord.
Hassam's gold is looking handsome out there as he is able to snag everything from Kingzone. Their jungle, their towers, their lives, and ultimately the Overlord as well. We're gonna have Vanguards coming in soon, baby.
Such a good team fight from the Rox Phoenix. They know that where their members are gonna be. So Hassam just showing up at the back, making both Core and Xingchen go back, and that position is not good for both the carries, and they are missing a lot of abilities. Instead, already pull off the ultimate at the same time. So Kings on the back line, we have to back up a little bit, and the damage from Zhou at a certain point is really unbearable because JY and Double 7-0 still need time to buy those tanky items to hold them in the frontliner.
Here we go. 770 is getting engaged on by Doe. The flip back behind the wall. 770 takes a lot of damage. He activates the immunity. Hassam on the back line looking for it. Can he get the kill? He can. 770 will die, and now Faye with the Force Science. He's going to come back. JY's looking for the kill. Core gets the damage out. Faye dies as well. Here we go, Knight on the gauge for Glow. We get another flip back. Doe has the rage. He's doing a massive amount of damage on Knight. Knight is looking to find Hassam, but he can't. Xingchen wanted to be there to do the damage, but he was too far away, and when he gets close, Doe ruins his day.
But it's got froze by Core, so Doe is really low, but they managed to escape. Xingchen have the second ability to escape back to the crystal.
We also have the Vanguards crashing mid. Glow's looking to see if he can get some free chip here. We got the rotation by KZ. Salem is in their jungle, and they'll have to walk out of there. But Rox is just taking everything at this point, putting them at a 7,000 gold advantage.
They are only leaving Kingzone Dragon next to 2 high ground towers remaining on the map, and taking this Dark Tower means that Rox Phoenix will be having more damage in the later team fights.
Rox coming over here on 770. This is just the pressure you have when you're able to secure all the neutral objectives, get all the free farm you want. You're able to take everything from your opponents, and right now, Kingzone Dragon X, they need to find some way to stall this game out because they just don't have the farm they need to keep this up.
At the last team fight, the 2 characters, Core and Xingchen, are doing whatever they can, but everywhere they go, they'll find Hassam standing just right in front of them. There's no way to go in front and do the damage because this kind of Li Xin can always regenerate back because of the dark version. He has the ability to regenerate and unable to control. So very difficult to the backliner from Kingzone to do the damage onto, for example, Glow or Doe. They can hardly touch him.
Minions crashing on the bottom lane. Faye, nice, going in, getting the stun on 3. Force Science comes out in time to bring him alive as well. They're able to snag that high ground, and Hassam is looking for the kill. Here we go, 770 finds the knock-up. Doe's taking low. Doe, oh my goodness, the pullbacks. 770 is on that back line, and he will die. Glow will die. Doe will die. Kingzone finally turning something around here, but they give up their life in return. Xingchen was on a killing spree, will get put down by Hassam. Salem trying to pressure them, has to fall back.
Look how how tanky, how many HP he got to regenerate back
The
during the
chase,
team
he
fight.
finds the stun cutter, he finds the snowfall. We've got the counter engage by Salem, knocking him into the wall. Knight is low, Hassem's running away. The Pixbed comes out and they walk out of there alive.
They are saving each other's life using those abilities. Both Hassem, those Salem and Hassem are really low at that stage, and Yukio have enough ability to finish up both lives, but since Salem has so many control chains, it's enabling Hassem to go away with only slight piece of HP. So
Salem saving the day right there, right? Coming in there, throwing them in the wall, grabbing those stuns, and walking out of there. I thought they were dead. I thought at the very least Hassem was dead.
Yeah, at least 1-1.
Doe gets onto this Overlord. We've already started it by the side of Rox Phoenix. Will Kingzone be able to contest? I'm pretty sure they can't at this point in the game. There's nothing they can really do. They need to find a pick. They need to find most likely Hassem. Hopefully they get a pick on Hassem, pull him down, because if you keep this man alive, you're just allowing him to get so much value from this dark mode, this pressure.
And now what Hassem needs to do is to trying to get away as much more closer to the base, to our Kingzone's bases, because we were now seeing that waves are kind of far from the towers.
We have a top lane crashing here. They don't have anyone else to follow up, but Xingchen, they're forced to rotate, and that's going to be another tier 2 tower to the side of Rox Phoenix, but they don't want tier 2s. They want the crystal. They want the base. They're coming in here with a 4-1 rotation. Hassem already pushing on that bottom lane, pushing on Yukio.
Bottom lane solo kill.
KZ, Hassem is able to find it.
That's a solo battle for Yukio and Hassem for a long time. They're struggling from the river and to rush it to the base. They're always fighting for each other, but trading for HP. But Knight can always go back to the crystal and regenerate, and Hassem at the same time has the ability
Go to
to
their jungle, yeah. Hassem finds Knight on
Another
that bottom
flicker.
side. Meanwhile, on the top side, the flicker into the fight. FaZe knocked back. The Force Science comes out, and FaZe gonna have a good day as he walks out of there alive. Meanwhile, on the mid lane, Rox Doe going in, grabbing that tower. Hassem's able to push on 770. FaZe just looking really low on the back line. We've got a kill on Knight and a kill on Hassem. They were able to trade themselves, but Rox Phoenix does take that mid-high ground tower as well. This is a lot of pressure for them to have, and they're going to be able to grab this Dark Tyrant uncontested.
They can brag this Dark Tyrant and try to finish off the game with the last wave of the Overlord. It might parallel at the river at the same time.
Salem gets the bounce back on 2. KZ knows they can't fight this. They've got Vanguards at their base and in the mid lane. Here we go. Xingchen getting a lot of damage on Salem, putting him low, pushing him back. Meanwhile, Glow's making some trades on 770. The Vanguard will die. Still have Vanguard on the top lane. This could be an opportunity for Rox to push in and grab that last tower.
12,100 gold. Xuanze is saving gold for the 6th century, what just pops out. And with 6th century himself, and with the help of Tai Yi Zhenren, he can resurrect from like twice. So very safe for Doe to dive in.
Lots of lives for Doe to go on those hooks and see if he can throw anyone back, disrupt Kingzone's team. 770's got vision. They know where 4 is at. They pretty much know how this is going to go anyways, though. They know it's going to be a 4-1.
Yeah. So Hassem is doing the fight all by himself.
Yeah.
The first up to play the game with a wave, with a jungle, and now with the Super Soldiers and play with Yukio at the bottom lane, 1-1 all the time.
At this point in time, Rox is just waiting for either supers to be managed and come in correctly or another Overlord to spawn so that they have the pressure to end the game. If they can find Kingzone overextended, they will as well. They haven't been able to do it, but Doe looking to find Yukio on the bottom lane. He does land the hook. He throws him back. Knight is going to die, and now we have the rotation by Kingzone, but that might be all Rox needed to end the game. They're getting a lot of damage here. Doe has the revive. The Force Science is popped. Getting a lot of damage on 770. They're able to knock him into the back line and kill him. They go in on JY. JY will die. Hassem extremely low. Faye is on the base, and they take it. Rox Phoenix takes game 2.
So it's very clear that Rox Phoenix want to finish off this game within just two minutes, because they have Zhu Bajie have a 6th century, Bali Xuanze have a 6th century. Li Xin has them have a single century, and plus the extra life provided by Tai Yizhen. It's like 9 life fighting for 5, and they have the help of the soldiers. They have the waves pushing into the King Zone's base. Absolute leading scenario happened on the stage, and it is Rox Phoenix getting into the second point of the series.
Really unfortunate showing out there for Kingzone Dragon X. I wanted them to go for that early game to be able to snag some kills in the beginning and then try to fight this game at an advantage, but they weren't able to get it this game either. Rox Phoenix is just proving to be too formidable at taking first blood and snowballing it.
Some replay just now. We can see that Roxman is getting the vision on the bush and engaging the team fights all the time, enabled to snowball during this game. And there's a certain point, for example, this one, JY actually got a very good initiation, but the follow-ups are just not enough. And personally, my MVP goes to Hassan, creating enough threat to the backliners, and as well plays with the wave so well. In the top lane, he managed to take it to high ground. In the bottom lane, they're always restricting and buying time for his members to push in onto the crystal, and always stalling this Yukio and this replay. Look at Hassan.
That's such a good play. In the back line, able to split them off, push them, and they just say, hey, go for the tower, baby. And he gets on that. There's no way that Kingzone can do anything to defend that at that point in time.
With only Hassan standing there is already a very huge threat towards backliners. There's no way that Xingchen and Corey can go, because they're too vulnerable at this stage. And the last two team fights, look at Ducari is getting distracted by Salem, and the frontliners are just taking too many damages.
You know, Kingzone Dragon X allowing Hassan to be pretty much free to take everything he wanted in the early game. I think that was the biggest mistake. Sure, that freed you up to be able to attack with a numbers advantage on Rox, but you didn't get the kills for it. You didn't get the Tyrants or the first blood for it. And ever since Hassan was able to farm up, you know, he was a thorn in their side. He was a threat, always finding things from the back line. Look at the amount of damage that Glow was able to put out also. Wow, well played. Would not be surprised.
Don't be surprised of the damage like Glow did, because all the time, nearly 20 minutes, Glow is always doing damage using his fire.
Oh, they give it to Salem. Bajier with the MVP. 32% damage taken for his team, and only 1 death. Well played, Salem.
You know, the very last 2 team fights, it is Salem, this is Bajie, just completely body blocking the 2 carry from the side of Kingzone, and keeping them away from cleaning the wave, doing damage to either Xuanze or Glow, those backliners. So very nice protection and very nice initiation coming up at the same time. So that's the reason why the MVP goes to Salem.
Also, his Pig's Pens were amazing. They were always right before they were needed. It wasn't like a reactive Pig's Pen. It was they pulled out the Tyrant, the Pig's Pen comes down, lock the entire enemy team out, and then they take the Tyrant. It wasn't ever him waiting for the initiation or waiting for the counter engage. They were always ahead of time, and that's what I love, dude. That's what I love seeing by Rox, is that preemptive strike. They go in and they set up the defense right before they need it, and that ends up being way more advantageous than setting it up after the fact.
So they're always trying their way to predicting where the enemy are going to go, where their enemy want to do in the next move, and so they have a lot of preparations, especially when he's using Bajie, this kind of hero, pulling the Pig Pen to preventing their enemies going any further or going into any back. So very nice play, and surprisingly, I mean, Rox Phoenix and Kingzone are supposed to be like 50-50, counter each other, but
Rox just running away with these matches, and that's something that I want to talk about. We're on game point now. We're on match point for Rox Phoenix. They haven't had any struggles here. They haven't been at a deficit. This is where I think Kingzone could improve. You've got to take this early game against Rox. You cannot lose early game to Rox, because you've already shown that if you give Rox early game, you're not going to be able to come back. It's just going to be a slow, dwindling death. I would love to see Kingzone Dragon X fight for the early game in this last match, or in what could be the last match.
Yeah, you know, the one reason for Kingzone to lose the early game is that they want to pick those kind of late game hero, those kind of late game compositions, but normally late game composition requires those support who is already so weak at the early game, such as just now Lianpo, such as Sun Bin, which they used in their first game. So every kind of hero needs to balance out. So if you want to choose the late game, you have to accept that you are showing your enemies a lot of weaknesses during the early game. So what Kingston really needs to do is that either you choose, like you said, like Back said, you choose those kind of early game aggressive kind of composition, trying to earn the chances to have a goal lead and starting your journey toward into 2018 KCC. But on the other hand, the second choice is that you have to pick those frontliners who are tanky enough, such as Xiahou, such as Su Lie, to shoulder a lot of damage, a lot of invasion coming from your enemy sides. So that's two things that Kingston Dragon X can consider right now.
And I hope that they'll at least implement one of them going into this next match, because every time they lose First Blood, they lose the match. So Kingzone Dragon X, grab this First Blood. Go out there, be brutal. You've got nothing to lose, right? This is potentially the last match of
entire
this.
2019 KCC.
Yeah,
I mean, not only
show us something
today's
awesome.
match. Not only today's match, it's the very last chance for all the audience from all over the world, not only China, but in Korea, but we're moving to Malaysia next week. So you'd better just prove yourself to us. What kind of strategy you can pull off, because you are the 2018 KPL Autumn Season Champion.
Yeah, Kingzone Dragon X has amazing players, and they always put on a great show. I want to see the strategy match up to what we've witnessed from them in the KPL in the past.
Gong Sun Li still not gonna go up to stage, not
Gone.
going to give
Gone,
you this
Sung
Gong
Li.
Sun Li. Xingchen.
Literally gone, Sung Li. And the Show Yue too.
Show Yue too. You know, this kind of strategy, I actually, we've seen this before. During the KPL regular season, where TS is matching up with QG Happy. That's how TS counters QG Happy Hurt, because Hurt uses all kinds of marksmen so well, and they're just banning all kinds of marksmen away, and they succeed, the kind of strategies.
And that's, you know, if you know what your opponent's weakness is, you need to capitalize on it, right?
Yeah.
Give yourself the most opportunities you have to come out ahead to win the game. So it's a good strategy. If your team really relies on Xingchen and 770 to combo, and you take away everything that Xingchen can play, now you're forcing the other players to really show up in the game, and if they can't compete at the same level as you, you're gonna have much easier matches.
I like the first pick being Su Lie, because Su Lie can be played either aggressively in early game or protect their backliner using the ultimate, giving the whole control to enemies who want to get closer to your backliner. I love this kind of choice. But Kingzone getting Lu Bu and Pangu at the same time, which means that maybe in this game, Kingzone is giving up using kind of marksman strategies.
Yeah, they're taking two very dominant heroes right off the bat. Already looking good for Kingzone. I'm curious to see how Rox will respond to this. What will they take? They did have the first pick, taking that Su Lie, like you said, gave them the flexibility. Now's the time to make a decision on what you're going to play.
There's a lot of heroes can be picked from the side of Rox Phoenix, because even though that Lu Bu is a very hard target to gank, but there's a lot of counter picks to with Lu Bu. You can either pick those kind of Wang Zhaojun, which we've seen from Core last game, and they have the RNG. Even though without the help of Dai Yi Zhenren, they can always choose Zhang Fei as well.
That's true. They can choose Zhang Fei. I do like that combo. It really opens up for him.
But at this game, maybe Su Lie will go to support. So on the other hand, Rox is choosing to secure this place to go to the jungler Yang Jie.
Court. Got the third pick over here by KZ. Who will they decide to go with?
Nakaruru.
Hey, okay, so now not only do we have combos online, but we're going to have a lot of burst damage on the side of KZ. This is something that they haven't had for the past couple matches. It's been more sustained damage. I like already changing up the type of damage they're going to be employing for this third match.
So as Nakaluru is on stage, I was thinking what kind of supports that Kingzone can play. They can play Guiguzzi as a very good combo with Nakaluru, but it's not in the regular hero pools from 070. But definitely he can play this hero, and he played once in 2019 KCC. So hopefully we can see the Guiguzzi coming out from the Kingzone, because with the Guiguzzi showing up, we are already seeing the aggression from Kingzone.
And that's something that I personally would like to see them go for. I want to see Kingzone put Rox at a deficit and see how Rox responds to the deficit, because Rox has been even or ahead every single match.
So every single match we've seen like Kingzone playing the safe card, playing so safely, trying to solo time into the late game, but they didn't manage to do so because they didn't want a score in 2019 KCC. So it's time to give up the old thoughts. It's time to move on, to use the kind of aggression strategy, because this current meta, the pace of the meta is really quick. There's no way you can actually buy your time to the late game.
Yeah, exactly. They haven't been effective at buying the time into the late game. And we need to see something different employed so that way they can get to the points of the game that they want. We've got the Prince of Longling banned over here by Rox.
And Cao putting focus on the solo laner. They just might as well just ban away another kind of solo laner. Chen Yaojing, Yue, all kinds of, or Kai, all kinds of heroes that Rox Phoenix can possibly play. Kai actually is quite good.
Yeah, Kai has not been pulled off yet, so he definitely could be a player ban. Oh, they chose to go Magnus instead.
Another choice. Kind of like Kai.
Yeah. Yeah, honestly, very, very similar, not in what they do, but their roles for the team, right? Like soaking up that damage or getting those solo kills. Either one will be extremely beneficial.
After the second round of the bans here, Kingzone still like a mid laner and a support. Tai.
Get the revives. Tai will come out. That might help them fight for these neutral objectives, which they haven't been able to really pick up either, right? We've got a much more fight-oriented team right here by KZ, where they can really be contesting a lot of these neutral objectives. We haven't seen them been able to really contest them at all against Rox Phoenix, so this will open things up.
Yeah. This is the counter picks we were talking about before, because Wang Zhaoqing can always land on his second ability, the Frigid Prison, onto where and Kai as well.
Kai, yep.
Yeah, where Lu Bu is going to. So this is a very traditional standard pick of the composition, where you see there's a control chains here from the side of Rox Phoenix. There's enough damage in the late game, and the early game they're not so weak, so they can at least try to protect the jungles. And of course, if you are playing Nakalulu, level 2 Nakalulu can do nothing, so there's no invasion here. Pangu can goes in, because Pangu is going to be the side laners from Kingzone. Not only onto the jungle, so Pangu can be played more aggressively in the early game, because he's trying to steal something from the jungle.
Meanwhile, on the side of Rox, we're gonna see the controls, right? The controls come out. The Soulier, the Unconquerable Army with that knock-up, and then the follow-up by Kai, and be able to stun people for a long time. If the Frigid Prison is able to follow up, Winter is here. It's gonna be a devastating ult.
With the 2 draft fixed, and I would say that Faye had the Suli, have the revive, have the second ability. It's like a second life versus second life. Both Tai, Yujin, and Suli have the second life, right? But when it's speaking to the protection kind of thing, 070 does offer more protection to Nakalulu during the team fights, and the Shenmengxi as well.
And having that extra revive is never a bad thing. The Force Science ends up being crucial, especially in those late game or the mid game fights. We saw that last game by Rox Phoenix. You're able to just dive in with that Tai, pop the Force Science, and when people use the abilities on you, they don't have them for the follow-up. Now we're going to be heading over into the last match between Rox and Kingzone. On the red side, we have King Zone Dragon X, JY on Pongu, Knight on Nakaruru, Core on Shangmangxi, Xingchen on the Lubu, and 770 on Tai.
For Rock, Sailor on Kai, Dole on DNJ, Glow on Wang Zhaojun, Hasm on Yangjian, and Fei as a support goes to Sulie.
Heading on over to the Valley of Kings, this could be the last match of the series. Rox is currently 2-0 over King Zone. This is match point for Rox Phoenix.
Yeah, clearly no invasion, no tension of invasion happened here, but Pangu rushing to the red, making sure that there's no one want to steal those kind of little jungle from the side. The Kingdom trying to steal a little bit pig, a little bit jungle.
Yeah, be able to snag anything they can at this point, and they are able to grab just a little bit from Rox Phoenix. Will they go for more? Look at this bottom rotation here, grabbing the bird. Kai just doesn't even know.
I like it because you're supposed to have this kind of aggression in the game because you have Shenmengxi who can clean away so fast, but a little bit vertical farming here.
Yeah, good counter by Rox Phoenix. They don't know that they grabbed the small bird, but getting anything you can is going to be paramount. We've got the stun onto Glow. Glow sent packing, running back to his base, but he's taking a lot of damage from Core. He is able to make it on the top. Faye goes in on Knight. Faye's extremely low. Hasem isn't there to be able to help them out. Hasem goes in on 770. Will they find JY? First blood? Neither team can take it. Oh! Core does snag it. Core snags that first blood onto Faye.
Kingzone get the first blood to their side, which means that you earn the credit, earn the experience as well. And 15 seconds down for the first siren to spawn, and Faye has already, without the flicker and without the second life, the passive at the same time, which means that the first siren might belong to Kingzone Dragon X.
We can already see that Salem's going to have to heal off that bottom wave. Kingzone wants this here. We've got vision by both teams, though. Rox looking to stop anything they can. Kingzone just not in the position to be able to take it just yet. We see the Tai, he was leashing it again, making sure that Rox cannot.
Yeah, we can see the replay what just happened on the top. Some engage here. Knight wants to take this
Look how
red.
low Faye is. He dies, but the passive comes out, and they're not able to finish him off right away. Then Faye comes back with health right there.
Yeah, he
Core
really
with the first blood.
Yeah, he really wants to get those kills to JY, who is really, really low, using Flicker to escape.
Woo! General Burst coming out to help clear those waves. Core with the rotation, but Hasem finds 770.
Always there is a red back from the original place. 770 can go away. This is actually the only game that Kingzone Dragon X have the gold lead in early game within just this three games.
Yeah, they were able to snag it right away, but losing that tower is proving fatal as Rox Phoenix is able to snag it back just in their favor. This is a very close game. As of now, but that could just be what Kingzone needs, having an extremely close game to finally keep them in long enough to get on some really good team fights. Look at this rotation by Rox. They wanted to find the Lubu, but they couldn't with 770 hot on their trails.
Nakulu trying to do some gank here, but only finds Sulie and goes back.
Xingchen looking for an engage on the RNG.M, but he can't. He can't when Sulie is there. We finally have an invade. Knight's looking to snag this again.
It's a very hard game, especially for Knight, for this Dakalu to try to get in, because you'll always be facing the aim of the RNG's ultimate, the yellow, the golden target. Oh, another engage.
770 is taken extremely low here. Faye's looking for the knockback. He's seeing if he even has the damage on Carbo Carving. Comes out, the flicker, and the kill!
He finally gets it.
Yeah, he finally snags that. Fallen God by Xingchen was trying to find Faye, but he's having a bad day as Faye walks away and Core is taken extremely low. They didn't expect Hasem to be in their bush.
A flicker been forced out again, losing the priority in the mid. Rox Phoenix fighting their way back.
I like this. Oh my goodness. I like this aggression by Rox Phoenix. Even though they were down, they didn't let Kingzone take advantage of it. Hasume gets that lock on. Do's doing a lot of damage. He's forced back. 770 is doing a great job at forcing everyone out of their side. Hasume with the pullback, and he will die. KZ Core with the 1-for-1 cleanup.
1-for-1 for both teams, but the kill went to Core, which means that Core will get extra gold. And trying to finish off this lane in the mid lane.
He was able to
in
snag
the
the
middle.
double buff too. You can see Kingzone has all 4 buffs at this point. Core's gonna be able to use that to spam these abilities, go through this, and have shorter cooldowns. That's pretty good because Core is gonna be, that just means Core will be the core for Kingzone in this matchup.
I like this ID. You know, you're always trying to get more attention to Core because this ID is so catchy.
There we go, wave. Rotations, priorities. We do have a Tyrant spawned here, so any sort of pressure either team can apply is going to allow them to start this easier.
You know, I was looking forward to see the matchup with Pangu and DRNG because Pangu can be extremely brutal when he's doing matchup with DRNG. There's no way that DRNG can pull off those auto attacks, and that means that he cannot have that growing, updating auto attack speed. But Pangu chose to go to the top lane in order to do matchup with Dole in the bottom lane. I think they're trying to switch lanes at a certain point of the game.
Rux looking to push mid. Wow, he does the damage. That's insane. DRNG kills Core on that mid lane. What a snag.
With Core
Blink and
going
you missed
down,
it.
yeah, with the Core going down, this blue buff will belongs to, again, Rox Phoenix.
Yeah, Do able to snag that. Now they have mid wave here. This could be a time to finally take this and open up the map. We can see Rox wants it. The wave is crashing. Shinchen's there to follow up. 770 gets stunned. Frigid Prison is too much, and even with Force Science, no, with Force Science, he will walk out of there. We get a shift in changes as Faye is trying to find the back line of KZ. Core coming in. Core's able to take Hasem, but they're all really low. Do comes out looking for the kill. Do will find it. Core with the trade. Core can't find the trade, and the flicker dash by Salem. 770 in the bush.
Shut down Do. Waiting for the right moment for Marston to go back, but in the mid lane.
At what cost? Because 770 didn't go back, he wasn't able to make it here in time, and they have the damage to take a high ground at 7 minutes.
And that 7 minutes is especially important to the mid lane, so that means Kings will be dealing with the super soldiers coming from the mid lane all the time.
Ult by Do, and the follow-up is brutal.
The ultimate by Do, by DRNG, this character will give the enemy 50% of the reduction on either AD and AP tankiness, so it's very brutal, especially for those backliners.
It was a good fallen god, but that rotation by Salem was paramount. Coming in from the backline, he was able to zone out KZ as well as allow Do to get those kills. And watch the Tai rotation. Tai. Oh!
So unexpected. So unexpected. Even 770 didn't know he can use a flicker to kill the Do, to kill the Core.
Agreed, though. That kill cost them the mid-high ground tower.
Yeah. But Do does have a double kill. I mean, if we can have
shutdown
a look
gold,
at,
that's true. They're going to snag shutdown gold from that.
If we can see the dashboard here, I believe that Do have already got like at least 2.5, nearly 3 AD items till now. Doomsday, Endless Edge, and making towards another, maybe Daybreaker at this point of the time. And they have full control of the river since they got a mid lane high ground tower, so they can have the Overlord without even worrying Kingzone might take it.
Kingzone getting a little deep with only having 2 here. Oh, Xingchen with the fallen god.
Why are you?
Oh! Xingchen with the snag. He gives up his life for the Overlord. What a worthy trade. The Force Science comes out, keeping it alive. He doesn't give up his life. He snags the Overlord for free.
He can always regenerate and get resurrect from the crystal. I mean, from 770. This is the combo that we're talking about. This is why 770 and Xingchen are the 2 main important characters in Kingdom Dragon X. required a lot of time and a lot of practicing and cooperation.
Oh my god. Xing Chen being renamed to Thief Chen as he comes in with the Fallen God, snagging the Overlord. The Force Science by 770 will revive him, and he walks out there a freaking savage.
Well, this Overlord will do a lot of things, more than a lot to Kingzone, because they really need the Overlord to just give them more time to go back to the jungle, getting the resource, getting the blue to Nakalulu.
This was looking like a snowball in Rox's favor. They were just taking everything out here, and that was what Kingzone needed to get back in this game. They need the gold that's going to allow them to get the farming, the waves. The minion waves are worth more gold than the Overlord's Vanguards are worth, so that'll help even out the gold in their favor. Also, the pressure that they provide by being so tanky and doing so much damage allows you to finally push out of your base and take your own jungle. You can see the gold deficit already diminishing.
Yeah, you know, everything is on purpose. So Xing Chen can go in with the ult and can goes back with the resurrection from the ulti provided by 070. Everything is on purpose. They're trying to do this from the beginning. And another engage here.
Close caught mid. The Frigid Prison comes out. The Unconquerable Army with the follow-up. And that is going to be a kill to Core. Glow was not able to walk away, but now KZ is sent packing as we get a counter initiation by Rox Phoenix. We can see the Fallen God come out to zone off Rox Phoenix. They're caught in this middle lane bush. Core's getting a lot of damage because of this. Hassam was too deep, and now Hassam is dead.
Let's see
Doe
how
on that backline. Doe getting damage on Core. He's cut out. Knight coming in. He's looking for the opportunity. Eagle's Assault kills Faye, but Faye's got the passive as 770 is taken low. Doe finds the kill. Xing Chen's able to find double kill.
There's only 2 members remaining on the side of Rock Kingzone, and there's a wave in the mid lane, but it's not worth it. They're not trying to take that risk into the base because Core is up, Xing Chen is up, and JY is now resurrected again from the crystal.
Yeah, the super minion was already down. I think backing away through their jungle was the right call. Doe's able to snag blue. They do have their jungle up. They need to get rid of these Vanguards on that top side. They're going to lose tier 2 if Kai doesn't get there in time.
So Doomsday Endless Edge took up his cloak and a small component to the Ominous Premonition, and now we're making towards that last AD item. Doe has both damage and both tankiness at the same time.
There we go. KZ pulling out the Dark Tyrant. They want this damage buff. They can't do it uncontested. Rox Faye coming in. He is going to be able to find Xing Chen. He gets that shield, and the swipes come out. Both teams waiting for the perfect time to engage. Good damage by Shenmunshi onto Glow.
Yeah, Shenmunshi. A ulti just kills Glow's half of the HP, half down.
Yeah, he has to go all the way back to base for that. Kai's going to find Nakaru in the bush on the top side.
One thing very interesting is that you can usually always use in your second ability of Lu Bu to try to detect whether there's people in the bush.
Oh, look at the damage by Doe on the top side. Salem, he's caught by 2. Salem able to get away with that dash.
Yeah, use the flicker to go away because the ultimate provided more tankiness for himself.
Rox has finally started the Dark Siren. 770 has vision on them. Doe's got a lot of damage here. 770 is looking to see if he can grab a snag, but it's not going to be able to do it, and Rox grabs that Dark Tyrant. They do have a damage buff. Waves are crashing on the top side. Their jungle is up too. Take everything you can here, and then go for another fight.
14 minutes till now.
Ooh, Hassam with the bait. Doe gets a lot of damage on 770. The Fallen God, oh, just out of range.
Missed the target, didn't manage to slow down and knock up these 2 members who is so important to side of Rox Phoenix, both Yangjian and DNJ. When they can finish off the DNJ's kill during the team fights, Kingzone can possibly win that team fight. The only target will be the DNJ, even more ahead of the Glow of the Wang Zhaojun. They really have to prioritize this target.
What Rox needs right now is to grab another Overlord and use that prioritization plus the supers in midwave to take some towers. We're seeing a stalemate here, and that's not what you want to have happen. KZ's finally building up confidence. They want this game.
look at Kai's item or trying to use the flicker to do the stun, but doesn't work.
KZ, they want to fight now. Look at this. They're putting a lot of pressure onto Rox to take a bad engage. On that top side, Kai is found by Pongu. He's taking some damage.
Bottom lane, pushing waves into the towers, and mid lane, we're facing super soldiers at the stage.
Yeah, those super soldiers are constantly a thorn in KZ's side.
Fortunately, they have Shenmengxi to clean the wave quickly enough.
That's pretty much the only thing that's keeping them allowed to walk
Alive.
outside
Yeah,
their base. Yeah, being able to walk out and get their own jungle, because without that, they'd be pushed way too deep. Blue buff is up again for the side of Rox. Rox hasn't been able to find a rhythm. Once KZ got that Overlord, knocked Rox off their rhythm, they haven't been able to get up. They've been stuttering this entire time. Awesome, looking for the engage. Faye wants something here. They finally start this Overlord. They've got 4. They've got 5. Glow's in that bush. He's waiting for something to happen. They want to bait the fight.
Will they be able to have it again?
They snag the Overlord. They don't know Glow's here. JY is coming in with minions. Rox is backing out. Oh no, not only were they able to snag it, it's been uncontested. JY finds a stun onto Doe. They want to put down this damage, but the flicker comes out. Xing Chen was on that back line. The Fallen God gets away. Salem's looking for an engage here. Ooh, he's forced to use his stuns to run away. JY's got the slow. Neither team can take this. Vanguards are finally spawning.
You know, one thing very fortunate from the team fight just now happened is because Salem is actually hiding in the bush trying to use a flicker onto the backliner from Kingzone and trying to finish off core within 2 simple auto attacks. But Lu Bu is trying to get back, you know, using the ultimate, and luckily he finds where Salem is.
Yeah.
So Salem exposed with his vision.
Salem exposed and stunned down here.
Oh, Destiny!
Woo! It comes in. Knight's able to find the kill on Salem, and with a wave crashing on that tower, will Rox decide to find the follow-up? Faye does find the stun on 770, but Rox is put way low. They're pushed, extended really far. Hassem's caught by 4. There's nowhere for Hassem to go, and Hassem gets deleted by Core.
Very nice team fight. Kingzone managed to have a team fight without even losing 1 member and trading for 2. But unfortunately, the neutral object on the river is still not spawned. They need to wait for an extra 5 seconds to this Overlord to spawn. But by that time, Rox Fitness will be already resurrected from the crystal and rush to the river, so that they won't let Kingzone to take this Overlord, this Dark Tyrant, that easily.
Dark Tyrant gets started by the side of Kingzone with over 10 seconds. Doe getting some damage on 770. He feels someone's there. He can feel it in his bones.
Trying to turn this tile around, we can see the goal difference. Kingzone has already outnumbered and chasing their deficit back, and now they're in 1,500 goal lead at the stage.
Kingzone able to grab the gold advantage in the late game. This is something they haven't been able to do in any other game in this series. This could be what they needed to win the game. They do have damage buff right now. Rox has got to be careful.
This is exactly what Kingzone Dragon Egg has been waiting for a long time. They have finally made the game into the late game, 18 minutes and 30 seconds till now. So every single hero have their biggest and largest damage at this point. Look at Core's items, fully stacked with a Splendor. And boost of resistance. Oh my god.
Salem's caught in the bush by 5. He's forced to go back to the tower. The Fallen God comes out. It will find 2. Faye's really low. Doe's getting the follow-up damage. Salem grabs the stun on JY. They need Hassem for this follow-up. KZ went a little bit too deep, and with JY gone, does Doe have the damage? No, Doe finally dies. This is a turnaround for KZ. 4-4-1.
Only 1 member losing, JY and 770 again at this stage, trying to finish off the Salem.
No, he will not be. KZ finds the ace, and they've still got a card with 15 seconds left. I don't think they're going to be able to stop this.
Yeah, they're going to finish off this game just in 1 plate. 8 seconds down for Glow to resurrect from the crystal. It's not enough.
4, 3, 2, 1.
The time is on.
Glow comes out, but he can't stop 5. King Zone Dragon X takes game 3.
2-1. Even though Rox Phoenix is still leading the game, but Kingzone managed to find their way back into the game. Didn't give their opponent, their enemy, the chance to finish off this game with a 3-0.
This is all they needed. All they needed was that gold advantage into the
Yeah.
late game, right? They were not able to find it any other game. Finally having it this game, it was all a matter of waiting for Doe to go in to get a little bit too close. They knew that he was the main source of damage for Rox Phoenix, and as soon as he got too close, he was dead, and that was all she wrote.
You know, two things that makes Kingzone Dragoness have the opportunity to turn this time around is one thing is that Lubo
Oh
snag
my
that
goodness.
Overlord, and the other thing is that they have Shenmengxi in their composition so that they can clean the wave, so that they can try to stay their standing points way closer to the river, and they will not be facing a lot of wave pressuring directly to their crystal. So these two things makes Kingzone manage to take this fight back. And we can see some replay. We're definitely seeing the fight, the moment where Xingchen goes in.
Yeah,
using ulti,
that was
snag that Overlord.
the deciding moment. As soon as Xingchen snagged the Overlord, Rox was just completely thrown off their rhythm, and they never recovered.
Yeah. I think it's a strong attack to their mentality as well. You know, you are looking at one last thing you can finish off this game, but it's just got snagged in front of your face.
Yep. There's nothing you could do. Oh, save.
Salem.
Boom! The eagle.
Yeah, even with the Destiny giving him an extra an extra movement to be immune to all the AP damage or to a real damage, but it's not working. He will be dead eventually.
With that split by Rox, Rox, as soon as they got knocked off their rhythm, they started giving up way too many free picks. They weren't as a tight-knit of a team, and they were split. And every time they were split, they would go down.
This is the team fights in the mid lane just now, and
Here we
Knight.
go. They were just waiting for for Doe to overextend, and as soon as he does, Knight comes in, and with the help of with 770, he dies.
Even though Salem knows he has to go back, he's the only one who's still alive, having the hope to clean the wave in the mid lane, but he didn't manage to do so, as Knight is not giving him any chances. Good play.
Good play. Here we go. Doe 625.
No, yeah.
Man, look at that. Look at the side of Rox. Just look at their kills. 323, 625, 35. It all came down to that one fight at the end.
So, you know, Kingzone has spent almost 80%, 90% of the time playing those marksmen in the composition, but didn't manage to win. But this time, they're playing this assassin, there's not Kalulu, and Xingchen goes to the side lane using Lu Bu, pulling off a lot of, taking up more than 30% of the damage, and they won in this fight. And this is the reason why we're always talking about Kingzone can choose another type of strategies. MVP goes to Core.
MVP going to Kingzone Core with over 40% damage done for his team.
And have only been taken up nearly 9.5% of damage from their enemy. So very nice and careful positioning during the team fight as well. We can see from this data.
Core may have snagged the MVP, but Xingchen snagged my heart with that thief play. I love that stolen overlay. I'm just going to be talking about it all day because it was insane.
Insane to watch.
Literally, yeah. Not only because he doesn't die. It's not like he gets the Overlord and dies. He doesn't even trade his life. He gets revived by the Force Science, and he gets the heck out of dodge.
Yeah, this is one thing I've been talking about for the entire game is that they're planning to snag this Overlord. It's not just coincidence because Double Zero is managed to give the ulti to Xingchen, making Xingchen back alive again. I thought Xingchen is losing his life in trading for this Overlord, and I can accepting this fact is that there's a fair trade. You know, one life trading for an Overlord.
Sure.
But you don't even have to pay the price for this Overlord. No life.
0.
Very nicely done by Kingzone. Managed to give us such a insane scene. We'll be seeing this replay all over again in the future.
Plus, comeback of the year, right? They were down in gold the entire game. It wasn't until the very end where they were finally able to get that goal advantage, get on dough, and end the game that they were able to come back. That's the kind of King Zone that we wanted to see throughout the entire KCC.
And that's why we're always talking about how they can try to change their strategies using the double warrior and using the assassin, making a knight go into the jungler, find the right time to do the damage onto the backliner, while they can unleash Xingchen to go much further into the bottom lane, because you are always so common to see Xingchen play the marksman, having to shove back to the crystal, exerting a lot of pressure from the assassin, from the gang, from the warriors, from their enemy. And this time they're giving Lu Bu. Lu Bu can play more freely on the bottom lane. He can always jump off his ultimate, going back to the towers. He can do more damage to the backline. He can play more aggressively, and it suits Xingchen's playstyle. I mean, he needs to have that bravery to come stand in the front line and do damage.
Yeah, because we knew Xingchen's amazing on marksman, hadn't really been able to make the assassins work, but putting him on the warrior seemed to be what they needed to just draw out the game long enough to finally be comfortable, be stacked on their items, and start winning those fights.
You know, one thing that I think Kings will be much better with if they use the assassin and the double warrior strategy is that they are freeing not only Xingchen but also double 7-0, which means that double 7-0 can get more vision on the river. And because this current meta, we do need the vision on the river to ensure you got each neutral object, because each neutral object will be spawned only 4 minutes once, not 5 minutes anymore.
No, they come really fast, and that means neutral objective control is paramount to getting your team online, to being able to get to the late game, especially in the new meta. It's rewarding more mid-game, more early fight comps, but if you can get enough neutral objectives, you can deck out your heroes a lot quicker.
So you really need to find yourself the brand new version of yourself suiting for the current meta. So I'm seeing that Kingzone have already got a very good first endeavor using different strategies. And do you think they will still use a marksman or trying to show us another hero pool from Xingchen? Because Xingchen, right now, Lu Bu is the only warrior hero that Xingchen plays in 2019 KCC. And I believe there's a lot of heroes can be played, for example, Old Master, that we usually see that actually Xingchen is facing the exactly same difficulty as Hurt from QG Happy is doing right now. But Hurt is transferring to the bottom lane and using those kind of marksman and a warrior at the same time. And I believe that Xingchen can do the same as well.
So I think it'll really come down to what the bans end up being then. Is Rock's still going to go for this really targeted, like just get rid of all the marksmen? I mean, KZ already helping them out by getting rid of the Marco Polo on their side, so I don't think Xingchen will have a choice. If basically, if it comes down to that, he doesn't get an option. He has to perform on these side lane warrior heroes because there's just nobody that's viable to play. Yeah,
it's not up to Xingchen to choose. Okay, another 2 marksmen, 3 marksmen down.
And now we don't have the more dominant side lanes, right? We don't have the Pangu, Lu Bu, or Yukio.
Bache as well. So this is a time where the T1 hero shines. So such as Sun Ce, such as Zhao Yun, or Yang Jian that we saw earlier. And for the side lane, Mi Yue, Cao Cao, Chen Yaojing can all go on. Kai, Magnus.
Oh, that's true. We do have both Kai and Magnus
and Old Master as well.
Old Master, yep. I think that's a smart choice too, because now you're taking that away from King Zone.
Yeah. And Old Master being the first pick, and they have already used the Da Qiao, so Falan. I like it.
Okay.
Actually,
hasn't found much success in the KCC though.
Mostly Fenglan does not have a very high winning rate in KCC, in the entire KCC. It's not a specific circumstance that happened to one player, but all the players cannot find some win in using this character. But I believe that Old Master will be a very good combo with Fenglan, especially because there's one clean target locking down, giving Fenglan a lot of space to dive in. Kai goes stage as Knight will be playing this Beijing, which means that Xingchen might be playing this Kai.
Yeah, we might get to see Xingchen on the Kai. That will be very interesting to watch if he does get put on that.
I like Kai. I like this character. you can always make miracle happen. Kai is
Miracles.
Kai is such a counterpick towards Lao Fuzi, towards Old Master. There's so many times, so many examples for Kai to do those kind of 1 versus 2 and end up killing one in trade. So it really depends on whether Kingzone can have those gold to the sky.
Yeah,
Keep him farming
the Sage's Glory is going to have to come out on very targeted heroes because you definitely don't want to be putting it on Kai, right? Like, that'll be unfortunate. The Chang'e finally getting locked in by Rox Phoenix. I like Chang'e. The Moonblast is so useful. That's just an extremely useful mage, and she comes online really early.
You know, every time I saw this zoom-in picture of Chang'e, it's so pretty. I have to say, it's so pretty.
Not only an extremely useful hero, but a beautiful one to
Yeah.
boot. That's the double whammy. Pretty sure she can sing. She's a triple threat.
Diao Chan being banned to prevent Kingzone getting Diao Chan Pei Jinhu combo. Very common thing to see. Jialuo, another counter pick towards this Chang'e.
Trying to make sure that Chang'e has room to breathe. They can take a beefier tank as well too. Now that the Dio Chan's gone, they don't have to worry about her getting a bunch of free healing.
Yeah. For example, Zhang Fei.
Yep. All those are on the table. Those are all options that Rox has at this point. I want to see if Rox is going to be able to take advantage of the Feng Long. I think a lot of the game hinges on that since no one's really been able to make it happen in the KC so far. I'm excited to see. I mean, Rox playing everything, right? They always play whatever they want, so.
And if I can remember correctly, the recent winning example to Fanlong is yesterday. Hua Hai plays with Fanlong so well, but it all comes down to they have such a strong wave priority in each lane, and it's up to Fanlong to choose wherever he want to go. He'll always find a kill for this Fanlong to fly. So the priority and the gold lead is extremely important all night.
Oh, he gets it.
Yeah, and together with Bian Que, they're like 2 healing heroes within 5 heroes at the same time. So they will become continuously healing back, and making those team fight lasting extremely long, so that you have used up your ability, but I still have my HP. That's how they managed to win this fight.
You wanted to see it a lot. The Great Guza.
Great Guza.
You know, I'm just excited to be able to finally say it's party time.
You've been waiting for this moment for a long time.
My whole life. I was born for this moment. Plus, that just being one of 770's signature heroes, it's gonna be amazing to watch his proficiency on that and how he decides to utilize that. Plus the combo with the Biensua, like you said, there's so much healing that the team has. This is the way to play that hero.
Yeah. Bian Que is a secondary choices when it comes to the mage, because but Bian Que can be extremely powerful in level 1, level 2, because the damage is continuous. You cannot dodge it. Once you have his poison onto your body, you will be continuously facing the damage, sort of like Zhou Yu. They're kind of like the same usage, but one bonus of Bian Que is that he can keep healing up his teammates, but that's one thing that Zhou Yu cannot do. I love seeing Bian Que and Cai Wenji pulling off the table from the side of Kingzone Dragon X, and this is one composition we have seen it before in Black Bananas, the last year, and it's very interesting because the last time we saw this composition coming up from BA Havenly, BA Black Bananas, the mid laner is just standing on the left hand, on your left hand. GG.
Oh, really?
Yeah, GG used to play used to be the mid laner in Black Banana, used to be the teammate. So that's why he's so interested. He gets so excited when casting Kingzone Dragon X's matches, because they're so familiar with Devil's
With that strat, yeah. That makes sense.
I don't even have to listen. I'm 100% sure that Liju and Gigi are asking the same question to Gigi as well.
Definitely, and we'll get to see the combo played live, so we're going to get to see how this plays out and how they utilize it, because like you said, I don't think it's having either one of them, it's both of them together. Having Sayun and Biensua together is the main thing. On the side of KZ, we've got JY on Kai, haha, Knight on Sun Tse, Core on Biantua, Xingchen on Pei Qinghu, and 770 on the Zai Yuan.
And on the red side, Rock, Salem on the Magnus, Do on the Svanglong, Glow on Chang'e, Fei on Gui Guzi, and Hassam on the solo laner, Old Master.
We are going into also what could be the last match. It is still match point for Rocks Phoenix versus Kingzone Dragon X.
And this time it's quite different because they put Xingchen back into the jungler, play this Pei Qinghu, and let JY gets the Kai. So basically, Xingchen is still the jungler in this composition.
Yeah. So yeah, so he won't be playing on
Yeah.
it. He will be playing the assassin jungle.
Still the core.
Go. Blue buff. KZ's looking for the invade. Rocks has the rotation. Both teams tit for tat trading. Oh, we got the pull back onto Knight, but Knight's able to use that to go in, and the double knockup on Salem means a first blood to Core.
Hassam going to the back line and trying to get something back.
Let it go, because Core wants more. Double kill onto Faye.
It might be a triple kill.
He's looking for it. Knight's low. Knight was able to walk around with the finesse. He gives him the old 1-2, the zig, the zag. Knight snags dough.
That's a bit of miscommunication here. You definitely don't want to engage with team fight, especially when your enemy have Cai Wenji and Bianque at the same time. Level 1 Bianque can be extremely brutal because it's just keeping healing, damaging, using the passive to burning down your HP. Not a very good start from the side of Rocks Phoenix, but through the team fights in the blue, Kingzone managed to take 3 kills and extend the goal lead into 1,000.
1,000 gold lead before the first Tyrant is
Yeah.
spawned. JY on the top, taking a little bit too much chip there from Rocks. He does have the healing on that one and the health pack, though. Here we go. We have a replay of what happened top. Like you said, I think what you really need to pay attention into this is Core. Look at all the healing and regen. He's not only getting damage, but regen for his team the entire time.
They really shouldn't have done this because one thing that Sun Tse is not afraid to be pulled back. He can usually always use his visibility to knock out more person standing behind you. So that's a mistake done by Faye. Doesn't have to engage in the team fight
On this
just
top
now.
line, that top tower is low, but JY doesn't want to let it go. He's pushing Hassam back. He's pushing Do back. He's taking a lot. He's able to find the kill. Hassam will be defeated. Ooh, meanwhile on the bottom side, we have another trade-off. Xingchen finds Salem.
Still trying to invade in the blue. This is the typical play, typical strategy pull off from 770. Once we engage in the team fight, having the blue, we will not let it go.
And we're now on this bottom tower taking a lot of damage. It will go down. That blue, it's feeding season down there. They're going to have priority on those waves. They're going to already have the timer on that. Things are looking bad for the side of Rocks Phoenix. They need to snag some picks. Look at this healing.
It's party time.
It's party time.
I know you've been waiting to say this for so long, so I'm trying to steal it from you.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I'm sure I'll get plenty of chances to party in this match.
2,500 gold lead till the stage. Kingzone is looking so good in this game. Once you give that gold lead to these two healing cores, I can say. 2 healing cores, 770 and Bianque in the mid lane.
Core, always the core for his team.
Yeah.
On this top side.
770 got the blue.
They get, well, at that point, right, they're getting, the blue is already always taken from Rocks.
You know, a support getting the blue is always like a dream. Normally, you don't have the chance. You don't.
Yeah, they don't get
stand
to.
it to get to the blue.
Midway clear is going to be cleared extremely fast here, and now 60 seconds left to the next Tyrant. We're already seeing super rotations by Kingzone.
I like the idea that Bian Chui is making the Splendor as the first AP item coming on from the dashboard, because he knows that all he needs to do is stay alive and continuously healing back his members. After invasion, full HP back.
That's insane. They're already so far ahead that they're able to take massive advantage. This Moonblast will find JY. JY has to go back to that top side. Hassam is doing a good job at being Hassam, right? Just being really annoying and split pushing strongly, but he is going to get caught by JY. The follow-up by Pei-Ching, who's looking for the kill. The swipe 1, swipe 2, but he'll get away.
Without the Doomsday, Xingchen's damage still needs some time to farm up, but on the bottom lane...
Ooh, Knight taking the Moonblast. Is it enough? It is! Glow finally kills Knight.
Not enough time for this Bolt to just start up his journey, but it got stopped on the bottom lane, winning Rox a kill in return. The first kill for Rox Phoenix in this entire game.
Yeah, Rox needs more. One will not be enough. If they can find the Tyrant, though, that could start to diminish the gold lead that Kingzone has brought up. They're looking to steal it. I like this. Look at that damage. Well played.
Like explosive damage for Chang'e.
Yeah.
But, you know, Chang'e really needs to pull this explosive damage onto the enemy instead of the neutral object. They need to find those engage here where they can find themselves to steal some kind of kills.
Yeah, some sort of resource. We do have a 2,000 gold lead still by Kingzone.
I don't think 070 is giving them any chance.
Yeah, look at that timer.
Yeah.
Faye's in the bush. Glow is looking for an opportunity to Moonblast. Yeah, they don't have the people there. They don't have the rotation. I like this vertical jungling. They may have lost that blue, but on the top side, they're taking everything they can.
Top side, JY doesn't even have to move to anywhere. Just focus, live on the top lane, and give the duty to the other 4 members of your teammates. The only thing that JY needs to do right now is just focusing, cleaning on this wave, focusing, keeping your
two in the bush, 2 in the bush. They find Do. Xingchen's getting a lot of damage. He's able to push him back. The red buff has spawned. These invades by Kingzone are brutal. On the bottom lane, another Moonblast came out, Fine Knight, but this time he was able to ride that wave, ride that boat to safety. Distant Horizon will find him alive.
Typical play by 070. I've seen this before, and I'm seeing this now again, making sure that every buff belongs to their side and making sure they can get extended on this.
JY tries to get onto Hassam. He's able to find that kill. Xingchen comes in.
Bottom lane, though. 3 members invade into the blue, giving pressure to Sun Ce, but not managed to do so.
Meanwhile, Do is caught again. 3 members on this top side. They have wave. He's just going to have to give up that turret. Will they go for the trade mid? They have wave. Are they able to pressure out Kai? They're not going to be able to pressure out Kai. They're going to give up tier 2 for some jungle. At the very least, Rox Phoenix is making trades. It's not the best trades they could be making, but making trades will help keep you in the game versus giving it all up. Blue buff invade again. It's just like back and forth, Kingzone going from jungle to jungle to jungle.
Making sure that there's no buff belongs to Rox Phoenix. Nice move.
Yeah, Feng Long is effectively shut out of the entire game. He's not been able to do anything but snag Tyrants for his team.
Yeah, you're saying how accurate that Kingzone and 070 is just calculating on the time of your buff spawning. So, and now they're making the rotation to the top again, getting pressure to Old Master, and again invading into the red, and the red must be spawning at a certain point.
Nice! What a trade by Rox Phoenix. With that rotation, they're able to snag tier 2. They're gonna have to give up this Overlord. They know they probably can't fight it at this point anyways. So grab everything you can off the map while your enemies is distracting.
But the damage is not that enough. They're finishing off this Overlord way too slow.
No, KZ took way too long, and they opened up a time for a counter initiation here. It's party time comes out, but it's only to run away. Knight on that backline. He does find Do low. Xingchen was looking for the follow-up. He could not find it. Glow is sent back. Rox Phoenix is being pushed back, but the counter initiation will put JY low. Lots of regen without core. These guys would be dead. core, activates that Splendor to keep him alive, but now he's gone. Hasame was able to find the kill. It's a double, it's a triple. 3 are dead for the side of... Woo! I thought he might have been able to get 4, but they do have mid-waves crashing. Rox is knocking on Kingzone Dragon's door.
0 to 3 trade in favor of Roxman, getting this Huron turret in the bottom lane, in the mid lane, and another. They don't want this JY to go ulti out on targetable Dome.
They didn't have quite enough tower damage to be able to take that mid lane without Hassan, but he did a good job at pressuring waves here, getting everything he can. He's going to be able to get a lot of damage on this tier 2 and cause them to miss some waves as well. And because Kingzone wasn't able to snag that Overlord, it is prime time for Rox Phoenix. They will have wave priority for the next 2 minutes.
Kingzone Dragon expand the last 10 minutes to build up this gold deficit, but unfortunately they have lost it within seconds. With this Overlord given to Rox Phoenix, they have realized they're back. They're chasing back on the gold, and they're now 500 ahead of Kingzone Dragon X.
Yeah, Rox Phoenix flipping the script, finally crawling their way back, and through some bloody engages, they have found themselves on top. This is the time. Rox just needs one more good engage like that, and this whole game will be flipped on its head.
I don't even, during that game, the last 10 minutes, I thought Devil Summoner is doing such a good job making sure that they get every single buff coming from Rox Phoenix territory. But what is smart about Rox Phoenix is that they're giving up on jungles, but I'm aiming at your bottom lane. I'm giving a lot of pressure to Knight so that Knight cannot clean those waves. So we are seeing that very vertical jungling here. Yeah, not only jungling, vertical invasion
Yeah,
here.
invasions. Yeah. Not just jungling, but trades as well. Faye with the Moonblast on 770 is able to send him back. The party time comes out to keep him alive. We're trying to get some damage here by Xingchen. He was in the bush, but now he's taken way too low, and Xingchen will die. Nai will die. This is what Rox needed. It's a double, it's a triple, it's a quad. Nai's able to take 4 people. We've got 4 deaths on the side of Kingzone and nothing for the side of Rox Phoenix. Killing spree over to our boy Glow.
Trading for 4. This Overlord on the bottom. They might have just finished off this game within this move. 2 Overlords on the bottom lane. Only JY only solely standing on the crystal trying to protect this Overlord.
Overlord Vanguards are rolling in. JY is pushed all the way back to his base as 4 are on the core. Rox wants to end the game. They're going for
3
it.
to 1.
They end it. Rox Phoenix takes the series.
3 to 1 in favor of Rox Phoenix, taking the last game victory back, finishing off their journey in 2019 KCC beautifully. Congratulations to Rox Phoenix. Finally.
They found their power spike and they just harped on it. As soon as they had the ability to end the game, they went for it. There was no hesitation.
There is no hesitation indeed. Look at these teams shaking hands with each other. They have so many battles, so many games with each other. They're so familiar with each other. And right now, today, we're witnessing Rox Phoenix defeat Kingzone Dragon X.
Well played by Rox Phoenix, securing their first win in the KCC and against Kingzone Dragon X, no less. That's gotta feel good.
That's the first time for them to standing in the center of the stage, accepting the applause from the audiences. Nicely done, boys. Congratulations. They really need this win. I mean, they really need this score to build the confidence, to give them strength to keep going on.
I can safely say that Rox Phoenix learned a lot from playing in the KCC, right? By playing against all these KPL teams, playing all these different kinds of comps, matchups. They were able to grow so much as a team, and we saw that with their dominating presence against KZ in all these matches. Even in the match that Kingzone Dragon X won, Rox was leading for the majority of the time. It was only one shakeup that was able to bring Kingzone Dragon X back.
And they found it. They grabbed the chance. And having those 0 training for 4 team fights. Beautifully done in the last team fight and managed to go for that crystal at the correct time.
306 here by Glow. The damage was traded really evenly.
Another victory from Fanglan.
Yeah, Fanglan finally snagging that W. Glow with 100% kill participation as well. Beautiful.
See the gold.
The shift.
Dramatic.
As soon as they found, that's the point, right? As soon as they found the opportunity to come back, they took it. Get ready for this MVP.
Well, get the MVP, Hassan.
MVP to Rocks. Hassam, 226 KDA, 20% damage done, and 24% damage taken. That's an extremely balanced score to have.
Which means that this character and this player can play this character with both, both core. You can do the damage, but also taking up a lot of the damage coming from the side of your enemies.
Being able to play a split laner both offensively and defensively is paramount to being able to utilize them correctly, because you got to know when to get in and when to get out. This was where Kingzone, I thought Kingzone was going to take it all. Grabbing so many kills. They're grabbing a 1,000 gold lead right off the bat, and the timers on the enemy jungle to boot. They were just absolutely dominating at this point.
I really thought that Kingzone will take this fight, to take this victory, and will be casting the last game.
Me too.
Yeah, in the best of 5, but it's so nice, so nicely done from the side of Roxman, and finding the chance, finding those opportunities. You know,
right
this
here,
is one
the
bad,
point,
decision making from Kingzone. They know that they're lacking of the front line damage because JY is obviously not here. So they are taking this Overlord way too slow. Gives Roxman to do rotations and surround you in the back line.
What a rotation that was. Rox Phoenix just came off of taking the second high ground tower. It wasn't like they were there waiting for the fight. Rox Phoenix literally goes in, takes the second high ground tower, clears that next wave, then rotates all the way to the top of the to Overlord. Overlord should have 100% been gone at that point.
Yeah, and the very last team fight Hassan did the one and only non-comparable contribution is that he locked his ulti onto Xingchen, so Xingchen has nowhere to go, only standing in there trying to do as much damage as he could, but doesn't manage to keep surviving.
Sage's Glory finding the absolute perfect target, right? Locking onto Xingchen means there's no way he can get on the backline, do the damage he needs to do as an assassin, and this is something that we just saw Xingchen struggle with a lot. Him on the assassin jungle, he hasn't quite been able to lock that down yet. Rox Phoenix took absolute advantage of that weakness, and we saw it performed as soon as they found their power spike.
So after today's matches, after Kingzone and Rox Phoenix managed to gain 1 point. It is 1-4 for Rox Phoenix, but unfortunately it's 0-5 for Kingzone Dragon Eggs, finishing the 2019 KCC for these two teams.
Now both teams are still on the bottom side of bracket A, so they will be knocked out, unfortunately, but just a testament to them, they had the hard group, right? They had 4 KPL teams in their group, and KPL teams are on the top of not just Group A, but Group B as well.
Very nice change to learn something, to gain experiences.
All right, that's it for the first series of the KCC. We'll catch you back here in a few hours for 2 more exciting matches.
See you then.
Bye.
I will be making history. We are legendary. We are legendary. We are. Oh, we are legendary.
Nothing can bring us down. We will rise through the night. We will rise. We will rise for our lives. We will rise. Nothing can bring us down. Nothing can bring us down. We will rise through the night. We will rise. We will rise for our lives. We will rise. Nothing can bring us down, down. I can't keep on waiting, waiting. Don't you keep me waiting, waiting for you. dreams seem far, don't run away, don't run away, don't run away. Do whatever it takes, whatever it takes. Do whatever it takes, whatever it takes. Do whatever it takes, whatever it takes. When your dreams seem far, don't hide away, don't hide away, don't hide away. Do whatever it takes, whatever it takes. Do whatever it takes, whatever it takes. We'll make it out alive. We'll make it out alive. You and I will make it out alive. We'll
I will be making history. We are legendary. We are legendary. We are. Oh, oh, we are legendary. You and I will be making history. We are legendary. We are. We are legendary. We are.
Nothing can bring us down. We will rise through the night. We will rise. We will rise for our lives. We will rise. Nothing can bring us down. Nothing can bring us down. We will rise through the night. We will rise. We will rise for our lives. We will rise. Nothing can bring us down, down. I can't keep on waiting, waiting. Don't you keep me waiting, waiting for you. dreams seem far, don't run away, don't run away, don't run away. Do whatever it takes, whatever it takes. Do whatever it takes, whatever it takes. Do whatever it takes, whatever it takes. When your dreams seem far, don't hide away, don't hide away, don't hide away. Do whatever it takes, whatever it takes. Do whatever it takes, whatever it takes. We'll make it out alive. We'll make it out alive. You and I will make it out alive. We'll
I will be making history. We are legendary. We are legendary. We are. Oh, oh, we are legendary.
Nothing can bring us down. We will rise through the night. We will rise. We will rise for our lives. We will rise. Nothing can bring us down. Nothing can bring us down. We will rise through the night. We will rise. We will rise for our lives. We will rise. Nothing can bring us down, down. I can't keep on waiting, waiting. Don't you keep me waiting, waiting for you. dreams seem far, don't run away, don't run away, don't run away. Do whatever it takes, whatever it takes. Do whatever it takes, whatever it takes. Do whatever it takes, whatever it takes. When your dreams seem far, don't hide away, don't hide away, don't hide away. Do whatever it takes, whatever it takes. Do whatever it takes, whatever it takes. We'll make it out alive. We'll make it out alive. You and I will make it out alive. We'll
I will be making history. We are legendary. We are legendary. We are. Oh, oh, oh. We are legendary.
Nothing can bring us down. We will rise through the night. We will rise. We will rise for our lives. We will rise. Nothing can bring us down. Nothing can bring us down. We will rise through the night. We will rise. We will rise for our lives. We will rise. Nothing can bring us down, down. I can't keep on waiting, waiting. Don't you keep me waiting, waiting for you. Oh, when life gets hard, don't be afraid, don't be afraid. When your dreams seem far, don't run away, don't run away, don't run away. Do whatever it takes, whatever it takes. Do whatever it takes, whatever it takes. keep on waiting, waiting. Don't you keep me waiting, waiting for you. I can keep on waiting, waiting. Don't you keep me waiting, waiting for you. There's no time, you and I are out of time. I can keep on waiting, waiting. Don't you keep me waiting, waiting for you. I can keep on waiting, waiting. Don't you keep me waiting, waiting for you. Oh, when life gets hard, don't be afraid, don't be afraid. When your dreams seem far, don't run away, don't run away, don't run away. Do whatever it takes, whatever it takes. Do whatever it takes, whatever it takes.
I will be making history. We are legendary. We are legendary. We are. Oh, 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 oh. I will be making history. We are legendary. We are legendary. We are. Oh, we are legendary. You and I will be making history. We are legendary. We are. We are legendary. We are.
Nothing can bring us down. We will rise through the night. We will rise. We will rise for our lives. We will rise. Nothing can bring us down. Nothing can bring us down. We will rise through the night. We will rise. We will rise for our lives. We will rise. Nothing can bring us down, down. I can't keep on waiting, waiting. Don't you keep me waiting, waiting for you.
welcome back to the Honor of Kings World Champion Cup. I'm your host, Bag. Joining me today is the lovely...
And beautiful? Can I say it?
And beautiful, extremely.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to our streaming. So today, in this match, GOG versus EMC. So
Yes.
there will be another fight within the KRKPL division, and these two teams are all in Group B, which means that they have already contracted with EDGM or
Yes.
QG Happy. So.
She didn't say it, but her name is Tenyuan, aka Sky Cloud, for those who aren't so familiar with Chinese. We will be witnessing GOG versus EMC, but this is interesting because this could be, in fact, the most interesting matchup of the day. Not in terms of gameplay, although I'm sure that'll be good as well, but in standings. GOG will go on from group stages if they win this series. So it is pretty much a do or die moment for GOG. They're able to secure this series, they will 100% be moving on to Kuala Lumpur. This is their road, their way in. They've only got one more team to put down if they're gonna make it.
Yeah, so this might be the most anticipated, most important game within today because we're together with him which team might have the last ticket to Kuala Lumpur. And if GOG win, they will definitely go to Kuala Lumpur. But if EMC manage to win this fight, earn the score, we have to wait for the result with their battling with QG Happy.
Yeah, so EMC is holding on. If they can win this, then they only need one more.
One step close.
And with that, let's get right into the matches.
In the old ways, before the dark days came to change our life.
우리는 쉬는 기간 동안 저번과 달라진 모습을 보여주기 위해 준비를 많이 했다. 우리 킹조는 한국에서 가장 강한 팀이다. 그렇기 때문에 한국에서 열리는 세계대회인 만큼 KRKPL 홈그라운드의 이점을 살려서 본선에 진출하겠다.
한국에서 열리는 KCC 대회에 참가할 수 있어 매우 영광스럽다. 홈 어드밴티지가 있어 우리는 절대 탈락하지 않을 것이다.
英雄不会沉寂太久，世冠就是我们崛起的时候。无论对手是谁，我手中的剑都会将你们一一斩落马下。
我们已经来到了首尔，就还想去吉隆坡，去深圳。我们会让世界知道什么是最强的野府三子星。
The game has never been a one-man battle. I want to tell you, this is a game for 5 people and anything can happen.
죽음의 조 A조에서 그 어느 하나 쉬운 상대는 없다. 하지만 우리는 칼을 갈았고 그 어떤 상대도 두렵지 않다.
第一次站上世界的舞台，我们会展现来自中国的侠客气势。各路王者，请指教。
这次世冠小组赛，先给自己定个小目标，全胜战绩前往吉隆坡。我要延续 QGIP 夏天的传统。
KRKPL 春季賽嘅我哋，雖然只係冠軍隊伍嘅陪襯，但係我哋卻認證咗黑馬嘅潛質。一穿三嘅奇蹟仍然繼續，黑馬嘅故事仲未完結。
这次世冠，我们不会再给对手任何机会，失去的我们要亲手拿回来。
Kami telah membuktikan bahwa Noah adalah pasukan paling berkuasa di KRKPL. Sekarang, sudah tiba masanya untuk melancarkan kesan ke atas dunia pertama.
现在谈论世界第一还为时尚早，因为 KPL 这座大山不是想翻就能翻得了的。在这里，我还要一直赢。
자, 승리를 향한 뜨거운 질주 2019 왕장유 월드 챔피언컵. 자, 이제 오늘의 두 번째 경기를 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 이제 얼마 남지 않은 8강의 티켓 속속들이 그 주위를 찾아가고 있는데요. 이제 마지막 남은 한 장의 티켓을 두고 이번 대결에 나서는 두 팀이 대결을 펼치게 됩니다. 자, 과연 쿠알라룸푸르로 향하는 본선 무대 그 마지막 탑승자는 누가 될 수 있을까요? 최후의 대결을 준비하고 있는 선수들 만나보시죠. 까지 필요한 건 단 1승뿐. 쿠알라룸푸르로 가기 위한 마지막 기회를 잡아라. 고스트 아울 게이밍. 사이드라이너 MTS, 정글러 뎃, 미드라이너 레인맨, 사이드라이너 일리안, 서포터 마이쭈. 거침없이 달리는 폭주기관차 8강을 향한 이들의 무한 질주. e스포츠 마카오 차이나. 사이드라이너 아울린, 정글러 아지오, 미드라이너 추, 사이드라이너 루이스, 서포터 콜라. 자, GOG가 8강행 마지막 티켓을 거머쥘 수 있을까요? EMC가 GOG를 꺾고 다시 한번 가열차게 8강행 기관차에 시동을 걸 수 있을지. 마지막 한 자리를 둘러싼 치열한 승부 속으로 함께 가보시죠.
Alrighty, getting ready to go into band draft between GOG and EMC.
Actually, I dig a little bit into GOG's hero polls, and I find out that although they do want to get those early aggression composition, but they have played no time for those assassins on stage. So you usually go for those jungler and the marksman on the bottom. So I would really love to see one of the GOG, for example, Ilian, play those assassins like Lulu or Peijinghu to boost their speed in the early game and make sure that they got the finish on that game.
Yeah, so GOG, as of now, they have the second longest average game time. And, you know, if I had to attribute it to one thing, I would say it's because their strategy now heavily revolves around marksmen, right? And they need a lot of time to get those marksmen online. They sort of lucked out, if you will, because GOG really notoriously for having trouble taking high ground towers, like really struggling to get high ground towers in the KPL season. But now that the meta shifted and that marksmen are a huge focus, focusing on marksmen has made it much easier for them to end the game once they have got those heroes online. So things just kind of shifted in their favor, started playing out for them, and they're really taking advantage of that, really dominating with that. We've seen really amazing games from GOG. It would be cool to see them grab an assassin, like you said, see if they can speed that up and turn these you know, these late game plays into mid game plays and just even faster games, because the neutral objectives and the tires and the gold lead now allows you to do that. You know, they just never had an opportunity to do that. And now that things are shifting in their favor, I think now would be a good time for them to go for that kind of stuff.
Speeding up absolutely is one thing that GOG is looking for to finish, to solve this problem in today's matches. But on the side of EMC, you know, I would really think that this will be a battle between marksman and marksman, because you are seeing Ajo here. Ajo is #1, the only one who has a pentakill in the KRKPL division. The Marco Polo still having 100% of the winning rate till now. So I have seen the record before, so no Gongsun Li till now. Ajo has only played Marco Polo and Di Renjie, the only two marksmen have played on 2019 KCC. So I'm looking forward to see more marksmen or those kind of assassins being pulled out by the side of EMC as well. So as we seen the last time, Chu goes to the mid and he used Zhou Yu, 上官网, Jiang Ziya, Wang Zhaojun, all kinds of mages, those assassin mages, the wizard mages, all kinds of the mid laner who will make sure that whoever suits the composition more, he will play it. That's a showing of how deep your hero pools are.
I think we'll see a lot of similar picks and tradings of heroes for these two teams, because, you know, like you said, GOG, they have a great early game. They've been really focusing on marksmen to help them when they get into the late game. And we know EMC likes to take a lot of the same things as well, just like GOG likes the Gongsung Lee, you know, Yilian on that, grabbing the 1v2 in the ultimate battle. We talk about it all the time. Gongsung Lee both on, like you said, on the side of EMC, they're going to be taking the same hero. So we're going to see a lot of similar things, especially because both these teams love fighting. EMC had some of the highest kills, you know, average kills per game coming into this. So this is going to be lots of, I guess, mirror matching we're going to see by both these teams.
Yeah, so basically we're seeing two teams who have extremely similar style of play, or style of strategies they're going to pull off on the stage. And whoever got the marksman they want to play the most, whoever got the goal lead in the early game will probably win the score back. And we'll be just seeing how they can manage to improve those kind of early game plays. But normally we're seeing EMC forcing so hard to get those lead in the early game, but resulting in making those very careless mistakes when trying to get those lead further. And they actually had to find more chances in the mid game, so that they have to be more careful with every move, every actions they want to take during the game.
You know, just from doing the homework, it'll be interesting to see how they match up, because from a stats perspective, EMC's players kind of just outclass GOG's. Like, if we can even step back and just look at Owlin versus MTS, you know, he's ranked higher in absolutely everything other than overall KDA. And normally KDA, you know, as one of your side laners is going to be more indicative of, are they more split pushing or more or are they going to be in the team fights a lot? You know, what this tells me is that MTS likes to be either with his team a lot, or his team likes to rotate to him a lot to help him get those kills. Whereas, you know, Alan's going to be mainly solo by himself, not hanging out with the team, playing that 4-1. And so this will be interesting how these two play styles match up, because Alan has the better stats, but if the better strategy ends up favoring GOG, you know, we could see a lot of turnarounds in this series.
So communication issue has always been GOG's problem because sometimes some of them speak Chinese, some of them speak English. But there's a data which is really interesting. MTS has the lowest killing percentage, participation percentage in the entire team, only 56.7%, which means that mostly half of the time when they're engaged in team fights, MTS is not there. When you're encountering a problem, you're trying to solve it. So the solution that GOG finds is that I'm giving you those solo laners. Do not participate in team fight. We do not need to communicate. Just focus on your wave and focus on the towers, making us have the tower, the silent advantages, and then we'll come out into the final team fights.
While we're on the topic of fun facts, I didn't know if I'd ever get to say this, but it's happening. EMC Lewis is out here playing on the field today, and for those that don't know, that's actually the owner of
boss.
EMC. Yeah, that's the boss. That's the big boy. He is also an avid lover of the game. Putting yourself in the starting roster for what is basically the most important game for EMC, that's pretty interesting right now. So, if I was at home watching, I'd be paying attention to Lewis. That is the owner of EMC, and he's coming out on the starting game versus GOG. If GOG takes the series, EMC is gone. So I think the boss said, you know what? For this, I'm going to take this into my own hands.
I am starting to love this ban picks right now. Chang'e, Bajie, Shangguang, Wang Er being the first 3 bans from both teams. Very unusual bans because we're seeing Yukio, we're seeing Jiangxia, we're seeing Pangu being left out, but GOG only had one place to pick, whether it's Jiangxia or not. I believe they're playing with Jiangxia. They love Jiangxia so much. Because they love the early aggression compositions.
No, you'd have to first pick it though. If you first pick it, you're giving them, just a lot of opportunities to take it. Yeah, exactly. There's so much things they can take. Plus, Jiangxia just doesn't have a very good win percentage now in the KCC. Like we talked about last time, the death of the Jiangxia system, like near 0 win rate with that hero.
Yeah.
Not necessarily that the strategy is bad, just people have not been able to pull it off.
Because if you imagine you take Jiangxia on blue side, live in 2 spaces through EMC, EMC can definitely get those Nakaluda ahead, separating your good pairs and having the Suli and having the Suli Bull at the same time. So 2 flexible picks from the side of EMC, making sure that they got either Suli can go to either the support or the side lane. That really depends on whether EMC want to have that Marco Polo for the 3rd pick.
I believe GOG will prioritize the marks. They'll probably take maybe even the Marco Polo. We've seen a lot of Marco Polo with the Tai. Just because GOG, like you said, they're not. They're gonna leave them up for grabs. Okay, this will be interesting. Because like you said, GOG, they were heavily favoring early game compositions, and I think that ended up being their biggest downfall, right? Like once they started really focusing on dragging things off into the late game and focusing everything on their marksman, I mean, that's when they really started to shine. And so if their strategy for the KCC has shifted away from those early game, like they're still going to be aggressive regardless if they take them or not. But if they shifted away from that early game style of play, I think that's just the right call. That's what they've been winning games on.
Yeah, I especially like the GOG that they're choosing this composition they're so flexible because you can play aggressively in the game with your Kyo and Tai-Hero, but you also can just trying to rely on the damage on the late game with this Shen Mengxi who provided the burst damage in the late game. So I love this kind of composition where you can always find the balance, you can always find the place to ban or target it on your enemy's composition, but this Jiangxia is out there for EMC to choose, and Jiangxia will be played in the mid since the last time it's true playing the Jiangxia in that fight. In the mid.
If you were going to pick it, that was the best time because you could take the Jiangxia and ban the Prince of Longling. EMC is successfully finessing themselves through this ban draft. Like, I think this was probably the best ban draft they could have asked for. Bait out the Jiangxia, make sure GOD doesn't take it, and now you can start getting rid of counters. Like, that is such a play by EMC.
But you have to afford the loss, the painful loss of taking away your good pair. So, for example, Nakalu or Pei Xinghong might also be banned, or Xuanze.
Yeah,
so Xuanze will also be banned. And let's see whoever can still be a very good combo with Jiangxia. there's no definite saying that Zhang Jia needs to play with those assassins. Once you have the extra experience, you can do whatever you want to take Lady Sun because GOG have 100% of the winning rate in Lady Sun. When Yilian was using the Lady Sun, there's no way that their enemies can successfully eliminate this kind of hero.
Getting rid of that, making sure Yilian has to play some other things.
But there's a lot
There's
of
a
things.
lot, yeah. I don't know if that's the right ban. Like they did so. EMC had such a solid ban draft that last pick is a little bit interesting. Wow, they decided to leave the Shunsa on the table. That hero does have issues if he's far behind. So it's not like they're gonna be worried if they drag the game out into late game and they're winning early.
They are not depending on being dropped behind in the late game because they're aiming for this. They're firstly trying to ensure and secure the security on the Kai on the side lane, which means that GOG is still open to a jungler and another lanes in the side lane.
Jungler and another side laner.
Marco Polo and Gongsun Li are still available.
Yeah, we do have a lot of... they are. They're going to go the Direnje with the Tai. Interesting. But I wonder if they want to... What this looks like to me is GOG already feels like this is going to not be a 3-0 no matter what, right? Like, based on this ban draft, they're expecting this to go to Game 4 or Game 5. And because they're giving up the Zhangxia and then like the Lubu power like this, they're going to be heavily reliant on things like the Yukio and just taking those strategies that are good, but not necessarily as overpowering as the Gongsung Lee and the Marco Polo. Save those for the later games.
Yeah, so GOG's composition is really like familiar to see. I believe I've probably seen this composition, just this kind of composition for over like 5 times in 2019 KCC. Very regular pick, and EMC still lack a jungler. Who will be the jungler? Maybe Shense? Or maybe another kind of assassin?
Yeah, the Shense is still on the table. I think that's the obvious pick, but they might switch it up here. Maybe it's just not in there. Maybe another reason, like GOG knows like it's not a really good hero in their pool.
If EMC want to choose Shense will be facing a lot of difficulties with the time to dive in. He's facing the threat of the boat from Shense, and as well, they have the Tai Yizhen and Direnji, which means that even if the Direnji have the hook on Shense have the hook on the Direnji have the second ability to purify it, and nevertheless, he also have one time to resurrect from the death, and the damage from the Shenmengshi will still be very high in the late game. This game, they choose Shense, but they have to prepare for cannot just open this game that efficiently, that quickly.
I was gonna say that's probably why they took the Direnje over the Marco Polo, knowing that most likely EMC is going to take that Shense, and just having the extra mobility and purify options, it makes sense.
So the composition, the choices made by both teams are so typical. That's literally screaming their names for me because that's a standard pick from GOG and EMC, focusing highly on that early game aggression, and GOG wanted to pick those kind of balanced, well-formed, both aggression in the early game and damage at the late game as well, making sure that every single minute during the game they can just take and accept the team fights started by the enemy.
I mean, for me, I'm most happy that that MTS got on that Yukio. MTS on that Yukio, that's his bread and butter. Yeah, that's where you want him on. He doesn't always get to play it depending on how the team comps go. So definitely be watching for him. I expect him to be extremely comfortable and putting in a lot of early game work because EMC need to get a lot of value out of it. Look at the early game heroes that they chose here, the Shense and the Zhangxia.
Yeah, normal, it's weird because MTS normally gets a Yukio in the first game. I mean, this happened for 3 times till now. So we always think that a Yukio will be banned frequently, but when it comes to the competition with GOG, MTS will always find its way to have this Yukio, and the Yukio will definitely be the first priority within the whole team. Every time that Yukio is out, they'll definitely go for the Yukio for the first pick.
Yeah, because it's so flex too, like MTS doesn't necessarily have to play it even if they take it. With that, I think we're gonna listen to these teams give each other a piece of their mind.
GOG 他们游戏理解有问题吧，赢了他们没什么感觉，主要就想跟更强的队伍打。
听说 GOG 来了个外援，以前在 KPL 打过，但是也照样缺霸。
Well, we didn't do too well in the season, so I guess that's why they would say something like that. We have some new players now, and I think we're getting better as a team, so I don't think they'll be able to beat us as easily as what they were doing before.
他们人员的变动太频繁了，就谁来都一样嘛，都是这样打。
我觉得我们队有依恋，然后还有我，所以我感觉打 KR 应该是没有什么问题的。
I think when my team has Yulin in me, there's no problem when dealing with
KPL
any
division.
international regional team. That's some confidence. I mean, EMC though, they were out there saying like, we're not even worried about this team. We'd rather face harder teams. So we'll see if their gameplay can back up what their mouths say. GOG versus EMC on the blue side. We have MTS on Yukio, Dat on Shunze, Rayman on Shenmengxi, Yulian on RNG.M, and Maijun on the Tai.
On the side of EMC, All-In on Kai, Agio on Bali Shenzi, Chu on Jiang Zia, Louis on Lu Bu, and Cola as a support play Suli goes directly into the battlefield.
With that, let's head on over to the Valley of Kings for match 1 between Ghost Out Gaming and EMC.
Look at the distribution of EMC. They put Kai on the bottom side, matching up with Bjornjie. Probably gonna face some problem, but luckily he had the first ability to regenerate back off the HP so that he won't be shredded so down and so low. With the wave clean, EMC wants to get something in return.
Nice. I love that hook by GOG. They hooked the small camp so they couldn't easily go for it. Really well played, and gonna make it so that it takes a lot longer. Trying to snag it as well. Will not be able to get all of it, but just Rayman being a thorn in their side, that is good, buying his team time to do what they need to do.
But I really doubt the choice of putting Kai on the bottom side, which means that you will not have Lu Bu, who has such strong initiation and aggression when he gets to level 4, gets the ultimate, but he is choosing to put Kai on the bottom, which means that the first Tyrant battle, Lu Bu will be not there.
Yeah, and EMC must feel that they're going to get enough value out of the level 4s from their current comp that they don't need him, but I'm with you. I'd rather have Lu Bu when it comes to that first Tyrant. And MTS, yeah, he's not going to be a cakewalk on top. They're not going to be able to rotate with him there the entire time.
Mid lane, some kind of engagement happens. Sunce can go back to the jungle. EMC is fighting for vision to stand here because they have Zhang Zia. They definitely want to take this first Siren. Don't want to waste the early game aggression.
Helping the Lu Bu get that pressure on MTS means they were able to get there for this first Tyrant. Now Lu Bu will be there for the Tyrant on the bottom lane. Looking for an engage, gets a few chip damage off there, but it's not an engage. The fact that Lu Bu's in the mid, though, means MTS is free on the top. EMC definitely needs to snag this Tyrant. GOG will give it to them, and EMC grabs the first Tyrant. Does MTS have the damage to chip this tower?
He have enough time, but it's not enough damage. Yeah. Because before the time reaches 3 minutes, the tower have a protection, inherent protection, which means that you will be much more, you're facing much more difficulties when you're trying to take down the towers in the early 3 minutes.
Yeah, those weird rotations and placements by EMC did cost them, though. Even with first Tyrant, they have not managed to snag a gold lead against GOG. GOG with the invade on the red side. Lu Bu smells something's up.
But it's too late.
It's already been done. Rayman coming to help clear this wave. And now that's going to be even more gold to GOG.
That's one thing, disadvantages when you're in the red side. You're always missing all the time to go to the red, especially when you want to take the first Siren, because they're going to be spawning at the approximately same time. That's the loss you're going to be facing when you're in the red side. And that's the reason why we're saying that the blue side has advantages, geographical advantages when it comes to the first Tyrant, the Tyrant Hall.
GOG on the bottom side is able to clear that really fast. They couldn't secure the River Lizard, but that means this 3-man rotation will be all for nothing on the side of EMC.
Top lane want to put some pressure to MTS. The Yukio is flexible enough to face the damage whoever Lu Bu and Bai Yuxuan's pushing.
Repentance coming out to help clear the wave, but you cannot compete with this Shengmenqi early game.
So EMC is choosing a way to slowly trying to snowball, trying to find some neutral object, including the river lizard, to trying to extend their goal lead. And here we go.
Nice, smoke comes out, Chu's knocked up. Dat is getting a lot of damage. He pauses to get the repentance. Dat walks out of it, walking back towards the tower. Alan looking for the kill. The fallen god comes out. Dat is looking low, and Dat is dead. First blood goes to Cola.
And Cola is so low, but he is with a passive, and All-In is still able to finish up the lane before he goes back. The two of them choose to stay in to protect the tower mid lane, even if the hook is on, but the distance is too far.
Here we go. Yillian looking to get the first tower, get the damage. Cola dies. That means his passive will be gone.
He wants to have this death. When he resurrects, he will be more fully with the HP. He don't have to go back again.
Dat helping on the mid lane. You know, it was a good play by Dat, but he needed the follow-up by his team. They didn't have the wave pushed in for the rotations, unfortunately. Look at this. Gets the stun, gets the double knock-up. He's looking for the damage. He's forced to walk around the repentance.
Typical combo chains of his ability.
That's a beautiful falling god by that
The
Lu Bu
red zone
follow-up.
top lane, though.
Ooh, Fallen God comes out to push MTS and Dat back. They don't want to let them keep taking their jungle. MTS looking to snag the birdie. He grabs it. He was able to get top tower and bottom tower, so even though they gave up first blood, those two towers, look at GOG's gold.
So GOG is playing with the wave. They're trying to avoid doing team fights with EMC. They successfully did it, and they have pushed their side lanes further so that they have the two outer turrets advantages. Well played, GOG.
Yeah, this is the ability to understand how the economics of the game works, because even though GOG seems like they're behind, right? Like they lost first blood, they lost first tyrant, they're out farming EMC.
In the mid lane. You know, EMC is really trying some opportunities, trying to have some chances to invade, to start snowballing, to try and to finish off what they're supposed to do in the early game, because they have Shense and Zhang Jia. They're supposed, and the Suli as well.
Yeah.
They're trying to engage in the team fight so badly. They're trying to make rotation down and to the bottom, but it doesn't work because GOG is trying everything to avoid doing the team fights.
Yeah, GOG won't let them, and since EMC has decided not to dive on anything, this Zhangxia system is effectively nil. We're at the 7-minute mark. We're over 1,000 gold head to GOG. This is the time where GOG can start turning these fights, and the Zhangxia is going to only fall farther and farther behind. We've got wave crashing here on the bottom side. Yillian is looking for an engage. Repentance just barely whiffs. Erlin's taken low. Meanwhile, Aju finding Dat. Dat gets a knockup. Will he get a second one? He won't. Aju now has the rage. He's on Rayman. He's looking. He gets the hook. He gets the double as Rayman will die, and GOG is sent packing. What a beautiful engage by EMC.
Here, DNG is so low.
And he will die. That's a 4-piece.
One trading for 4. EMC has finally opened up this match, and at the same time, they have finished off the tier 1 turret in the mid lane. A huge success during that 1-minute team fight.
Yeah, what a small fight became a huge turnaround for EMC as they're able to grab 4 kills and the mid tower, mid tier 1 tower. That completely opens up the map. You're already seeing the advantage of it now.
Not only tier 1, but tier 2
Or tier
tower
2.
as well. So as Aju is having the double kill, let's just imagine how many gold that Aju had get from getting that double kill, and now he with both buff trying to do more in the jungle zone.
You gotta respect this man. When he gets a killer assist, that rage makes him so much harder to deal with. Rayman's cooldowns were too high to be able to get the damage that he needed.
And at this point in the game, only 8 minutes. There's literally nothing that Rayman can do.
Yeah.
He still needs a cooldown, still needs an item. Look at this damage. That's
Just not
obviously
online,
not
yeah.
enough.
General Burst comes out, but it's barely enough to clear mid-wave. What was looking really good for GOG has now been turned around. That cost them 2,000 gold. They went from over 1,000 gold lead to a 2,000 gold deficit all in one swoop.
0-5 5 in favor of EMC. EMC trying to get started on this Overlord.
GOG's in the bush. They know something's up. Lewis with the swipe is good. Push back while he's taking a lot of damage. He's forced to pop the Fallen God to get out.
Oh!
Rayman looking for the general bush. Chu is caught by Dat. This is the turnaround they needed. Aju's looking for the kill. He dashes back to his death as EMC, or as GOG grabs 4. And now they're looking to secure this Tyrant. They do have midwave crashing. Rayman's forced to go back. Do they have the damage? Yulian's doing a lot here.
Another 0 training for 4 happens, but on the opposite side, GOG managed won this team fight. And one thing that EMC really done bad is that they Libu comes in first, and then Sulia wants to engage and wants to initiate, but the ultimate has not been pulling off before the Tai Yijun stun and actually interrupt of the initiation of the ultimate from Sulit, and that's why EMC cannot go get those combo chains at work at that time. And that results in bad results happen.
This has got to be one of the most flip-flop games I have seen in the KCC. Back and forth. The gold will be swapped by both teams. Right now, GOG was able to snag that Overlord, means those Tyrants will help secure their lead in this economy. 2,000 gold deficit becomes a 1,000 gold lead, and it's just a repeat.
Each teams are finding those chances to open up the game,
Yeah.
and they really did it.
It's all coming down to the team fights and who can pull off their abilities better, first, faster, and in what order. We've got the Dark Tyrant spawned here. Aju's in the bush. He doesn't have the hook loaded up just yet. There it is. Seeing to see if he can find someone. He gets a speed boost from it as well. Repentance coming out. Ooh, Cola. Cola finding Dat. He was looking for an engage here, but he's super low now. He goes in a little bit early. Can they find Yulian? They do. Island finds Yulian. This could be the turnaround. Dat will be defeated, and Yulian will die as well. 3-0 trade for EMC.
Another chance to have the Dark Tyrant on their hand, but they choose to give it up. But there's a mid wave in the mid lane. They're trying to aim for and go for this high ground tower.
Does have the general burst, but he hasn't used it yet. He's trying to clear this wave.
Missed the hook, missed the target.
They will walk out of there with super minions though on the mid lane. That's a good play for EMC, and now they're on this Dark Tyrant.
Actually, they can send people to go for the high ground tower and Agile starting off on the Dark Tyrant at the same time. That's a double insurance of getting the Dark Tyrant and the high ground tower as well.
Plus, GOG has all their side of the map spawning, right? They can't afford to push out without clearing everything first. They need to stop these waves. They need to get all their jungle. They don't want to leave anything open for EMC to take.
8,900, 9,000 gold for Xuance, having those books of Dexterity, Nightmare, Endless Edge, Master Sword, and making towards a Blood Ripper.
This is such an interesting game. 4-8, but still 1,000 gold lead to GOG. EMC already won the first fight. They have the damage buff, meaning they can take another fight for the next minute. But as soon as that damage buff wears off, that's when this next Overlord will spawn. So the timings on all this is just crazy.
And let's see how closely that RNG is keeping up with the farm. 9,200 thanks to Tai Yijun given an extra gold. His farming up is just online. The books of their Doomsday, Endless Edge, Daybreaker, and it's okay. So we're witnessing how much damage that RNG can do to EMC, the whole player from EMC. The damage will be monstrous.
Yeah, their damage will be on point when it comes into these fights. They're going to have to get a pick, right? GOG needs to burst somebody down before EMC can successfully rotate and get in the fight, because if EMC rotates and has that chain CC follow-up, Aju's been great at disrupting GOG's formations.
15-second countdown for this Overlord. EMC do not want to have the same team fight just now. They want to make sure that they can get the vision.
Oh, the hook on MTS means he'll have to burn his flicker. But he comes back and he gets knocked back to him. Anyways, MTS taking low. The stun cutter comes out. Will Snowfall? It will not. Aju is able to grab the kill on MTS.
And Aju went to the crazy mode where GOG cannot dare to step one closer towards this Bai Li Xuance, making this Overlord much a easier target when they want to take it.
Yeah, huge misplay or misstep on that position on the side of MTS means this Overlord is all but free to EMC. They won't be able to contest this, and Aju's damage is off the charts.
Rayman trying to use the damage to try to gain and snag this Overlord, but didn't work. And that way.
Yeah, we have Wave crashing on this top lane just about. EMC is looking to clear this, make sure it goes to the tower uncontested. Repentance coming out to split the team. I like that play. Rayman trying to clear the wave. Cola's in deep. Aju's able to snag that tower. This Xuance is just popping off.
One advantage of Xuance is that he have a longer shooting range compared to other assassins, so he can just do auto attack, do damage to the towers at a quite safe time, quite place. So what EMC need to do right now is that they can make sure that they got all the outer one turrets on the side lanes and as well making their target onto the high ground tower without making mistakes.
Yeah, they're doing it nice and safe, just letting those Vanguards roll in, clearing the wave as fast as they can, and they've got really good wave clear with that Zhangzia. So this has been it's sort of an easy walkthrough for EMC. Just walk through, grab all those tier 2 turrets, and when the next neutral objective spawn, we're going to be there as well.
40 seconds down for the Dark Tyrant. And as EMC is trying to get to high ground tower, we have considered the ability of GOG's side. They finished the lane so quickly. They have Shenmengxi's ultimate. They have DNJ who have a relatively long shoot, range shoot. They will not be a problem. And they have Dad. They have Xuance to open up the fight when EMC is trying to initiate. They can always find ways to fight back. That really depends on how and when EMC should choose to go on this high ground tower. But one advantage is EMC having taken down the high ground tower in the mid. That's something.
It's something that makes it hard for GOG.
Yeah,
to push out right now. Got the 4-1 positioning coming out. EMC, even though they have these Overlord Vanguards, they haven't been able to really push in with them. Gonna get this damage buff, go for this Dark Tyrant here. We have the Sunso with Kai in that top lane. GOG knows they're on this. I don't think they can really take the fight though. Dark Tyrant is gone. The Fallen God will catch Yulian, and Yulian's deleted. GOG's damage is gone as EMC is pushing in for more. They're able to grab the Tai. He pops the 4 signs, but it's not enough. He will die. And now with bottom wave crashing, we have got a 5v2. This is the scenario you want when you are trying to take game 1. Zhangzia confirming it is not dead yet as EMC walks in to the core looking for more. Rayman can't do anything, and EMC take game 1.
Such a good combo chains coming from EMC side. We've seen that Lu Bu has successfully forcing out the flicker from DNJ, and we've seen Kai just happened to be there like a nightmare. Just one single auto attack with the ability. We're using the ultimate, and that Kai is on imaginable. That damage onto DNJ just kills DNJ in seconds, even without Tai Yizhen getting the ultimate and trying to push him up again. So nicely done from the side of EMC, choosing this early game aggressive Zhangzia system and managed to make Zhangzia's winning potential a little bit higher.
yeah. Finally seeing the Zhangzia with the Xuance, I think that's the key there. Using it with anything else just is not the same effect, right? Beautiful plays by EMC. Like right there, like a nightmare. I love that. That was beautiful. Going in and putting down Yulian. If Yulian's dead, most of the damage is gone. They had to rely on MTS, and he just couldn't output that they needed. Rayman tried to save it. He tried to clear that wave, but when it's 1v5, when you have 5 people knocking on your door, it's really difficult.
Yeah, so for Go Style Gaming, I mean, they have a composition who can fight in the late game with their opponents. Actually, EMC will be facing more difficulties when getting into the high ground tower, but EMC is way too deep because they know that there's no way that they can try to snag that Dark Tyrant. You might as well just give it up, but instead you're choosing to go that far with with the Super Soldier on the mid lane without the vision of the Kai, you cannot just dare to go that far.
Poor Dad down there using his bow for the engage. It means he won't have it for the escape. And Aju's positioning was impeccable. He lands the Nightmare Hooks, comes in, flips Dad back, and it's just been one bad play after another for Dad as he will die again. Double kill.
Double kill. This is how Aju started on this game, getting this goal lead, getting this aggression, and then they're trying, there is a wave in the mid. That's a time where they finish to 2 tier 1 and tier 2 turrets in mid lane. That's so important to their game, especially to this one.
This was such a good engage by GOG, but they didn't have the damage. They didn't have burst enough damage to kill EMC fast enough, and that counter initiation was brutal.
And this last using fight, let's look at the position of Owlin and Ultimate just ready to wait for you where you're gonna be flicking at, and this Ultimate is just ready for everything.
The focus by EMC is impeccable, coming in and bursting down, one after another. That is insane.
Same Rayman trying to do whatever he can, but facing 4 members, facing 4 enemies, especially for those Sulie or Xuanze, that's so difficult to clean away at the end.
I can't wait to see this gold graph. It's going to be back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Look at Aju over here with the 4-1-3. Well played.
There'll be blue triangle, red triangle, and then red triangle. Oh, the blue triangle again. And let's see, the damage contributed is really even.
Yeah.
I mean, each team, they're being here for a reason. They're all doing the damage. Well, that's not even triangle.
Not even a triangle. Blue, red, back and forth. That's probably one of the most swingy games we've seen in the KCCs thus far, at least that I've got to cast.
And MVP goes to All-In with this Kai, contributing to so many damage at the very last 2 team fights, and 3 kills, no death, 6 assists, average damage 25.7%. That's a huge number, especially for Kai, because we normally see Kai going onto solo laners, taking care of the waves and making sure that they can take down the towers on the side lane.
That means Kai was able to rotate effectively even when dealing with MTS on the top line. He was always able to get that pressure, get the help from the Xuanze, clear that wave, rotate down, and be a part of those fights so that he could dish out that damage and take advantage of the fact that he was farmed up.
And there's almost a solo kill by the Xuanze versus Zhang Ziya. But unfortunately, if the Xuanze didn't go for the smite, didn't go for the jungler, he has a daze at the same time, he might have finished off the solo kill.
Yeah, it was so close. Or if they would have had that wave clear, right, his team could have rotated and helped him with the invade. Maybe that was a little bit of miscommunication there on the side of GOG, because once Dad went down the first time, he goes right back in and goes down the second time too, and that's where things really start to snowball in DMC's favor. I will say, GOG, they were able to bring it back twice, but EMC found the engages they needed. They were always able to sort of thread the needle, and even when they're getting attacked on, they find the one person they need to be on. They get to Yilian, they kill him, and then GOG has no one to dish out that damage.
So in a game which is so important to both games to take, especially for GOG, because if they won this fight, they can go to Kuala Lumpur, make it to elimination stage. So, but EMC is taking the first victory down, especially when they're talking about the fun facts. They're having their boss, their owner on stage.
Lewis.
And Lewis, that is such a performance by Lewis, and he has the combo chains are really good. So I believe that this owner have a very close relationship with the rest of the
players.
teams.
Definitely practicing with him. We would have given him MVP, but that would have just been unfair.
The last time we see them play in the Winter World Cup, and we always made the joke that because Lewis is on stage, you have to give the resource, you have to give the jungler to him. You don't have the courage, to be courageous enough to take the resources away from your boss. But it's not the case today. They're working as a team. That's definitely a joke. Just kidding.
This is not a game for 1, but 5 people, in GOG's words themselves. Now, if we're looking at what they can do better coming into these next games, what do you think?
EMC actually, they have played this Body Xuanci for sure. So I believe that one advantage is that they do have a lot of times, a lot of chances to pull off the Marco Polo, which Arjo have a 100% winning rate on it. So the question will be GOG, because GOG only yesterday we were casting GOG's game before, so we've seen that GOG make it to the best of 5-5 entire entire matches. They're always choosing this kind of early aggression. We do not see any tanks from their side.
Yeah, that's true.
But it's a highly risky choice because the early game composition, if you do not have the lead, you might have to dealing with a lot of pressure in the mid and the late game, especially when you're doing matchup with EMC. So where they thrive at the marksman, which you have to expecting the game finish at more than 15 minutes, later than 15 minutes. So I think the question for GOG is that they have to find those compositions where they find the most comfortable with, but at the same time, you have to show us a lot of late game insurance to make sure that you can play defensively in the late game, but not that passive. Not that passive.
So for GOG, we really just need to see them win the early game. I mean, not going up against the Zhang Xia system anymore will be helpful in that regard since it gives you such an early advantage. If GOG can turn that gold lead into a better fight, into a better, some better engages, some better focusing, then maybe they can snowball the gold lead versus giving it to EMC, because every time they had it, EMC found a way to bring it back.
Yeah, but I still want to see those combo chains, such as the last team fight, where Lu Bu and Kai are just happening at the same time. They're communicating online. So I believe that both teams are ready, and with the Chang'e and Shang Guangwang being banned again, a very strong focus and target towards Rayman. Rayman, having such a beautiful and wonderful performance as last week and a few days ago, so that makes him a very large target in EMC's side.
Yeah, they just want to put Rayman on this Ganjian. That's all they want. They're asking for him. They're like, give us that 2-arms ult out here.
All-in EMC, let's see the first pick from EMC side. So in this term, EMC is changing to the red in the blue side.
Yeah, they will have the first pick, and then GOG will be able to respond to counter. It is interesting to see who they will prioritize, since they already took the Lu Bu. They have the Yukio open.
Yeah, they have the Yukio because the last time MTS was using it just now. The Yukio is out.
Baje. Not a bad first priority at all, especially since that swipes it away from the side of GOG.
Yeah, but taking this Baje away from GOG means that GOG will be facing one more loss in a hero pulse from their side, but they're already not that deep in the tanks. Only Xiaodun will be probably one of the choice for MTS, because he told me he can play this hero quite well, other than other tanky warriors, I would say.
So we definitely could see the Xiaodun come out. Like you said, I think that's where, the Lu Bu, nice. That's where GOG, we need to see how deep their hero pools go, because with these target bans onto Rayman, is he going to be able to pull off the things he needs? Ooh, we got the Duanshen coming out. Not a very great win rate, but now they don't have the Xuanci to deal with that, so...
But they do have Wang Zhaojun and Bomber Cat. Shen Mengxi can as a counter pick towards Duanshen. Duanshen is not that a threat toward those wizard mages. If for example, if the side with the mages have a gold lead, have the wave priority, but Duanshan is not that a threat, so that's a reason why we're seeing Duanshan more often, more frequently, is because more teams are letting this hero out, because they find a way to deal with this kind of hero, using Xuanci, using Wang Zhaojun now being the pick from the side of EMC, and this is one of the favorites character that Chu likes to play.
So he will be very comfortable on it, and yeah, not only that, I mean, being able to just stun the Duanshen, he's already got so little mobility to begin with. If you do anything, right, that Frigid Prison comes out, you're going to be having a bad time.
And, Wang Zhaojun is not only a counterpick to Duanshen, but towards Lu Bu at the same time. A very strong counterpick coming out from EMC, one of his best favorite hero to play. The third pick, Lanning Wang, Prince of Lanning, goes maybe into the jungler. Mainly into the jungler.
I have to say, if GOG is really losing anywhere, it's in the banned drafts. EMC's banned drafts have been outstanding today. Like, able to slip the Zhang Xia through, and then now, you know, baiting out the Duanshin right into the Wang Zhaojin. Like, this is just amazing drafting by this. Like, just there's no better way to say it. EMC's drafting today has been nothing less than amazing.
Yeah, it's more dominant. We can say they have an absolute dominance when it comes to band draft. They always find themselves with a more confident, more counter characters on their hands, so that GOG are kind of passive. They're always choosing the heroes to against EMC, but instead, but not like, you know, I'm going for actively, I'm going actively to counter you. They're in like a passive state, which means that GOG might face up more difficulties as they're in the red side, but they do have a priority to pick one ahead of EMC. And the last ban is Old Master. They don't want to deal with Old Master. They want to give more priority and more advantages to Lu Bu, to those side laners who will be compete with Old Master on the solo lanes.
Well, yeah, I mean, just to backtrack for a little bit, just to point out on, they got you on. Just to point out how good EMC's drafting is, they're now on the first pick side. So as the red side, that's supposed to give you more options to counterpick your enemies. But in this case, EMC has been able to be on the blue side and still counterpick GOG. Like, that's just a testament to how good their draft has gone for them.
Cao Cao going on stage, go to the side lane. There is one side lane missing from EMC's ooh, that's a jungler pick. That's a jungler Bajie.
Jungler Bajier. We got a beefy tame over here by EMC, able to do a lot of burst damage on that Nakaruru too. It's gonna be interesting how they decide to fight these, like who goes in first and who's the follow-up. Consort E.
Because Consort E have the second ability who can dodge every single damage from Nakaruru. That's a soundtrack counterpick when I was doing ranking. That's kind of what the hero I would choose when I was facing Nagalu on the other side, but
this will be the first time we see it here in the KCC, though, right?
Lacking of early game damage from GOG's side. That's normally not the style of GOG play.
Yeah, it's not really what we wanted to see. We wanted to see them take the early game, and then if you wanna wait until your heroes are decked out to go for the end, fine, but really go for the early game advantages, go for the early game wins, because you're just so good at it. And now to sort of play against that, we'll see if this works out for them. I mean, if they get a lot of value out of Long Ling early, then as long as EMC's damage isn't online, that's good for GOG. So we'll see.
But let's see how GOG can have those late game. Not to mention Ganjiang and Consort Yu's late game damage. They have Dunshan. Even if they're in a defensive state, they have Dunshan to continuously heal up the damage, the HP from the towers. And they have Lu Bu, they have Ganjiang who can clean it away so efficiently. And that's a reason why GOG is choosing this kind of competition. I like that because I can see that they can still try to protect their crystal even if they're in the defensive state.
Yeah, they're definitely going to have the abilities to hold out, right? Like, they took the comp, they have the heroes to hold out. But them as players, that'll be the question, because GOG likes to fight, and that's not a comp that you're going to be able to do that with if you're behind. EMC versus GOG over on the blue side. Alan on the Cao Cao, Aju on Nakaruru, Chu on Wang Zhaojin, Luis on Bajier, and Cola on Lian Po.
On the side of GOG, MTS on Lu Bu, Dad on Prince of Lanling, Rayman on Genja and Moye, Ilian on Consort Yu, and Maijun on Dunshan as a support.
As a support, we'll move on over to the Valley of the Kings, and we'll get the second match of the series underway. EMC versus Ghost Out Gaming.
I love the new skin for Consort Yu.
Yeah, it's absolutely beautiful. You get to see it now.
Yeah, so beautiful.
It's modeled after a peacock. You'll have to see it when she recalls. That is when it really shines. The recall animation is second to none.
Wow. Solo in.
Rainman! Oh my goodness, down to 25% health within the first 40 seconds of the game. You're scaring me.
And he does not have the healing pack. He have to go back without the help of the support cleaning the wave. That's how support is so important when it comes to the first wave clean.
Maijun with the rotation. Lewis is looking for some damage. He's not able to catch him in time, though. Ooh, going for that River Lizard. He's taking a lot of poke from Yulian.
The Lewis can always find his way to regenerate back because he is a Bajie. Without some items, Shuji, the auto attack won't do any threats to this Bajie. Ajo starting off this quite peacefully, farming up, frozen.
Wow, Frigid Prison comes out, and Cole is able to find some damage onto Maijun. Rayman misses the skill shot. Prince of Longling is there, so they're getting the indicators, but they don't even care. EMC pushing up, clearing this wave. It's going to be pretty passive until one team can find a good way to engage. Eagles Assault comes out on Maijun. Maijun taking a lot of damage, has to run back.
They're playing so defensively this game, so I see GOG might lose this opportunity to fight for this first Tyrant.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really hard for them to take this. EMC's got it all locked down, just waiting for them to start it.
Another trying getting those abilities into the bush, and you will hear some different sound effects if you're playing Ganjiang. So whether your targets, whether your swords miss a target or get onto the target, the sound effects will be different. They work the same way with Consort. You can always find out whether there's a man in the bush or not using your first ability to detect. The sound will be completely different.
That is extremely useful, being able to check the bushes without getting close. EMC was able to snag that first Tyrant uncontested, and this early game is already looking good for them.
A little bit goal lead from the side of EMC because it earned this first Tyrant. And GOG, you know, choosing this composition, they're just looking too careful.
Yeah, it's
a little
very,
bit too
very cautious.
Yeah,
not
very
straight.
cautious to me. I mean, they could have find something in return, but instead of that, they're choosing to farm it peacefully, so peacefully they do not even want to fight back. Look at how Consort Yu is forcing to go deep into the towers.
Yeah.
With the rotation, Wandering goes up with the ultimate. Well, Consort, you have to just, you know, hide behind the towers.
This game is pretty much a stalemate at this point. Both teams wanting to farm up, get their respective heroes stacked out before they take any of these fights.
Real-time winning percentage, EMC was favored more.
Very close, though. Very, very
53.
close.
53.
Only a 3% confidence bit rating.
The blue goes to Rayman. That's one good news.
Yeah, Rayman will finally be able to spam some abilities and get some farm, try to get in this game. Dat is in the Overlord. He does catch Chu. Chu's trying to fight him. Cola is able to, and he will reveal Dat. Dat going back to his jungle, getting some farm. Both teams are just playing it so passive.
Yeah. They're not looking for the kills, they're not looking for the engagement, but they are looking for those neutral things that they can take from the other side.
I was going to say, unluckily for them, 60 seconds and the next Tyrant will spawn. What a play by Rayman. She was taken extremely low. Dad on the back line will grab first blood. Aju's low too. He comes back in, but he dies. Dad with the kill. He gets that double, and Cola will get the cleanup. Maijun is looking to find more. Cola with the double.
But unfortunately, the kill went to Cola. Cola is a support. That's the only unfortunate news from the side of EMC. But they managed to win the fight, 1 trading for 2, even though Ajo is dead. But we can see how confident that Ajo is playing. Even with that low of HP, he still finds his way ultimate into the crowds, aiming for Prince of Lanling, and his teammates will finish off the kill.
Watch this skill shot onto Chu. The 2 arms comes out, and if he would have hit the second one, would have been dead.
Nice combo by GOG. How low Ajo really is.
Boom. 1 auto will do it.
You know, if Ajo have a second ability, a dash to regenerate a little bit back, he won't be dead. But the cooldown is not enough.
Love the hold your ground coming out by Maijun, pushing them back, making sure they can't focus on his team. He already assumed that he was going to die, and so he made sure that nobody was getting onto the back lines.
Alien have the red, and let's see how well they're farming up. Prince of Lanling with the 2 kills have 2,300 gold, and the Matching up 3,000 by Nagalulu.
Ooh, Aju, Dat finds him on the back line.
Obviously, EMC is off to a better start because they have more gold and the matching up places.
That was a great play by the Prince of Longling. He was able to snag the blue buff from them. He's in the bush. He's forcing them back with the invisibility. We get the knockback by Maiju, and Yulian's getting a lot of damage on Lewis. Will the Terminate come out? He's looking for it. He doesn't have it. Dat's really low. The two arms misses Chu. And Dat dies to Cola. Allen on the back line comes in and gets a double.
You're wasting a lot of time in the front line team fights, which means that your enemy might have enough time to do rotation onto the top side. 0-20 for 3 in favor of EMC. Finally opens up this match and take down the tier 1 turret in the top lane.
EMC has the waves to make these plays happen. That turret on the top lane will fall, and the tier 2 turret's going to take damage as well as they go through the jungle.
You never know. You cannot expect to see less competent than something happen. MTS during a lot of pressure. It's okay, but not fortunate enough to take back those jungles.
MTS tried to grab anything he could at that point, but it was a little too late. GOG's got the right idea. They're trying to make the plays, but they're just getting out-rotated by EMC, and this gold advantage just keeps growing.
Just successfully by that skirmish on the top lane, EMC extended the gold lead into 104,500 gold. That's a good news.
We do have Tyrant spawned, and there is a good 2.5 minutes before the Dark Tyrant will come, so we could see another Tyrant here taken by EMC. GOG's got the vision on it though. They've got the priority. Rayman's looking to clear this wave quick. Aju gets the eagle onto him. Rayman's taken low. Fallen God comes out. Aju's got nowhere to go, and Aju will die.
That shouldn't have happened. You have no vision in the bush. That's so careless to just directly go into the bush. And top lane Baja is facing 2 enemies and doing those kind of damage, but it's not gonna work because Consort, you still needs time to farm, and still need the burst damage coming from the AD item. But from this point of the game, the item is not enough.
Here we go on the bottom side. We had a fight for the Tyrant. GOG snags it, but EMC gets their life as Dat will go down.
Allen is not afraid of every single thing because he is tank enough. He has enough damage. With the ultimate, he can already regenerate back. The soldier, the Cao Cao, will be undefeatable in the late game.
That Liam Poe doing a great job at zoning out the Lubu means that Allen was able to snag that bottom side tower. Cola taking a lot of damage, but they're not going to be able to slow him down with that immunity.
GOG getting this rotation in the mid lane because Consort is facing a down to half HP, the tier 2 turret on the top lane, which means that the red will be on save.
GOG wants to take this as quick as possible, and they are going to be able to snag it. Lewis grabs that wall and has to run away onto the other side.
Aju really needs to communicate more with the support because he needs the vision in the bush that sometimes that mistake in the mid lane cannot be made again.
Agreed. There needs to be a better communication by EMC because they're putting their snowball at jeopardy every time they make mistakes like that.
Yeah.
The Overlord is spawned. That was definitely the play for EMC if they want to push down on these tier 2 towers.
7,200. Look how rich this Cao Cao is. 2 kills, no that 2 assists, Nightmare, Master Sword, and Glacial Buckler. That's a showing of who is the master of the map right now.
EMC has almost got it. They're able to snag the Overlord. Cola's taking a lot of chip damage. Dat's on the backline. He was looking for a mark, but his team wasn't able to get enough damage for him to find it. And now he's on the run. He is found. There's nowhere for him to go. Dat trying to get away. Cola looking for the kill.
Lewis
looking for the hook. Oh! He isn't able to find him. Dat was able to turn invisible.
He wants to go back at this position, Lewis.
Oh my goodness. Well played.
Oh, that's so hard to
will
say.
get away.
You know,
what beautiful timing
there's
of abilities.
always saying that the most dangerous place will be the safest place to hide.
And there we got to see that in action. Here we go though. GOG looking to trade this, grab some damage buff since they lost out on that Overlord. EMC doesn't want to give it to him. They find him too early. Lewis is looking for the engage. The bounce bug comes out. MTS is knocked up. He can't find the hook for the wall grab. Fallen God will find none, but we do have the hold your ground to push Colo back. Meanwhile, Dow was trying to get on Chu. Chu was able to kill him. Chu with the follow-up looking for the frigid prison. He misses. MTS flashes up and snags Chu.
wants to kill Rayman.
All
the
in
back
on the
line.
back line will snag Rayman, but he won't be able to fight too as he'll have to hold off this onslaught.
3-4 in favor of GOG. Wants to take down the Toronto in the mid lane as well. Will Alin be able to finish off this cannon?
He was able to finish off the cannon, but it doesn't matter. The immunity coming out of Yulian's S2 allows him to snag that tier 1 middle ground.
And just by getting this winning and victorious skirmish, you can see that Eden is completely farmed up at the stage. Level 13. How quickly he's gonna finish off these jungles. I see the sparks pages coming out from Yulian's side effect, and wow, another Daybreaker brought by Yulian. That's enough. That's enough damage.
Yulian's finally in this game, and it could be not a moment too late for GOG as they need this for the engages. The Pigpen's gonna come out, block for 2, but the Fallen God will find 3 on the backside as GOG looks for the encounter gauge. Lewis is taken low. He gets on Dat. Dat finds the Terminate onto Chu. Chu, will you die? Chu bites off more than he can, and he does. He will go down. This will be a 4-piece for GOG, only losing 1 in return. They've got mid waves crashing.
Another 1-4 trade, but it favors GOG at this time. They're aiming for the high ground tower in the middle. They might be aiming for the crystal from the side of EMC.
Yulian does have the damage. The 2 arms comes out by Rayman, but he isn't able to kill him. They find ult on Aelin. Aelin will be killed for 3 seconds. They have the time. Can they do this? Cola's coming in. It doesn't matter. It's too late. GOG takes game 2.
1-1 for both teams. Once again, brought us back at a best of 3. 1-1 at the same stage. Actually, EMC has a lot of advantages in the early and mid game, but GOG finds the 2 team fights who managed to take them down just ahead and standing in front of the crystal and hit it until it explodes.
This time we got to see the turnaround from GOG versus EMC. It seems like whatever team is behind finds a way to come back, finds those kills, and ultimately finds the crystal.
They have successfully get this turn over by winning the two major team fights with a 0 trading 4, and Owling will always be the one who has not participated in the team fight and the only one soldier lonely existing and alive on the stage, but it's not gonna work.
He wasn't able to clear the wave. That tank didn't have the damage, and obviously Yulian did. That's insane.
You can see the 3D replay of how accurate Rayman.
Beautiful to arms there.
Died beautifully, though.
Yeah, a beautiful death.
Beautiful death.
Here we go. That Fallen God knocking up 4. This was the turnaround. Dat came in and he found Chu on that backline. The Terminate comes out. Both Chu and Aiju will die.
Immune. We see the immune coming out from Cao Cao. The Destiny was activated, but it cannot save their life for this time.
And look at that. One little cannon minion was all it took. It only had 25% left of its life, and it was able to last long enough for GOG to pick up those kills. Look at Yulian over there, 505, sitting pretty.
505, yeah.
It's literally GOG. 505.
Oh, 92,000 over this damage, contributing to 36.6% of the damage, only taken up to 4.8.
Wow.
That's a very huge evidence of how safe this UG can be, and because Counter is standing lonely on the top lane for a long time.
Yeah, and the MVP will obviously go to Yulian with that 505, 36% damage done. Like you were about to say, the 4% damage taken the immunity by your ability helps block so much incoming, and then the positioning on top of that, they weren't able to do anything about Yillian.
So if we pay attention to the position, the standing position of Yillian for the last 2 team fights, it's so safe because all the enemy is just ahead of him, and he can just make sure that he could do the damage he could, and boom, 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 the damage, the enemy is just going down and again, one after another.
Boom, boom, boom. Could not have said it better myself. GOG is able to snag this series and tie it up with a 1-1 game. That means EMC, they were feeling hot, right? Like they came back from behind, they were dominating that whole game, and now to be shut down by GOG, I wonder where they're at mentally. This is the first loss they've had to take. GOG only got stronger with losses. We'll have to see how EMC can prepare to that same scenario.
But this is what we want to see. We want to see GOG getting those late game insurance composition, and they did it. They have the Rayman on the Ganjiang. They have the Consort Yu for Yillian goes into the bottom lane to do the marksman. And by the last time we saw it, he's fully itemized, fully stacked, and did those damage like a nightmare towards EMC's backliners.
Playing passively in the early game really worked out for GOG, who's someone that does not like to play passively in the early game. But we saw that last game. They were playing completely passive. They would not take any of these fights. They wouldn't take any of these trades. In fact, we were almost saying this is almost even a bit too passively. They're not even going for trades or anything. They're just giving everything up. But it worked out in their favor. All they had to do was wait until they were at the right time, until Yillian had the damage, and then they were able to take the team fight successfully.
Yeah, you always have to find yourself, change yourself to adapt the meta currently, and you know, variety is what we are looking forward to see on the stage. You cannot always win using the same exact strategy. You'll always show your weakness to your enemies, so you really need, and GOG and EMC as well, these both 2 teams, they have a lot of hopes and they have a lot of potentials to pull off those strategies. And for the 3rd game, as we were we're playing the all-round BP, so the heroes they have used before cannot be used again, but they can use the heroes that the enemy used before, or otherwise they can put it on the bench. That really depends on what kind of strategy they're looking forward to see. And by far, those 2 teams focus on the mid laners so far. So in the very first round of BP, in the past 2 games, they banned Chang'e and Changguanwang for 2 times. That's one reason that we can think of why they did it, because they want to slow down the pace of the game.
Yeah, make sure that they had enough time for Yillian to get the items he needed to be useful in those team fights, and slow down the game they did. It's nice to see a team switch up their strategies and do it successfully. If you have to give GOG anything, it's the ability to be tenacious. Every single time they're trying something new, and they're trying it well.
Yeah, so the 3rd game will definitely be one of the things that we're anticipating right now. And KCC is now on My TV Super Channel 666 in Hong Kong. So if you do want to see some more esports content in Cantonese, please visit the official platform, My Dui app.
Both teams that love fighting, both teams that were able to turn it around when behind. We're definitely off for a long series. These teams do not want to give this up easy. If GOG wins this, this is the match to win for their road to Kuala Lumpur. They will be in it. This is all they need. 2 more games, and they will be going to Malaysia for our elimination rounds.
Yeah, it's so important to GOG, because if they win it, they'll definitely get a ticket. But EMC managed to win this fight over GOG. They'll have one more chance with VSG probably making their scores to a 2 winning and 3 loses, which will be exactly the same with GOG. So they'll be comparing those small scores when, for example, if GOG managed to win a 3-0, they'll be highly advantageous. But it's in the future to consider.
Yeah. I was really interested on this, so I was running the numbers ahead of time. And if EMC wins this match, they still have to 3-0 VSG. If it's a 3-0, that 100% guarantees that they'll make it. If it's not a 3-0, that's when things get really
Yeah,
close.
interesting.
GOG could very well still have enough small points to come out ahead. But for GOG, this is leaving it all on the line. You win this and you don't have to worry. You don't have to even think about that.
Just prepare yourself and go to Malaysia.
Exactly.
23rd.
Exactly. Don't have to watch those antagonizing games because your fate will no longer, if GOG loses this game, their fate is no longer up to them. There's nothing that they can do but sit back and watch.
You need to always trying to get an initiative in your hand, but not on the others.
Exactly.
Hajo, Marco Polo, 100% of the winning rate. Hopefully, it will not let
him down.
Have them down.
Yeah, he'll be able to take it again. EMC is looking for blood. I love seeing the Tai Marco Polo come out. That combo's been so good in the KCC and just really solid. But they'll finally let Rain Man get onto this Sean Gonwan.
Free the Rain Man from
Free
getting
the
back.
Rain. Oh, and the Lady Sun as well. They're taking it a little bit early, but hey, here we go.
The aim for the Zhang Fei at the first pick means that they'll definitely get a marksman, and Lady Sun, who can protect Lady Sun more than Zhang Fei does?
100% true. That wild blood is paramount to keeping her alive and allowing her to dish out probably 2 extra rolls if you get some good stuns.
Yeah.
Right, by late game, those rolls are basically 2 seconds.
So Rayman is trying to fight for this Lady Sun to have the priority in the waves and earn that gold and manage to build that items earlier than he usually can do. And from the side of EMC, jungler choice, Zhao Yun.
Gonna be able to have a lot of mobility with that hero. Maybe get a Celestial Dragon or 2 onto the Lady Sun.
And I like Zhao Yun. The one reason I like Zhao Yun is that he have the same name with me. I mean, I'm Tianyun, he's Zhao Yun. That's basically the same character. That's really the same character. I'm not kidding with you.
So Ten and Zhao are the same?
No, Yun.
Oh, yeah, Yun.
Yeah.
I was
what kind of question is that?
I was confused. I assumed that one, the Yun part, was obvious.
Yeah. But there's a lot of characters pronouncing like Yun, but they're basically the same word. So that makes one reason that makes me like Zhao Yun the most. Why we're talking about this?
It doesn't matter. That's my ranking buddy, so it's fine. It's fine. We both love that hero. Plus Celestial Dragon. That is a name for an ult if you ever had one.
Kai and Guan Yu away, and again Chang'e, Zhang Liang going off.
No. I mean, like with the Guan Yu gone, Dao Chow could very well be coming out.
I know, but they have already had the support as a tie, so basically they won't choose Da Chao because Da Chao needs to go to the mid lane. But with the old master showing up, that will be completely different. Maybe they might choose a Da Chao
They only need a mid laner, and she could very well do it. They don't have to worry about Guan Yu. There's no one really bursty other than Rayman's finishing stroke.
But one thing that if EMT want to pick that Da Chao and to play with the system, play the strategy, but there's a complete loss and lack of the early game damage.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Because you're doing like a single core 4-1 formation.
Here we go. Jian locking down. This is looking solid. Who will EMC's last pick be? It's gotta be a mid laner. We need a mage coming out here. Dun, dun.
Lady Yan.
Okay.
It's been a while.
It's been a while.
But still, lack of early game damage. Lady Yang is basically the same damage level as Da Chao can be. Lady Yang used to be a very dominant hero on the battlefield, but he got nerfed once and getting those early game damage in a quite low scenario. So that's the reason why Lady Yang is no longer a very popular choice in the KPL division at this meta.
That means where EMC felt their weakness was in the late game, and now they're going to be able to, if this game goes to the late game, right, GOG's been wanting to take things to the late game. If we go to that late game, EMC has very, very dominant heroes to be able to play there.
But I like the idea of choosing the Lady Yang, which means that you're gonna 100% avoid the burst damage coming out from Rayman and Yilian. Once they have this damage, once you see that Rayman goes up in the sky, just pop up your ultimate, and every single damage will be avoided. You'll be come and have more HP when we're done with your ultimate. And at the same time, you can give HP, give regeneration back to your teammates. So that's absolutely one obvious counter pick from the side of EMC. Choosing this Lady Yang goes into the mid.
Yeah, if they were going to give Rayman the Shuangguan, they obviously prepared a counter to it, and that seems like this will be their solution. Neither team really opting to go for much early game advantage here. It looks like we'll probably have a very passive early game again.
Yeah.
Like we saw last game. On the blue side for GOG, we have MTS on the Tao Tao. We've got Dat on Yang Jian, Rayman on
Shuangguan Wan.
Shuangguan Wan, Yilian on Lady Sun, and Maijun on the Zhangfei.
On the side of EMC, Ali on the Old Master, Aju on Marco Polo, Chu on Lady Yan, Lewis on Zhao Yun, and Cola on Tai Zhenren. Let's get the game started.
Cola. Game 3 between GOG and EMC. I love when the words just roll off the tongue like that. Ooh, Alan already taking some chip damage there. Yulian rolling into the bush, that's never a safe play.
Yeah, yeah, so aggressive. You don't want to do this when you're playing this game. You might be facing a lot of enemies coming from the bush. But,
oh, wow, GOG getting a lot of damage on Chu and Cola here on the mid lane.
Chu has gone very low, half the HP down.
They were able to snag their blue, but GOG with the invade looking to take anything they can. Dad getting the damage on the lizards. They will die.
Mid lane though, they're trying to get a priority because Lady Yan finished up the wave so slowly. He needs the support of Tai, but Tai have to go back to the crystal, which means that Chu will be losing this priority in the mid wave. And if they continue to do so, they will be always one step behind GOG's rotation.
40 seconds left on that Tyrant. We can already see Lady Swin on the bottom, getting a lot of chip on Aolin, making this Old Master's time a tough one. Ooh, Chu with the rotation. Every time you see those orbs come out, they will do slows, so GOG will be a little bit slower in general, but just with the rotations.
Yeah, 50-50, very fair predictions. Or safe prediction, I will say. It really depends on the first Tyrant battle between the two teams, which will mostly be happening in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 second.
Here we go, we already have this set up. Lady Young coming in, doing some chip. We've got the Celestial Dragon on Maijun. Maijun's low, he doesn't have level 4. Dat tried to make a follow-up trade, but now he's caught in 4. Yulian's looking for Cola. Oh, the stun comes out. She cannot find it, but Rainman can. Cola, oh my goodness. Luis, Aju, and Chu, all 4 are dead.
Triple kill! Rosie
Rainman.
Rayman.
What a quick level 4 by Rainman, and a rotation knocking on EMC's door as 4 members on the side of EMC are depleted, deleted, and ultimately defeated by Rainman.
GOG can have this Tyrant on the bottom, make sure that they got all the lane priority because Cao Cao have already have 1 wave more ahead of Marco Polo, which means that Cao Cao will always has 1 wave priority that Marco Polo does. And this 4-0, that's just so unpredictable because we are seeing that Yilian have the flicker, using the first ability to roll closer to the enemy, but this doesn't really finish off the kill against Cola. But the rest of the team, let's see what happens because they initiate. EMC initiated on Maijun, and Maijun is without ultimate.
Look at Rayman here fighting as hard as he can to get level 4. He gets level 4. They're all low. The dashes come out. The finishing stroke onto the back line completely obliterates the side of EMC, and Yilian's able to follow up and snag that last one.
Since the 3 members, the player from EMC are so low, so that ultimate from Shuangguan just killed him instantly, getting the triple kill. Another gank in the bottom lane. GOG have a definite winning here.
Yeah, Maijun has that wild blood. Gotta watch out for the ult. You gotta respect the ult. We know Yulian wants to get a little bit more chip on before they go out. Chu will finally have her ult as well. It's gonna be a completely different game now that the ults are online. It's all a bait and switch play for each team.
Shangguan getting locked down by Alan's ultimate.
There's nowhere for her to go, but the Wild Blood is looking to come out.
Wow.
He didn't even have to pop it. They were able to snag that single kill. And now with the wave crashing here, Yulian's getting a lot of damage on Chu coming in, looking for the kills, and he will find them on the minions, stopping them from that pressure.
You know, Rayman, Shangguan is the other type of hero that I could possibly think of who is not afraid to be locked down by the ultimate from Fuzi, from Old Master. Because she can always dance just inside your lock in space. It's sort of like Diao Chen does. Okay, let's see the 3 kills earned Shangguan Noir, 3,400 gold, a Books of Tranquility, and a Purple Scepter making towards the next AP item for Shangguan Noir. And the Lady Sun is farming up just good, just well, having the Nightmare as a first item, and the most wealthy person on EMC will be only 2,700 for Marco Polo. Not even half the Doomsday at this time of the stage.
Yeah, that is brutal for EMC. These 5 deaths have been really hard on their economy as they are 3,000 gold behind. GOG is just looking to take more cleaning up. They're able to share everything they can with Rayman and Yulian and make sure that their damage is going to snowball.
Wave priority is so important for EMC right now. 4 members are cleaning the same wave at the same time.
Meanwhile, over on the bottom side, we have GOG going into their jungle, getting those solo waves, getting EMC's jungle, and I'm sure ultimately falling back to this Tyrant. Look at this rotation onto Rayman. He's about to be met by 3.
Oh, bottom lane!
On the bottom lane, Lady Swin finds the kill on Lewis.
Wow, this Yulian cannot be stopped by either way. This Sun Shangxiang Lady Sun right now is unstoppable.
Here we go. Cole is taken extremely low. The Force Science comes out. He's about to come back, but it will be a double attack as Maijun finds the kill. Yulian on that tower is able to put him down. Rayman finds Aju in the back line. MTS. He's got Alan low and waning. We are looking for Yulian to do that follow-up damage, but the jungle spawns and GOG's views are shifted.
And top lane again, the minion, the cannon just teared down the tier 1 turret in the top lane. GOG is off to a nearly 5,000 goal lead at only 6 minutes and 37 seconds. 8 kills versus 0 kill. That's a slaughter coming here.
Yeah, this is exactly how you snowball the game.
Yeah.
A slaughter. Come in, tear everyone up, and get the
Rayman
with the finishing stroke. Aju will die, and Outland has to run away as well. MTS is free to grab this jungle.
I have to say that I think Aju's 100% of a winning rate on Marco Polo will be broke. And he'll be break up in this game.
Lady Suin proved to be the kryptonite to the Marco Polo. Dad goes in on Cola, and that beautiful lockdown, even with the Force Science, the Wild Blood slow was just too much.
This Rayman, this ulti from Shangguan is just so overwhelming. Aju uses 2 dash to trying to get distance away from this Rayman, but Rayman is still playing so actively. Another ultimate onto Olin. Unfortunately for Olin, he has the second ability to use those damage reduction using his ability to do so.
The thing about GOG is that a lot of their 3 out of their 5 heroes are extremely high damage outputting heroes. If you give them this gold lead, they're gonna win these fight every single
Look
time.
how quickly they're doing damage to the tower. They're aiming for the high ground tower.
They're pushing in. The Wild Blood comes out. It finds Cola and Chu on the back line. Cola's looking for the stun. Chu's trying to find it with the follow-up, but it's not enough. Massive amounts of damage. Luis finds the kill. Cola goes down. Aelin goes down, but they get the turnaround on MTS and Dat. They still have Yulian, though. A massive amount of damage by GOG here could prove to be a high ground tower. Yulian's looking to get the top side. He had the double kill. Can he make it supers? He's got to play safe, but safe doesn't mean don't get everything you can.
The mid wave is here.
He's able to snag not 1 but 2 ground towers. He wants the base as well. Rayman with the finishing stroke in base means Yulian's free to attack the core. Yulian's going in. 1 more roll will do it, and he finds the core. GOG takes game 2.
8 minutes and 36 seconds. GOG tries successfully finish off this game so early. And this is the team that we're looking for. This is the team. This is how aggressive GOG can be in the early game. Look how happily these boys are talking, because I can see the communication coming from the GOG and the Shangguan, the Raymond must have that MVP. The Shangguan solo kill, solo pushing back the two members from EMC trying to finish off the lanes. She is such a frontline threat towards all heroes, to all the players from the side of EMC. Nice play, Rayman.
Man, GOG taking a bunch of late game oriented heroes and putting them online before 10 minutes, that's beautiful.
That's the reason why the Shangguan kept being banned away in the first two maps. Look how aggressive. This is like a typical textbook of example showing how you can play Shangguan, this kind of character. Level 4, waiting for the right moment to dive in, unleashes ultimate, getting those first triple kill for Rayman.
Well played. First blood and triple kill, plus putting your last kill on the ADC on Yillian, allowing Yillian to farm up and be able to take those towers way before EMC had anything that they could do to stop it.
My June pops out the ultimate, pushing back the two, and the other follow-up damage is just insane. Lewis wants to take it back, he actually got his ultimate onto a lot of enemies, but
just look how tanky Maijun is, right? And if you can't get onto Yillian, that's where the damage comes from. You have to get rid of this Lady Suin, and he couldn't. Also, what a play by Rainman there, going in and finishing stroke in the base, in the farthest of the far that you can go to push EMC back.
Look how badly Chu is farming up right now. Only got one full item build up, 180 and the Massive Agony. Now this completely not enough, not sufficient. And let's see on the other side, Rayman 505. Another 505 for GOG.
Yeah, hey, this is a GOG with those 505s. Rayman doing 40% damage. What a play.
What a play.
Rayman deserves that MVP for sure. I mean, that finishing stroke at the end of the game in the base, like that's just epic, right under the core.
That's just epic. And the MVP goes to GOG Rayman, the mid laner, getting 5 kills, no death, and 5 assists, and pulling out 41.8% of the average damage.
Rainman 505 GOG. What a play by Rainman. I mean, that triple was outstanding.
看后面的他也，看后面他也哦。
过来过来过来！
接一下。哎你，
我可以扛很久的，我3个大招。晚安 ，nice！ 我反
蓝狙！
退一下，
上路高地
对面剩2个，
一波他。来，
一波吗？哇，10秒到。OK， 等我啊，大，别急。张飞别被消耗。
OK， 我知道。我2秒盾。中路上两路高地。
两个高地吧。
一波。
那就一波。
做人要有梦想，来，一波。
有梦想。
跌
8分钟，有限，点塔。一波。
Oh my goodness, taking the game right around 9 minutes. You know what my favorite part about the replay is that MTS is like almost silent the entire time. The only thing he's calling is the focuses for his team to go in there.
You know, I have to translate that really fun sentence that they're talking about. You know, they're just they're doubting if they can finish it in one play, and they're saying that should we go for the crystal? Should we do in one ball? That's e-ball. So one of the player I can recognize by voice. He said, "You have to have dream as a human being. Live by your dreams. Make dream come true." So that's the reason why they go directly to the base, and they did it.
You have to have dreams, live by your dreams, and make them come true. That you couldn't say a better thing right before diving into the enemy core and going for the crystal when you don't know if you have the damage to do it, and then ultimately pulling it off. You know, when we watched the player interviews in the beginning, EMC said, you know, we want a harder team than GOG. Well, you got one, and it's new GOG.
The brand new GOG. With the Rayman, with the Ilian, those two carries are so important. They're literally shining inside GOG, and the other 3 members are giving them enough support, are giving them enough damage to follow up and give them enough shield. And one thing that we can tell about from their communication is that they're trying to get Zhang Fei away from taking those chip damage because Zhang Fei is quite low but without the shield. So very nice communication here, and yeah, it's really interesting to see MTS going completely silent the entire time.
Yeah, he's really quiet, and then you see him go for the target, and he's like, got you, and then they all go into it, and then he goes for it, and that's just, it's great because you know that there's not a lot of communication you could do. As MTS, you have to feel out a lot of what's going on, and then when there's something you see, all you can say is the player name, right? And your teammates, they just have to know what you mean. They've been able to get that on par, on successful level, and GOG's been able to pull it off despite the communication issues. It's impressive.
But that's a really short game, 8 minutes and 37 seconds, as
right
I
before
seen.
the 9 minutes.
Yeah, and you know, actually the BP stage have taken more time than the actual game. That's what's so interesting about the last game. Wow. You know, I didn't expect them to finish in just single one play. The last auto attack of the Lady Sun, I can't imagine any other marksman can do the same.
No way. Yeah, there's no way. Without Lady Sun, they would have not been able to end that game right there. But having that damage on that hero, amazing.
It's only one miracle that only Lady Sun can pull off.
Exactly, exactly.
So ladies and gentlemen, it's really important this side of GOG last game.
They should have kept those bans, right? They banned the Strong Guan, they banned the Lady Sun.
Yeah,
you let them out.
That's the right thing to do.
Yeah, those bans were the right call because as soon as GOG had them, they were able to farm them up and play them. And that was, I mean, it was just such a dominating game, right? It wasn't like EMC even really had an opportunity to make a play because GOG was just too quick.
Yeah, but you know, after GOG have used up this 2 character, which means that you have like 2 more spaces for your bans to trying to decide what kind of hero, what other hero you don't want to deal with during the game. And it's beneficial to EMC because your targets are already eliminated. You don't have to think about it all the time. You just think how to win this game, and the next game is so important because GOG. Yeah, it's a mistake. It's a mistake on the scoreboard. It should be GOG 2 versus 1.
But yeah, GOG does have match point. So since GOG has match point, this is where EMC needs to take a game. If they don't take this to game 5, GOG will be moving on to Malaysia. The thing to note here is we don't really know how good GOG's hero pools are. They haven't really had to fight KR KPL team and take it all the way to game 5. So that's gonna be what to look out for. The testament, does GOG have enough heroes in the tank to be able to pull this out?
And yeah, since the scores are already back on the right track, we can see that GOG is now leading the game with 2 points in their hands, so only 1 step closer to their ticket to Malaysia. So yeah, that's a really important game.
I will say though, that's got to put some pressure on GOG, right? They're feeling it. They're like, we're just 1 game away. We're just 1 game away. That kind of thinking, that kind of franticness, that causes mistakes. This is why you see teams that are champion teams consistently remaining calm, because they cannot allow any sort of feelings to get in the way of their gameplay, especially on this last game. There is so much pressure. Literally, their entire trip to Malaysia can ride on this 1 game.
Yeah, I love the idea that EMT is so clear of how they want, who they want to target on. So they still ban away those Chang'e and Gongsun Li as well, making targets directly towards Ilian and Rayman at the same time. Yukio getting by EMC, and the 2 choice from GOG.
Did we see the Pongu ban come out?
Let's see whether they take it.
Yeah. Now we're seeing Zhao Yuan by GOG this time. Oh, hey, Shoiden, the other one that MTS is comfortable on. I think that's a safe pick.
Safe pick. Marco Polo.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a nice safe 2 starting roster by GOG.
That's a smart choice because EMC has banned Gongsun Li away, so, and they're taking Marco Polo at the same time, which means that EMC, if they want to play the marksman, they can only pick RNG.M as a first priority, or Lady Sun at the same time. You know, with the Zhang Fei, you can play Lady Sun.
Yeah, we could see EMC take a play out of GOG's book and go for that high damage output marksman and go for it early. Much more standard, much more standard. Well, they lock him in is the question. They're still discussing it. They do have another 15 seconds before they just have to make a final decision on these heroes.
And they obviously don't want to give Shen Mengxi over to GOG to Rayman because he have already used Shen Mengxi, but if they do not choose Shen Mengxi at this point, Shen Mengxi might be banned.
I think that's what they're worried about. The Pangu was banned and the Duan Shen. Okay. Shen Mengxi, I think that would have been a definite ban for GOG's side.
Zhao Yun goes into jungler.
We'll have the Marco Polo. Maybe GOG will find more luck with it than EMC was able to.
And so now EMC is like a side laners. GOG can focus on the second round of BP around those side laners, such as the marksman, RNG.M.
Yeah, get rid of the RNG.M. Gongsung Lee's already gone. You're now forcing EMC to pick between tier 2 marksmen at best.
EMC will definitely goes for a marksman because they don't want to deal with those mages with mobility. That's the reason why they're banning away Mai Shinui in the second round. And Shou Yue also gone. So what kind of Lady Sun will be available?
Yeah, EMC will have to pull into a tier 2 marksman. I hope they have the games practiced on it because it'll definitely have to be played at this point in time.
But
Dachan gone too.
You know, that's what what I was
Just
talking about. Ajo has only played RNG and Marco Polo on the 2019 KCC. That might be the reason. Maybe Ajo is not ready for those kind of marksmen to go onto the stage.
Yeah, they might have to flip the script over here on EMC. Meanwhile, GOG has to decide which mage they will ultimately end up taking. Toro combo with the Shaodin. I mean, that Armageddon is devastating. He does provide a lot of tankiness onto the side of GOG. GOG is already looking really beefy as a team.
Yeah, so there's not enough.
Need a damage, yeah.
Yeah, not enough damage and not enough assassin mage going for Rayman. Mai Shinui is not here. Chang'e is not here. And Diao Chan is banned. Sheng Wanwar is used. Wow.
Yeah, this is hard for the side of GOG. This mage is really going to make or break their comp. I wonder who else Rayman is going to be comfortable on.
You know, you can always try to figure out those assassin to put in the mid laner. How about Yuan Ge? You know, this is one way. You know, you want to still have the aggression. You want to still use assassin against Lady Sun, against Shen Mengxi. Why don't you choose? Why don't you just shift your mind? You know, instead of taking a mage.
Okay.
It's poking damage.
And they'll have a lot of control, but well, actually, the Moses damage isn't that bad. It's okay.
You know, Mozi is a character who have 3 skills, 3 ability, all paired with control, which means that Guan Yu will be facing a lot of difficulty. Mozi is one of the characters I can possibly think of who is not afraid of Guan Yu. Once Guan Yu get close, he just pops out ultimate. I can go to nowhere, and you can go to nowhere as well. Just stick at the same time with me. That's what kind of character that Mozi can play.
And it makes sense because the biggest problem with GOG's comp is they just don't have a lot of poke damage, right?
Yeah.
Like, they're going to have to really get in their face to do the damage where Shen Mengxi and Lady Suin are going to be able to do a lot of damage from afar. You're really going to be relying on this Moza and this Marco Polo to put in work for you.
Cola with a Dave, Allen with a Purify, Ilian with a Purify. That's one talent which we normally seen from Marco Polo. Some Marco Polo choose to have a Flicker. That really depends on what kind of gameplays, what kind of play style you're in.
I personally think the Purify is just better in the current meta. With the amount of CC on any team is going to be insane. And CC is the name of the game, right? CC is really what sets up plays for your team, and there's a lot of it in the current meta. Here we go, EMC versus GOG. This is GOG's match point on the side of EMC. We got Owlin on the Guan Yu. We've got Aju on Lady Suan, Chu on Chen Mengxi, Lewis on Yukio, and Kola on Zhang Fei.
On the side of GOG, MTS on Xiao Houjun, Dad on Zhao Yun, Rayman on Mozi, Ilian on Marco Polo, and Marjun on Toro.
Even out comps. This is game 4. EMC versus Ghost Owl Gaming. Gonna start this off with a classic rush to mid.
Mozi goes into the top, and Marco Polo's went into the front and into the mid for the first wave. That's
we'll see if they decide to
interesting.
keep the Marco Polo mid this game.
That's something interesting. They might switch lanes in later games, but they do not want Guan Yu to finish the lane so quickly. That's the reason why they put Mozi onto the top lane, making counter from the starting of the game.
Yeah, that's going to give some decent priority to GOG to farm up and to make these rotations pretty much uncontested. I like the thought play. They're able to snag the first River Lizard over there, too. Lady Suin is putting a lot of pressure on the Xiaodan on bottom. It's going to be hard for him because he's not going to be able to get too far into that chip damage range.
Getting vision on your territory's red zone. Arjo already got the boost of dexterity, getting 30% of extra auto attack speed.
Ooh, Maijun wanted to get some vision. Instead, he got some bombs. Nice. Rayman with the snipe on Nicola, finding him in that bush.
Yeah, GOG is switching back since Mozi is back to the mid lane and much more closer to this first Tyrant. And let's see the real-time winning percentage.
Oh my goodness.
Another 50-50. I really prefer, this data to show us a more contrasting data according to the composition.
Predict these two. Yeah, I cannot predict these two teams. They're just too close, too back and forth. It's might as well be a coin flip for the AI.
Yeah.
Rayman running low on mana. We've got the first Tyrant already spawned, but neither team has had an opportunity to start it.
Getting into the blue and trying to do some distractions onto this blue, but Dad is here already, making sure that nobody can steal, trying to snag this blue.
Aju comes here, Maijun looking for an engage. Dad with the Celestial Dragon on Lewis, he's taken low, but the Snowfall is way too powerful, and it's gonna push Dad back. MTS is looking for the knock-up. He won't quite find it. We're getting a wave clear on the top. And Guan Yu, he got out-rotated by this Marco Polo.
They're still struggling with this blue. The blue has not been finished till now. Last to nearly 1 minute. The blue has just aggroed back. And once again, getting out.
Yeah, Cola being extremely annoying and Chu helping him. Dad isn't even going to worry about it. He's going to go back to base. They're just going to leave this blue on the field at this point.
But Raymond didn't want to give the blue away.
Unfortunately, yeah, he will have to. That was a lot of time wasted there. That's going to be a gold advantage to EMC, almost 500.
Because
not too much though, right? GOG can still take first Tyrant and stuff. It's not too far.
But they're delaying time for the Stallion to farm up. Look at the Marco Polo on the top lane. The only person who can keep peacefully farming up at the stage 2,200 gold, and on the other hand, 2,200, the same equal gold to the marksman from the both sides. But Lady Sun is still making the Nightmare as the first item. This is so common to see right now because Nightmare is it's cheaper than Endless Edge, and maybe the cooldown reduction is more useful in the early game, especially for Sun Hongxiang, who relies on the first ability so much.
Maijun getting the vision over there. He finds 4, and now GOG is set up for this Tyrant.
Wow.
There we go, looking for the engage. They're able to find Chu. The Celestial Dragon comes up with the follow-up. Chu's taken extremely low, and first blood goes to Dad. Meanwhile, Rayman can't get away from Luis. As the stun cutter comes out, the Snowfall will clean him up, and Cola will help secure that secondary kill. It's a triple for 1 trade to the side of GOG.
GOG only loses 1, but found 3 in return and putting pressure onto the top lane. Ilian, well, another surrounding here. Alin is aiming for that.
All for one comes out onto Dad, but he can't find that damage.
That's already enough because you don't have to kill people. You only have to get the towers. And got away, went back to your jungle and taking this little resources from your enemies.
And that's all EMC needs to do. Look at this engage by GOG. It's a good setup, right? We have that a beautiful initiation. Armageddon comes out onto Chu. The Celestial Dragon follow up, but they take a little bit too long to focus him down and kill him. Even with Rayman's old habits die hard, locking him down, GOG is just taking way too much damage. You've got to respect the damage that Luis has at this point in time. That snowfall onto your team is going to be a bad time.
Bad time indeed. And after the skirmish in the mid lane, EMC managed to extend their gold lead into 1,500 gold and having 2 kills more than GOG does. And that's a reason, that's a rhythm that EMC wants to play. They want to make sure that the carries got enough time and enough priority to farm up. And Chu's damage will be gradually getting.
No, on the mid side, Cola's forced to pull out the Wild Blood just to run away. GOG finally finding a decent pick. They might be able to use this advantage to take this Tyrant. Cola stepping out deep with that ult.
Cola without ult, which means that EMC will back off a little bit because they do not have that one initiation coming out from their composition. You know, we can see the combo chains here. They really need Cola's ultimate to pull off those kind of team fights. Only Alin can do nothing because that control is so unstable. It got paused a little bit. You're losing the whole control ability from the composition. They really have to wait for the next ultimate coming out from the Cola, coming out from Zhang Fei.
GOG didn't have the damage online to be able to start that Tyrant now. They're looking for EMC to see if they start it and they can get a counter initiation, but EMC, they know that every time they have a bad initiation on this Tyrant, it costs them the game, and they're using that to be so passive now.
Getting vision, protecting GOG Ilian to get this blue for Rayman. And the second with the bomb, detecting whether there's a people in the bush or not. But Luis!
Oh, Luis finds a stun cutter on Rayman, but Rayman's finally starting to get a little bit beef. He's not going to take a lot of damage from that. Meanwhile, Shengmengshi is outputting a massive amount of damage for the side of EMC.
You know, the rhythm from EMC is just suddenly paused a little bit because GOG is trying to avoid getting the team fight to in 5v5 team fight with you, and they're trying to just make rotation onto the top, onto the bottom, make sure that they can clean the wave without even letting Ajo having chance to touch the tower. Even though, you know, I pay the price of losing some of jungle and that's it, I can accept it. But what I cannot accept is that you can take down my tower, and that's what Lady Sun and Ajo is trying to do so badly right now.
GOG finally finding the rotation they need to snag this Tyrant, help even up this gold lead. But meanwhile, on the top side, we have a 4-man rotate with waves crashing. Luis is on that tower doing a massive amount of damage. The Celestial Dragon comes out and knocks him back before the tower goes down. Ajo is really low.
Oh, but Ajo got protected by the ulti from Cola.
Unfortunately, Luis was not so lucky. He could not run away, and he will die.
0-1 trade in favor of GOG. Managed to take this fight back, managed to crawl back this deficit a little bit and back to the jungle, but in the cost they're losing their tier 2 turret on the top.
Yeah, at the very least, EMC was able to snag that tier 2 turret, and that is going to keep their gold lead at a steady pace ahead of GOG's. On the other hand, this could be the turnaround point for GOG. Their damage is starting to come online. If they can find some more picks like this, the Armageddon comes out, finds 2, Cola and Chu. We have the Race Cavalry and the one-man army on the backline by All, and it's able to separate GOG and stop them from diving.
The ultimate from Marco Polo cannot be fully exposed, and the enemy just went away, so that's why Ilian goes back to the red and make sure he can keep farming up safely. And let's see how well he's farming up. 5,500 Doomsday Pure Sky, and the books of the Saturday, it's okay, but on the other side, Lady Sun is unstoppable, over 6,000 gold right now. Making towards the Daybreaker.
GOG trying to put all the gold they can on Ilian. They're trying to get him online as quick as possible so they can take these fights. We have bottom wave crashing on this tower. That is a lot of damage. Lady Soon, 2 rolls in.
Oh,
the
and
tower's
rotation
gone.
here.
Celestial Dragon comes out on Alin. The Armageddon falls a little short. And Alin's able to walk away. Well played. Cola coming down to help him with the Wild Blood in the worst case scenario.
Top lane though.
Top case scenario, Yillian finally goes down. Chu was able to get that damage and find a double onto both him and MTS. That gank turned out to be a mistake.
And it is in EMC's favor for only losing 2 and finding 1 and finding 2 in return. And ultimate popping out Rayman back.
They weren't able to find an engage here. They wanted to grab this mid ground if they could, but the rotation by Aju was just a little too late. On the bright side, they do have the damage they need to keep GOG pressured, to keep them forced back. We have both Overlord and Dark Tyrant on the map. There's a lot for EMC to grab, including their own side of the map. But it seems like this tower is just too juicy to pass up as they keep the pressure on GOG.
GOG is trying everything to protect this mid 1 turret and mid lane. It's extremely important. Let's see the replay. How Shimongshi get a double on the top. Oh, ho, ho.
Wow. And MTS, he's not going to be able to run away.
And MTS has done a lot of damage to Marco Polo, and it's a worth a sighing, worth a death. It's okay. It's okay because Chu take the both double kill. Take the both kills.
GOG on the mid lane. They've got waves here. Ooh. Both teams, they don't want to take a bad fight. This is a crucial moment as we roll over into the mid game. Every death here starts to become much more painful as these timers are just way too high now.
EMC, if they want to speed up in this game, they really want to take down the mid turret in the mid lane. That's so important for them to open up the game because they want to do invasion. But with this tower standing in the mid and the front line, it will be not enough. The Dark Tyrant belongs to EMC.
Oh, EMC's able to snag that Dark Tyrant, but GOG's looking for the engage. The Wild Blood comes out by Cola, and that's going to get them away safely.
The Bush Dad is trying to find Alin.
Celestial Dragon coming down onto the Guan Yu with a follow-up stun by Rayman, but he's too beefy for it to matter.
Another change of HP, nothing, no killing happened down here, but EMC managed to take this Dark Tyrant, which means that GOG will not actively engage in team fights with you in the next 2 minutes.
Yeah, they've got that damage buff and a 3,000k gold lead. Now is the time to make some plays by AOG. Get Cola online though. He needs to have that ult for these engages.
4,000 gold lead indeed in favor of EMC. Look at the damage from Agil doing right now.
Rayman was able to get a good chip onto the Yukio, and Lewis was forced to go back to base. Like you said, though, you're going to have to watch Aju in these fights because that damage is insane. Anytime he gets close to the tower, it's a 2-shot. One more.
Oh, look at Yillian!
Wow. He gets it onto Yillian. Yillian almost dies, but he will make it back. And because he didn't choose to go for the tower, that tower will not fall yet. However, it is extremely low.
With the side lanes pushing in, I mean, they're going to lose their mid-tier 1 turret in seconds. They have to deal with a lot of pressure in the side lane. That's why we keep talking about this. This is a matter of 3-lane priority, not only the mid one. You have to push your side lanes into your enemy's crystal, into their high ground towers, so that they're losing focus on the mid one and you're trying to steal this mid one turret down when they're trying to take care of the side lanes.
Cola's rage is full. He has the ability to engage when his team is ready at this point in time. Lady Suin grabbing everything she can off the map to make sure she stays ahead. Still a 3,000 gold lead to AMC. That damage buff is going to be wearing off, but the Overlord is looking pretty for them. They want to snag this mid lane tower first to make sure the damage is high. Alin was forced to use that Razor's Cavalry early there.
I like the idea that Lady Sun has pulled off 2 boots because the Boots of Resistance is the only item you can find in Honor of Kings that can provide you with extra resistance. And that's one item that Aju really relies on because there's a lot of CC coming out from GOG's composition.
Aju with the explosive shell trying to find a mark but can't quite find it. She is able to get an auto on MTS and that damage is insane. Even on a tank, it's doing a lot of damage. She was found.
The damage is online.
The Armageddon by Maijun comes in with the 3-man knockup. He's able to dash through them, but he doesn't have the follow-up in time by his team. And Aju is whopping them down one by one. Lewis goes down, Cola goes down. Yulian is finding these kills. This is exactly what GOG needed at this point.
Another one trading for 3 in favor of GOG. They managed to win the fight with the Zhao going in, managed to take Ajo away from the battlefield. Now GOG has find a place, to find a time to turn this tide around a little bit by gaining this Overlord.
Yulian's able to snag that mid-ground tower as well and open up the game for themselves. Like you said, Dad's already started the Overlord. Once Yulian gets here, that's going to be a quick Overlord to GOG.
Like how well GOG plays defensively. They can always find ways to crawl back. They're like 5,000 gold behind, but they're making ways across the difficulty. They're trying everything they can to just crawl back and find time to fight back. And during that last 2 team fights, we can see that even though Ajo is off to a pretty safe place initially, but eventually he has used up the dashes, he has used up the flicker, so there's no more dash to him, and Dad just find the right time to dive in.
I think this is Cola being found by 4 as Cola will die. Dad is going in.
Data has a Succubus cloak and another top lane.
Alan's able to find Yulian top. Yulian will die. That's a lot of damage by GOG gone.
Ajo trying to make something happen, but MTS is just way too tanky to shredding down at this time of the game.
Yeah, big mistake there by Yulian means Ajo might be able to sneak this tower. Just needs to find the right opportunity to get an auto off onto it. Here's the thing about GOG, even if you're ahead in gold, you cannot pick your targets carelessly. If you don't make sure Yulian is dead, you best bet that he's going to be doing a lot of damage to try to get fed. Dad over here on Lewis doing a massive amount of damage. Armageddon by Maijun comes out, but it doesn't find any targets. Ajo on the backline getting a lot of damage back onto Maijun. He's able to get the Tyrant. He's able to push it and grab the kills. Shut down.
And it's such a smart decision for Arjo to try to finish up the Dark Tyrant first and then come into the battlefield doing damage to Dad and manage to win this team fight with nobody losing on their side and taking 1 man down in their enemy. And
look at that crit damage, 26, 32. Ajo, you monster.
Oh! But he got initiated.
The Armageddon finds Ajo. He's really low, but his team wasn't there to follow up. Yulian was trying to come in, but Ajo gets away. Meanwhile, he leaves his team to save the day as Lewis is looking really low. Yulian's able to 5 him Fever. Barrage finds Cola. 1 more auto will do it, and Yulian gets a double kill.
Alin finds Rayman in the back line. Can they do it? The solo kill here.
Ooh, he's
Rayman.
looking for it. Oh! Army of 1 into the knockback. Yulian's low. Ajo's taking tower shots. And he'll go down.
Another kind of communication happened here, taking damage from the enemy again and again, trying to protect
with the
Marco
Celestial
Polo.
Dragon on to Chu. Shenmeng-Chi is low. Dad is going for the last kill. It's almost an ace.
Shut down. In favor of GOG again, Ajo will be the only person alive in the battlefield once again. But fortunately, one fortunate news for EMC is that the wave is just okay. They managed the wave quite well so that GOG cannot find the time. But Ajo on the right target, not enough follow-up damage here.
But his turnaround damage is insane. He's able to snipe down on MTS, and Lewis with the follow-up will grab that kill. This is a game to watch.
Everything is just happening so fast. Ajo have a safe sentry right now, which means that he can resurrect at a certain time and a certain space. Lewis trying to slow down.
Oh, the Armageddon comes out, but it misses Luis, and now he's looking for a way to dash onto Yulian.
Siegebreaker, Glacial Buckler from Zhao Yun 4-1-2. This Zhao Yun can be destroyable at this time of the game, and he's changing the item maybe for a Siegebreaker at this point.
Oh my goodness, Allen in the bush on the back line. The race cavalry comes out on Yulian. Yulian's for the Fever Barrage away.
Ultimate jumps in, making damage to Ilian, but Ilian have a Succubus Cloak, which means he had the shield to overcome this damage. AP damage coming out from Chu, coming out from this Bomber Cat, Shenmeng-Chi. Taking vision on the Overlord, trying to engage in the team fight. GOG seems more active.
Yeah, both these teams need to find a neutral objective if they want to start swinging the game in their favor, because it's a dead even 5-5-5.
But Cola has the ultimate ready for the initiate, and anytime Alan is ready.
Dad is extremely low. Wild Blood comes out and it separates MTS from the team. There's nowhere that he can go. Alan doing a great job at being annoying as Aju cleans up MTS. EMC found the pick they needed to get into GOG's face. And
One man down from the side of GOG. MTS is down, trying to start on the Overlord, but it's quite dangerous. Dad is heading his vision with the Sage Sentry. He can safely retreat back.
Oh, safety doesn't seem to be in Dad's name as the Celestial Dragon comes on Lewis. The Snowfall comes out. Lewis is able to snag the kill, but Dad will come back and he kills Lewis in return. Meanwhile, on the back line, Yulian's getting stopped by 3. The Fear Barrage comes out. Yulian with the kills, but the army of one by Allen will shut him down.
There's ultimate from
Rainman coming in. Old habits die hard as Aju dies in this match. Double tower shot! Double tower shots kill the Guan Yu.
The only person who's alive right now is Chu making towards Raymond, because Raymond's quite low, but with the MTS resurrect from the crystal, managed to save his members' life.
Oh my god, Dad doesn't want to give Chu up.
Wow, that's just a lot of skirmishes happen on the same time, and the bottom lane we see that solo kill coming out from Dad, and this Owlin, you must see in this performance last team fight, Owlin was everywhere, pushing back, pushing forward, separated the battlefield, and Marco Polo, the last damage, the last ultimate he pulled off, managed to kill the first light out of Ajo, but Ajo resurrect from the original place, used a flicker to change position, trying to do damage onto Mozi, but Mozi, you know, the ultimate just, you know,
completely locked down Aju. There was nothing that he could do when he was under that CC.
Yeah.
Well played by Rayman. All these skirmishes, all these splits, they come down to each team relying on their wits, on their micro to be able to carry them through. Neither team's been able to come together and find the kills they need. Aju comes in with the Razor's Cavalry pushing Dad back. Chu finds the kill on Maiju, and this could be what EMC needs to turn the tides. They're putting a lot of pressure onto GOG as MTS is forced to flicker back on the wall. Dad on that backside. We see Rayman with the snipe onto Aju. Fevered Bronze comes up and cleans up Cola. Yulian is looking to get some more gear as Aju's taking extremely low, and Rayman's on that backline. Does Rayman have the ult?
Ultimate fading out!
Lewis is taking extremely low, and Lillian's looking to clean up. Rayman needs to get the snipe. Will he find it? No, he misses.
He missed the target and managed to save Marco Polo's
Meanwhile,
life.
Lady Soon in the mid lane takes the high ground tower. Dad finds the kill. He's looking for the double on Aju, and Chu is able to come back, and Dad will go down.
Destiny didn't manage to save Zhao with spot life, but he managed to trade life with Chu, but Chu has a Sage Sentry and reserve back again. And I couldn't count the numbers down because, you know, they're just randomly getting picked, getting killed, getting resurrected, using the Sage Sentry. But right now, it's GOG's time because they have the vision on the Dark Tyrant. They wanted to start this Dark Tyrant 2 minutes ago, but it happened so fast. EMC doesn't want to let it go. But Cola has no ultimate at the stage, which means that GOG have more initiation coming out from Taro, because Taro definitely has the ultimate, have a shorter cooldown than Zhangfei does.
I think that was definitely the right call by Aju to go for that wave, to go for the mid line and get those super minions, because now EMC has a little bit more pressure, and that pressure is going to turn into a Dark Tyrant. This could be what EMC needs to tie up this series 2-2. They do have the gold advantage.
I don't think that GOG could just let this Dark Tyrant go that easily. They can use Mozi have enough time, enough damage at this pace. He can have Mozi doing solo with this blue buff all alone and let New Mozi Toro to take the vision and trying to buy them times when EMC is trying to finish off the Dark Tyrant. And the Dark Tyrant is especially important at this time of stage because they will have a damage buff.
Yeah, at 24 minutes, over 60,000 gold, both teams are stacked out as much as they're going to be. It's all going to come down to Sage Sanctuaries and neutral objective pressure to see which team can take the fight. EMC able to snag not just the Dark Tyrant, but now the Overlord uncontested is really good.
Yeah, so getting the 2 dragons at the same time is helping AMC a lot because it's already 24 minutes. They need the Overlord to push their waves in way closer into GOG's crystal, and this Dark Tyrant will do the same.
GOG clearing everything they can off the map at this point in time. They need to find a pick. They need to find a good engage. They do have Sage Sanctuaries online. They've got the gold they need to make things happen. Watch Allen in the bush. Good checks by Yillian.
Let's see the Sage Sentry remaining. Ajo has one. Yukio has one.
Lewis has one. Oh, nice. Here's
look at the damage
taking
here.
Extremely low. Chengmenchi with the follow-up. We have Maijun going in. Lewis is forced back. Rayman finds the stun, but EMC was able to walk away successfully. They're going to have those Overlord's Vanguards coming in.
Zhang Fei, Dad is looking for the time, but Aulin found it.
No, he's able to find the stun. The rotation by EMC is beautiful. Does he have the follow-up damage? He does. Even with the Sage Sanctuary, Dad will die. He tried to get onto Aju, but he couldn't find the kill.
Yillian is here, making damage to the frontliner, but it doesn't work because Data has already down.
This is looking good for EMC. They've got a double Vanguard coming in on the top lane. They still have the one mid lane, but it's pretty low.
It seems good for the side of EMC to finish off the game because they have 2 Vanguards on the top lane.
Here we go. Aju getting a lot of damage onto MTS, pushing them back. Maijun is trying to take some shots for his team.
Aulin.
Aulin on that back line. Watch for the Razor's Cavalry. He does pop the immunity. The Razor's Cavalry comes out. Army of One comes out. It's a killing spree, though, for Yillian as he's getting a lot of damage on EMC. All the Sage Sanctuaries are procced.
1-1 trade, and Yillian trading his Sage Sentry to stop the attack from the side of EMC. He managed to do it, and they can find the time to just clean this wave, this Vanguard in the top and bottom side, buy them enough time. And let's see, only the Succubus Cloak and the tanky items remaining, a Dazzlery remaining. This Marco Polo has no boots right now, moving very slowly.
No boots, but all damage by this Marco Polo. He needs to be able to survive those fights with that Succubus Cloak and go in and get those kills. Unfortunately for EMC, they weren't able to snag any more high grounds with the double neutral objective. Really well played by GOG. They were able to proc the Sage Sanctuaries as well. Aju's going to be the only one that has it at this point.
Spark Forged Dagger coming out from Lady Sun and Marco Polo at the same time, giving them extra moving speed, and that's why this item is pulled out, because they have already sold their boots away.
We already have the next Dark Tyrant spawning now. GOG knows it's spawned. They know EMC wants it. EMC hasn't started it yet, though. We find a knock-up on Cola. The Armageddon comes out, but Maijun took a lot of damage for that. He doesn't have the follow-up of his team. Allen on the backline is trying to find Maijun. Dat, meanwhile, trying to get onto Aju, but he couldn't do it. He split his team. Allen gets the defeat on him. This is a one trade for both teams.
Yeah, it's basically happening the same thing, that there's a one person up, another
Wild
ulti.
Blood finds 2, and GOG is sent packing as Allen comes in from that backline looking to get that damage on. Rayman getting a lot of damage. The ult comes out. They're able to find the kills. GOG is doing what they need to do to end this game.
GOG resurrect from the original place. Rayman can escape. There's a 1 trading for 2 in favor of GOG. Ajo really, he's surviving in like a little space, and every single attack, every single damage aiming for this Ajo, for this Lady Sun. Lady Sun is literally have no space to live during that team fight just now.
And now that she died, she doesn't have the Sage Sanctuary anymore, but they are getting this Overlord. They know that GOG is down here. This is the right call. Snag it as fast as you can. Push Maijun now. Maijun is not going to be able to grab that still. The Overlord comes in. The Armageddon comes out, but it doesn't find any, and now GOG is going to have a hard time pressuring out against those dragons.
Because Maijun has not yet a flicker to change the position of his ultimate right now, so Each team, the both team lead needs to pause a little bit, trying to give them more time to readjust their items. We can see that Ajo is pulling off those boots of resistance. He really needs to be surviving on the stage in order to do damage. So that's the reason why he's given up on those damaging items and buy this boot of resistance. It's so important. So many CC coming out from GOG.
Especially when all you can rely on is Destiny now that you have no more Sage Sanctuary.
MTS.
Taking that ultimate shell, but it's hardly doing any damage. We've got Sage Sanctuary on both Yillian and MTS and Cola. So those are the people that are going to be able to come back alive.
But the bottom lane high ground tower is gone. That's not a fair trade in favor when we are talking about EMC sides. They're losing this high ground tower for nothing.
Yeah, GOG's finally found what they needed to be to get some damage on. Oh no, Rayman's taken extremely low by Aju. Aju's getting greedy. He's going in on Yillian. Yillian's pushed
so
back.
low.
Yillian trying to stay alive, but that Owlin is a beast. Pushing back Rayman, but Yillian doesn't die. EMC's able to find 2 in the favor of MTS. We've got to see if MTS can survive. I don't think he can. He finds the knockup. He's just buying time at this point for his team to heal. Yillian's able to get healed. Zhao Yun in the meanwhile is splitting the waves. That way, EMC can't easily push in. Super Minions on that bottom mean it's going to be really hard for them too.
Marco Polo is doing everything he can to clean the waves, but he's shredding down. Ultimate into
no, Yillian's caught out to the left-hand side. The tower is gone. They've got dragons coming in. Dad is looking to stop this dragon. He's looking to stop the damage, but Lady Suide's too powerful, and EMC takes game 4.
2-2 in favor of EMC. Managed to take this victory back.
We're going all the way to game 5. You know,
all the way to game 5. We
said
are
it in the
on
beginning.
fire. Man, every time we catch together, like 3 times of Battle 5 going full, EMC versus GOG again proves out to be that competent, that even 50-50. So that's not a flipping coin thing, you know. The initial winning rate, real-time winning rate, it's all come down to 50 and 50 because these 2 teams can do everything, can make every single thing happen on the stage. This last game lasts for nearly 30 seconds.
30 minutes, yeah.
30 minutes, and each player has used up 2 times of the Sage Sentry and managed to get the final victory back from the side of EMC.
Wow, well played. Like you said, coin flip it is 2-2. We will be going to a game 5 and the hero pools will be deep. Everyone will be running thin. Let's take a look at some of these replays.
In the very last few team fights, we can see a lot of performances coming. Both the carries are doing a lot of good jobs. I mean, Rayman, Alien, and this Owlin. Owlin should have the MVP for this.
Owlin, those pushes are insane. He's gonna catch Rayman here and push him all the way back to his team. He catches Maijun as well. Well played. What a split.
Yeah, no wonder. That's why we are always saying that Owlin's Guan Yu is one of the best Owlin, one of the best Guan Yu in KRK division, and you know, through this game, I can really understand the reason behind this.
You know, Lady Suin had a much easier time with Owlin always there pushing people right to her, right? She's able to stand so far away from the fights and just get everybody pushed right back to her.
So this is a game that requires 5 people to do the same thing. And in this game, during this game, Owlin did a lot of vision opening, did a lot of protection to Ajo. Not only Cola is protecting Ajo, he got protected by Owlin all the time. This one, making sure that the backliner will no longer be closer to you, to Ajo, and so that this Lady Suin can roll, can do the first ability to where direction she want to go, to do the damage at the most extent.
And that gold in EMC's favor the whole time, and you called it. MVP goes to Owlin.
4 kills, that for 3 times, and have 6 assistants. We don't need to really dig into the data he made, the damage he did, or the damage he shouldered, but we have to watch the positions, the things that he did within the team fight happens. So every single time Allen is on the backliner, make sure that he can continue to push back, push forward, and separated GOG's composition a lot of time, frequently. I mean, this Marco Polo must hate this Guan Yu every time he saw his character going in.
Yeah, this MVP doesn't just go to the stats, it goes to the plays, the positioning, and any time a big play by EMC was made, it was because Allen was in that back line setting it up and ruining GOG's day.
Yeah, I know. It's what a match. What a match.
What a match. An almost 30-minute match of just absolute bloodbath. These teams were fighting back to back to back, oftentimes split fighting, where they're halfway across the map going in at the same time. Like, that's got to take some key communication.
And I love the idea. I love the fact that they're always trying to keep calm when we're engaging the team fights. We never saw a ace ones. We never saw a like 0 training to 4, 1 training to 4. Every member are so careful with his standings when they realize, oh, we are losing on the team fights. No matter more than 2 or 3 will just suddenly retreat back, gaining whatever he can do to prevent this team fight, this loss into a bigger extent. So that's one good thing is that it's done from both teams. They're doing this quite well.
Yeah, when it comes to these two teams, I think they both understand that an ace can quite literally mean their base. We saw it in 2 games just today. They cannot afford to let that happen.
Yeah. So they're very good at making compensation back. They always find ways to make compensation, and you know, that's a reason why we're seeing the game over 30 minutes. And so now I believe that it's a 5th game. So the hero poses one more thing, and you know, BP. The way you do the draft and ban draft is so important in order for you to get those flags, those meta heroes in your hands than the others.
Especially because, like you said, this is a 50-50. Like, these teams, they've proved to us that they're extremely even in skill and gameplay. Neither team has really had a dominating factor over the other one. It comes down to the wire, and it comes down to late game. So what we really need to see is who wants it more at this point, right? Who is going to be able to take it to the final game and perform after already going through 4 grilling matches?
Yeah, so as we were talking about before this match even started, we were just discussing off stage. I mean, this is one of the game that we think it will most probably make it to the last game, and it really happens. It really happens, you know. I've been casting with a bag for a long time till now. It's surprised, you know. I mean, we are on fire. Not only the teams, you know, every single match that we cast on will make it to the final one.
It's always going to 5. They just love to hear us talk, is what it is. They're like, if we could keep it going on, that means the casters get to keep casting.
So I'm looking forward to see what result and what kind of strategy that both teams will be presenting to us in the next game.
I wonder what marksmen are going to get pulled out now that we're so deep in the hero pool selections.
Yeah, marksman will definitely be one of the thing that they're fighting for, and you know, side laners is also important because in this age, Lu Bu is used, Yukil is out. So the options are really limited, and we're now diving into the 5th game, and we're now witnessing how they're doing ban draft for both teams, as GOG is once again back into the blue side, making them have the priority to pick the first hero, and the first one they want to take off the table is Dun Shan, a very strong initiation support when it comes to the team fights, especially he will be very aggressive in the early game, trying to do invasions. That is what we mostly frequently seen from the earlier games engages. And from the side of EMC, Chang'e, this choice, Chang'e has never been out the table from the side of EMC. They really wanted to make a lot of targets towards Rayman because they know that once Rayman have this Chang'e, he will be an absolute nightmare towards their enemies. And since the time has moved to the 5th round, 5th game, Dianjie is no longer on the table for EMC to choose, and Gong Li as well, taken away from the side of EMC. So first round of BP is fixed, is finished. But surprisingly, GOG still got this Pangu out for the first pick, and Pangu well goes to the side of GOG. Whether they choose to put the Pangu on the side lanes or the jungler, that really depends on the rest of the compositions that GOG wants to have. And the first and second pick from the side of EMC, that's C. You know, I was surprised to see Pangu still being out, being available.
I know, they had him banned for so long that he's finally able to make an appearance here in the very last game of the series. GOG, that is a good snag for them.
I like the fact that they're bringing out one mobility insurance and one tankiness insurance. I love seeing this this two characters standing in the same team, which means that, you know, with the help of Sun Bin, Xiangyu will be much more mobile than before.
Yeah, and that's something that he obviously struggles with, so having that mobility on him will be extremely helpful in the side lane, especially if he has to go up against Pangu.
Wei Guzi being the third team, that's aggression that we're looking forward to see from the side of GOG together with Pei Qinghu early aggression.
GOG does not want to let a game go so far anymore. They're tired of playing these late game picks, and now they're going to take some early game fire. I want to really pay attention to the Grey Goose's engages, because if Grey Goose can get some really good engages onto the enemy team, I mean, people like that Sun Bin are extremely squishy. Pei Qinghu's going to be able to come up and just mop up the floor with them.
You know, Grey Goose versus Sun Bin, this is a battle that we've seen earlier in like 2 seasons before KPL, and it's a fighting for speeding.
Yeah.
So speeding up, fighting for speeding up, and just trying to figure out who has a higher damage to finish off their enemies. That's one key thing.
Miyue coming out for the side lane pick. We've seen her a few times in the very first week, but hasn't been able to come out so far today, so this will be the first time we get to see Miyue come out.
So Miyue, you know, when I see a composition with Miyue, and I'm like over 50% sure that this Miyue will be played to create those pressure to the side lanes. He wants to play with the waves but not engage in the team fights. And this is the strategy that EMC want to do, because with the help of Sun Bin, every rotation will be happening faster than before. And there's a boost, there's a benefit to Miyue at the same time, because Miyue can be everywhere. Once he finish off the tier 1 turret in the top lane, he can just rotate back so quickly into the bottom, trying to make the wave advantages get more advantage on the waves. That's strategies I am seeing from the side of EMC right now.
Whereas GOG, they're going to go in for the pressure, the aggression, try to take that first tiring, try to grab first blood as well. They are going to be able to hopefully keep up with those rotations if they utilize Grey Goose correctly, right? Not be too far behind. So it's going to depend on who can play their game more effectively. If GOG gets that early game, they might just run away with it.
You know, as we're seeing from GOG composition, aggression is the word they're looking for, and I really look forward to see more kind of character who have a strong CC ability, such as Sulia coming on from GOG. Maybe Sulia can play it into the side lanes, and making the whole composition a more aggressive kind of style in the gameplay. Hua Hui Kuwei, Xiao Jiao coming out.
Oh, Zhao Zhao. Oh, that Meteor Storm ult is devastating. Watch out for the Butterfly fans as well. If they catch you in a bush, you're going to have a bad time.
Well, that's extremely late game composition in the side of EMC. Xiao Jiao needs a long time, such as Mozi. It works in the same way. They really realize not only 2, but also 3 items, AB items, to do the damage in the late game, which can, you know, just sudden make a lot of damage onto Pei Qinghu or Pangu as well, because Pei Qinghu and Pangu are not tanky enough. Pangu are built for late damaging items, which means that he will be quite vulnerable. And you know, EMC is not going to choose another marksman. This is a no marksman game. They're finally getting to choose another assassin in their compositions.
Coming down to game 5, they're going to pull from their experience and go for the no marksman comp.
Yuan
Oh, Yuanga.
Yuanga, that's the counter pick that we're looking for. Normally happens because Yuanga can be a counter pick towards Sunbin, making Sunbin extremely difficult and dangerous to walk into bush and try to get vision for his mid laner.
Yuanga provides an amazing amount of vision for his team as well, just throwing that puppet everywhere. You're able to see everything that the enemy is doing and no real risk towards yourself.
I know Levi is coming out. Levi, with the help of Sunbin, Levi can be a lot more mobile, and the whole composition of EMC is quite risky because they cannot lose any early game fights. If you give GOG any early game lead, it will be really difficult to turn the tide around.
Yeah, EMC is going to want to hold the game out as long as possible, because when those items come online, they're going to have a massive advantage over GOG. So GOG needs to go for that first blood, try to snag anything they can. We know GOG likes to fight early game. They like to grab pace control early game. Will they be able to pull it off in this match? That's the question.
Wow, so the last game, the drafts are fixed, the composition is already finished. Let's take another look at the composition at the final game. So GOG chooses a very aggressive kind of gameplay with Guiguzi paired with Pei Qingpu. Very aggressive enough in the early game, and on the other side, EMC chooses a little bit risky composition because you really need time and a goal to farm up towards the late game. That's a thing that EMC will have to do in early game, making sure every single jungle gets protected, and they have to play so cautiously.
EMC is plotting another 30-minute game. They're like, we're going to drag this puppy out as long as we can.
You know, one thing for Levi, the reason I said this composition is really risky is that you cannot see a lot of turnover happen when on the side of Levi, because when Levi is in a defensive state, every single jungle will be cleaned out by your enemy, which means that you have nowhere to unleash your ultimate. You need to at least have 4 auto attacks onto either the waves or the jungles, but with the jungle gone, Levi has nowhere to pull off the ultimate. That's the one thing that Levi cannot deal with when he's in the defensive state.
That's why he cannot afford to fall behind in this game. He's got to be able to farm everything he can. He's got to do it safely. They do have a good amount of escape and poke abilities, so if they rely on those, I think that's going to be the key to drawing out the late game. Rely on that butterfly fan. Rely on the fact that you can Umbral Moon if you need to get out of the way from that Miyue, and just get that chip until the late game. We've got GOG versus EMC on the blue side. MTS will be playing Pongu. Dat will be playing Guan Yu, Rainman on the Yunga, Yillian on the Pei Qinghu, and Maijun on the Great Guza.
On the side of EMC, Alan will be playing Miyue, Aja will be playing Li Bai, Zhu plays Xiao Chao, Luis plays Xiangnu, and Cola plays this cute little boy, Sunbin.
Cola on the Sunbin. What a refreshing thing. We are heading into what will be the final game between Ghost Owl Gaming and EMC.
And this is 100% definitely gonna be the last game. There's no more game. Whoever takes the victory back won the score.
Yeah, there's absolutely nowhere left to go. If GOG wins this,
early game invasion happened here.
They will be moving on to Malaysia.
Taking the jungles away from the side of EMC and trying to get this this red.
Lewis seeing if he could snag it, but he could not. Red goes to Yillian, and GOG is off to an invasive beginning.
Nice invasive beginning indeed, because EMC didn't choose to just go back, do the same vertical jungling thing. So GOG is off to a 3-buff opening.
On this top side, MTS just getting that farm on the Pongu. We've got the mid waves being cleared and 45 seconds until the first Tyrant.
They put Guan Yu on the bottom lane. That's not the usual case that we see for most of the time. Guan Yu will be in the top because Guan Yu rotates faster, and they'll put Pangu on the bottom lane because once Pangu gets into level 4, he will be extremely powerful when it comes to team fights, and that's what we're expecting to see when after 20 seconds the first Tyrant spawned. But GOG must have done it for a reason.
RNG.M going in there, trying to get a little chip damage on Chu, but he's not going to find any. Beijing, meanwhile, clearing his wave, and Guan Yu with the rotations. We've only got 5 seconds until this Tyrant spawns. Both teams are looking to set up.
Another invasion counting down.
Oh, Rayman, Aju's coming back and forth. So close, but now you're rotated on. OGOG overstayed their welcome as Maiju's extremely low. Alien's looking for the kill, but MTS stills it. First blood over to GOG.
Nice rotation down to the mid, out of expectations. EMT is chasing because Guigus is so low, but MTS just happened to be here. Nice communication coming out from this rotation. And gain the wave priority. They're now invading in the red again. Not a very good beginning from the side of EMC, but everything is looking good for GOG.
Oh, wow. Watch this Ray play. We have a great engage by GOG. They get on Aju. Aju's using his double dash to get into the back line. He has the finesse, and now they have the follow-up. Chu with that damage, all in with the follow-up. They want Maijun so bad. He's so low. But they just cannot grab him.
Chu is out. Little Blue have to go back with no mana. Xiaoqiao cannot pull off their abilities. Because Xiaoqiao really needs to unleash the first ability to clean the wave. So the mana will be used up very soon in the early game, especially for Xiaoqiao.
On this bottom side, we've got a 3-man rotation down here. Just keeping that pressure on Dat, making sure that he cannot rotate easily for his team. Just commonly see this team's putting a lot of pressure on the Guan Yu, stopping his rotations.
Can see the dashboard right now. Ajo is not farming well, only 1,400 gold, but on the other side, Mantias gaining that first blood, giving him 2,300 gold till now.
Ooh, Dat finds the rotation on Lewis. The pushback comes into the team. He finds 2. Cole is taking a lot of damage. Rayman is frozen with that puppet. The puppet dies. And we have a trade, a 2-for-1 trade over to the favor of EMC as they're looking to pick up a third one. Yulin's taking extremely low. Kola looking for the damage, but he will not be able to find it.
1 trading for 2. EMT is looking good. Once again, through the skirmish in the mid lane, trying to chase back a little bit of gold deficit. Rayman's out of the puppet right now, which means they can no longer open up the vision and trying to give a little bit this disruption, getting some chip damage onto Xiaoqiao. But Yulian still trying to control the red. Oh, mid lane!
Oh no, in the mid lane, Chu will die.
That's a 1-for-1 trade because Guigus is trying to support Alan very low.
Alan is extremely low, but that regen is just way too much.
But he has to give this outer tier 1 turret in the top lane instead.
And that makes it a good push for the side of GOG. Snagging that first top lane means they'll have a little bit more pressure there to keep those rotations coming.
That's, yeah, the flicker into the second ability is trying to get those damage onto Xiaoqiao, but missed the target. And you know what Xiaoqiao really does is just popping up the ulti.
Yeah, that Meteor Storm does way too much damage.
Shouldn't have done this, Rayman.
Ooh, Rayman's puppet gets caught and dies. They won't have that for the vision. We have the Tyrant spawned again. Neither team has had the lane priority to be able to snag it. EMC might finally be able to grab something here and then go on. Subin finds him in the bush. Hyjun's taken extremely low.
Luis and all lane, both frontliners, has got the Glacial Buckler, which will give him an extra 20.
With the Green Lotus Serenade, just pressuring him back.
Top lane.
Oh, we've got a 3v1 over here trying to get on Miyue. They cannot pressure on this, especially when she has ult and Umbral Moon. Midwave crashing. 3 people are thrown into the position. Green Lotus Serenade comes out. Yulian's taken low. The Canyonman's doing a lot of work to that tower.
Top lane, the waves are crushing to the tier 1 turret in the bottom, so Li Ban have to go back. They're fighting every minute to earn the gold back, but GOG didn't manage to extend the gold lead so far.
Yeah, they will finally snag that Tyrant. That'll help them stay at over 1,000 gold lead.
Yeah, EMC managed to pause the pace from GOG a little bit, earning themselves more time to farm up.
GOG needs to pick up the rhythm. They need to take that Tyrant, take all your jungle, and turn that into an advantage by going for a kill, going for a pick. Right now, they just can't find it. I think the lane switch is actually really hurting them. They want
Ulti pop out.
the pressure is on. EMC looking for the engage. They can't find it. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Lewis is taken extremely low. MTS is trying to find the bleed damage on him. Can Rayman follow up? He cannot. MTS will die, and it's a double kill as Maijun goes down as well.
EMC has find another successful skirmish in the mid lane, which means that they're always chasing back, making their
Cavalry comes out on Cola, and there's nowhere for this little boy to run.
Tier 2 turret on top lane goes down, which means that will be a lot of advantageous wave pressure onto EMC's top lane. That's a good thing for the side of GOG.
Yeah, that was a good trade. They needed to grab something. He gets under the tower and he'll find Chu. Wow, that tower is taken extremely low.
It's the 5th game between these two teams. They have to make smart decisions. Cannot just let us randomly happen on the stage. They have to go in as the same people. They have to be more synchronized.
More synchronized. I think that is the key. We need to see more synchronized gameplay by either EMC or GOG. Whichever one can lock it down, pull it together will be better.
Yeah.
Julian able to clean up there for the Guan Yu.
Top lane, some engage happened, but there's no killing and dead happening, and only trading for HP, fairly trade. And Maijun getting vision.
Finding 3. Ooh, they're chasing him down. Aju is able to dash back. Good communication by his team, because his team does not have the mobility he has. They got to make sure they don't overcommit until Aju's ready.
MTS made a doomsday till now.
Here we go. Are we going to start this Overlord? We've set up for it. EMC knows we're here, though.
Here.
They don't know we're here. They've got absolutely no vision.
So,
I'd assume they saw at least one rotate.
Yeah, just now we're seeing this, the vision coming from the side of EMC.
Ooh, Lewis finds 2, raises cavalry on Alan. Alan's really low, waiting for this man to pop the Umbral Moon. Umbral Moon comes out, means he gets away. That Pongu ult, though, finds all of them as they're taken extremely low. EMC, all put below 40% health, will be forced to go back to base.
So even though there's no death happening on stage, but GOG managed to force EMC goes back to the crystal, which means that they can have the full vision on the river, taking this Tyrant again as evidence to show that GOG is in dominance.
Yeah,
position.
Pongu with that devastating shot, because his team was there, more of them come out, and he's able to hit 4 people. Well played by MTS.
Whoa, Siegebreaker, Rain Man, that's a large improve in the damage.
And now we have Dark Tyrant up. GOG's already started it. Ooh, there are blues there as well. Maijun does spot it. Aju, you gotta be careful if you're baiting Aju. He has the ability to greenload his Serenade on the Dark Tyrant, but he didn't know it was happening. They're able to snag that away. Clear this wave as fast as possible. See if you can grab mid-ground. That's what GOG is thinking. Wave is still crashing. Yulian's looking for the pick. They are able to snag that mid-ground tower. Raises cavalry coming out in the background. Cola super low. Luis is stuck in between 4 as Alan is pressuring back Rainman. Meanwhile, on the backline, Dat was not able to find the damage, and he will die.
Dat has been shouldering a lot of damage coming from the 4 member from each side of EMC, but it's a 1-to-1 trade. This works the same. This is the same thing that we've seen from the last game.
Yeah.
The Guan Yu just dive in, choosing to separate the field and getting punched by the 4 members, and the remaining 4 of the teammates getting into the frontliners, 1 training for 1. But in this case, it's more of a wealthy trade for GOG, because they have more dominance and more priority on the lanes. So they can always go back to force on the lanes and give pressure to EMC.
And that's what they're going to need to do if they want to snag this Overlord. That's what we need to see by GOG. Get the Overlord, use those Overlord Vanguards as pressure to start taking these fights in a more favorable position. Rayman does find the vision. Cola's looking to come in now. Maijun is spotted instead. Both teams playing it safe.
Maijun has a Rampage happened.
Oh, wow, a double kill by Yulian as he was sneaking around in the enemy jungle. This could be what GOG needs to end the game. They got a lot of damage on Rayman's puppet, but that's not going to do anything for the side of EMC as GOG is walking in that bottom lane with minions.
GOG wants to win this game with a double kill. Goes to Yulian, wants to
Here
start a
it
fight.
comes. Maijun goes in. They get a lot of damage. Chu is killed by Dat. This is what GOG needs on the top side. They're able to get Maijun. They have waves crashing.
Top side.
They can't do anything. We need Lewis to get back to the base. He's trying to push it out. Is he able to grab him?
He finished off the cannon.
Oh my goodness. What a play by EMC, barely pulling GOG off the trigger.
You know, Yulian is giving up the chance to have the triple kill on the bottom high ground tower to go directly, even though he takes 2 tower diagrams within the tower. He wants to steal this crystal so that he can earn this victory back. But fortunately, from the side of EMC, Lewis managed to clean the wave, push the wave back a little bit so that the cannon will no longer be creating
Oh my goodness,
damage to the
Rampage.
crystal.
Look at the damage that Yulian has back here.
You know,
fighting the 1-1-1.
Yeah, when finish off the double kill, he doesn't lose any HP. That's one thing. You think,
That's a beautiful
replay
engage
just
by
now.
Maijun.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, on the top side, they're going for game. MTS and Yulian, they go in, they start getting damage. They know the Canyonmans are coming. Dat tried so hard to push Lewis out of the way, but Lewis, the saving grace for his team, able to dash those minions out of dodge and stop them from taking the base.
And right now, both teams are getting back, getting healed up with full HP. Want to finish this game quickly. Eliam with the shield on his human state, well, can do auto attack with the towers. Engage happened here in the top lane as well.
We've got the super minions rolling in. Waves are managed, and with that overlord, Vanguards are crashing. Lewis is trying to keep everyone out of the way, but Lewis is taking a lot of damage. He'll come in by Pangu with Rayman's follow-up. Will put them down in the tower range. Rayman is going in deep. Alan's taken low. They're trying to get back on MTS and make a 1-for-1 trade. Will they be able to find it? They will. Chu will put down MTS.
1-in-1 trade indeed. MTS trading for Luis. All the frontliner goes down. But, you know, EMC is excelled at making the compensation work, and that's why they have successfully protected the high ground tower for two times till now. But still, GOG's up to GOG to take whatever dragons they want. The Dark Tyrant will still belong to the side of GOG. Ghost Out Gaming.
Yes, that Dark Tyrant and that damage buff is now in their hands. They've still got this last wave of Vanguards to push into these towers. On that top side, we've already got super minions. This is the name of the game. This is the play to be made by GOG. MTS is back online. Will they be able to find a solid engage and end this game?
And we've seen that Xiao Cao has already have like 3 AB items so far. The damage is online officially. And for Levi, Nightmare, Blood Sweeper, Siege Breaker, Broken Star Maze, that's okay. For Levi, fully itemized, over 10,000 gold lead. The only question is that whether Levi can pull off his ultimate during the team fights, because they're now in the defensive day, they need to give the wave to Levi all the time.
Mid-wave crashing, they're able to find that tower uncontested. The Meteor Storm comes out, but he can't get close enough to do that damage. And on the backline, MTS goes down. Alan's getting a lot of chip damage onto Rayman. We find a 3v2 trade. Dad is looking to get onto Aju. He misses the army of one. The Splendor comes out, keeping him alive. Maijun looking for Aju. He's trying to clear the wave. Green Lotus Serenade does a lot of damage, but it's an ace outside the base as GOG is looking to end this series and secure their spot to Malaysia.
EMC have to wait for 18 seconds more to resurrect from the crystal. There's no way that can stop GOG from taking down the crystal.
GOG takes the base.
Good game by GOG. Won the ticket to the Malaysia, getting into the elimination stage.
GOG taking destiny into their own hands, and by putting down EMC fighting, they will move on to the elimination rounds.
3-2. aggressive game provided from both teams, and you know, before it reaches to the last game in the BP stage, we are like predicting how insufficient the damage is in the early game from EMC's composition, and sadly they lose a game. But now we're seeing 5 players from GOG. They have overcome a lot of difficulty with the problem with the communication, but they managed to make it out to Malaysia.
I don't think anyone could have predicted this. GOG before the qualifier matches, everyone pretty much counted them out. They did not think they were a good enough team to come in and make it here, let alone to the elimination stages. But GOG came out and they proved everybody wrong.
Everybody wrong, GOG. Sadly, they were destroyed by Nova, but this time they find their way back by putting the 3-2 against EMC Esports from Macau, China.
It was a hard-fought battle indeed, but GOG was able to grind it out, and with that last game, their road to Kuala Lumpur is secured.
Congratulations again.
Look at that damage, evenly split on the side of GOG and EMC. That's a rarity.
It's been so long since the last time I've seen Pei Qinghu going crazy on the stage, on our battlefield.
Yeah, and GOG yelling that Pei Qinghu 6-0-8, 26% damage done and 17 damage taken. The main thing to know, not only did this guy's double kills help secure the name of the game for GOG, he died never.
Yeah. So it's completely worth the name to be the most valuable player within this single team, this single game. And let's see some highlights and replay of this game. We're seeing the team fights. Yeah,
right
when
here.
going to the high ground, and this is where Ilya trying to steal the crystal. Let's see where Ilya is.
So close, so close. He makes a rotation with MTS. They must have called for it, and they start it right away. They know the minions are going to be rushing. They go in on this, but Luis will have none of that.
I mean, Guan Yu is trying everything he can to try to stop Luis from getting into the cannon, but it doesn't work. But it's okay from the side of GOG. They still got the dominance. Look at the damage from Rayman.
It's so unfortunate for Aju. He wants to go in and help his team, but he can't get the autos he needs to be able to pull off the Green Lotus Serenade. If this would have been an advantageous situation where he had that ult on deck, that would have been a completely different, that would have been a team wipe for GOG, but because Aju's not in the fight, they're effectively fighting a 5v4, and GOG is just able to clean up.
Completely different. That's why we're saying that Li Bai is so difficult when he's in a defensive state, yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't have the Green Lotus Serenade, and you can see the frustration in EMC's eyes as they're all so low. Yeah. Everyone by GOG, they decided to fight that dive. They're extremely low, and the damage just isn't there.
Yeah, so, you know, every fight we have to witness one winner and one loser losing that score. So that's unfortunate news for GOG making it to the elimination stage. But I still see a lot of aggression coming out from EMC. So I'm looking forward to see their very nice performance in that next season KRKPL.
True. They did take a lot. I think GOG learned a lot from the KPL teams, and they really grew as a team. So I'm also excited to see how they'll do in the elimination stages, because they're going to be facing, obviously, some hard KPL teams going up. With that, we're going to take a short intermission, and then we'll be back for the last series of the day, Hero versus RNG.M.
See ya.
无解绕后，横刀立马，不可复制的经典时刻，让我成为很多人的目标。但也因为这样， 我想迎战更多的人，创造更多的第一，比如世界第一赛区。
辅助位都擅长制造麻烦，蹲守开团抢视野。但比起这些，我们 KPL 的辅助更懂得怎样把握时机，节奏一定在我们这边。
可以悄无声息的绕后，
也能果断凌厉的打开战局。
如果用一个词形容，我觉得我们像风，只要稍微侧耳，
就能听到来自 KPL 的呼啸声。
我是 QGIP Fly，
我是 RNG.M Coco。
我一直觉得指挥才是永恒的输出位，因为再开人英雄都有几率被杀，但指挥官的大脑可以逆天改命。
指挥就像做选择题，在万千的可能性中选择可以赢的那个选项。我用闪现追杀而不是逃跑，因为向前是一个正确答案。
我们做的每一次选择，
都会埋下一颗叫经验的种子，
他们破土而出，
野蛮生长。所有的策略、
运营、
套路，
我们 KPL 见招拆招。我是148 Pro Cat，
我是 RNG.M 前程。
从首发到替补，从低谷到高峰，这些经历是很多 KPL 选手的缩影。最终努力让我们聚集到更大的舞台，所以我相信我们 KPL 值得最好的。
我对赢的理解就是创造更多的输出，突破极限的走位，活到最后的决心。所有的成绩都是曾经，这一次蓝 buff、FMVP、最强赛区，我都想要。
中单都很惜命。
努力维持血线，
保留生的火苗。
这个时候
只需要一点风助力，
就可以燃烧对手，
照亮世界。我是 RNG.M 暴风瑞，
我是 Hero 9成。
背对背的绝对信任是我们 KPL 的基本功。我浪是因为我知道队友在我身后，我莽是因为队友需要我去吸引火力。就算贴身肉搏刚正面，我也不能比 C 位先倒下。
坦克的命运不是送死，而是做好死的觉悟。如果躲开子弹，就会暴露队友，所以要确保射中的是自己，
将守护进行到底，
我们就能走到最后。
战火将至，
山顶等你。
我是148 Pro 诺言，
我是RW 侠杜杰。
Something gave me something to believe.
消散愚昧，
肩挑凡事，拳握初心，
大道一场。随波逐流的痛苦，你不懂。
演绎极限的定义。
无论是现实还是虚拟世界，在通往荣耀的征程中，有人黯然离场，有人绽放璀璨光芒，不为一人而战，而是要让世界之巅的锋芒照亮一群人的荣耀。王者的信仰，无惧挑战。
稳住，我们能赢。
胜负未定，别停。英雄的对决，转瞬而为，顺风不浪，逆风不倒，在绝境中重生，成就奇迹。准备，掌控全局。王者的赛场，奋斗永续不止。来自世界的瞩目，也必将涌然热血。荣耀出发，王者无惧挑战。
欢迎来到2019年王者荣耀世界冠军杯。
无解绕后，横刀立马，不可复制的经典时刻，让我成为很多人的目标。但也因为这样，我想迎战更多的人，创造更多的第一，比如世界第一赛区。
辅助位都擅长制造麻烦，蹲守开团抢视野，但比起这些，我们 KPL 的辅助更懂得怎样把握时机，节奏一定在我们这边。
可以悄无声息的绕后，
也能果断凌厉的打开战局。
如果用一个词形容，我觉得我们像风，只要稍微侧耳，
就能听到来自 KPL 的呼啸声。
我是 QGIB Fly，
我是 RNG.M Coco。
我一直觉得指挥才是永恒的输出位，因为再开人英雄都有几率被杀，但指挥官的大脑可以逆天改命。
指挥就像做选择题，在万千的可能性中选择可以赢的那个选项。我用闪现追杀，而不是逃跑，因为向前是一个正确答案。
我们做的每一次选择，
都会埋下一颗叫经验的种子，
他们破土而出，
野蛮生长。所有的策略、
运营、
套路，
我们 KPL 见招拆招。我是148 Pro Cat，
我是 RNG.M 前程。
从首发到替补，从低谷到高峰，这些经历是很多 KPL 选手的缩影。最终努力让我们聚集到更大的舞台，所以我相信我们 KPL 值得最好的。
我对赢的理解就是创造更多的输出，突破极限的走位，活到最后的决心。所有的成绩都是曾经。这一次蓝 buff FMVP 最强赛区，我都想要。
中单都很惜命，
努力维持血线，
保留深的火苗。
这个时候
只需要一点风助力，
就可以燃烧对手，
照亮世界。我是 RNG.M 暴风瑞，
我是 Hero 9成。
背对背的绝对信任是我们 KPL 的基本功。我浪是因为我知道队友在我身后，我莽是因为队友需要我去吸引火力。就算贴身肉搏刚正面，我也不能比 C 位先倒下。
坦克的命运不是送死，而是做好死的觉悟。如果躲开子弹，就会暴露队友，所以要确保射中的是自己，
将守护进行到底，
我们就能走到最后。
战火将至，
山顶等你。
我是148诺言，
我是2W 侠杜杰。
우리는 쉬는 기간 동안 저번과 달라진 모습을 보여주기 위해 준비를 많이 했다. 우리 킹조는 한국에서 가장 강한 팀이다. 그렇기 때문에 한국에서 열리는 세계대회인 만큼 KPL 홈그라운드의 이점을 살려서 본선에 진출하겠다.
한국에서 열리는 KCC 대회에 참가할 수 있어 매우 영광스럽다. 홈 어드밴티지가 있어 우리는 절대 탈락하지 않을 것이다.
英雄不会沉寂太久，世冠就是我们崛起的时候。无论对手是谁，我手中的剑都会将你们一一斩落马下。
我们已经来到了首尔，就还想去吉隆坡，去深圳。我们会让世界知道什么是最强的野虎三子星。
The game has never been a one-man battle. I want to tell you, this is a game for 5 people and anything can happen.
죽음의 조 A조에서 그 어느 하나 쉬운 상대는 없다. 하지만 우리는 칼을 갈았고 그 어떤 상대도 두렵지 않다.
第一次站上世界的舞台，我们会展现来自中国的侠客气势。各路王者，请指教。
这次世冠小组赛，先给自己定个小目标，全胜战绩前往吉隆坡。我要延续 QGIP 夏天的传统。
KPL 春季賽嘅我哋，雖然只係冠軍隊伍嘅陪襯，但係我哋卻認證咗黑馬嘅潛質。一穿3嘅奇蹟仍然繼續，黑馬嘅故事仲未完結。
这次世冠，我们不会再给对手任何机会，失去的我们要亲手拿回来。
Kami telah membuktikan bahwa Noah adalah pasukan paling berkuasa di KPL. Sekarang sudah tiba masanya untuk melancarkan kesan ke atas dunia pertama.
现在谈论世界第一还为时尚早。因为 KPL 这座大山不是想翻就能翻得了的，在这里我还要一直赢。
자, 마지막 승부가 펼쳐지고 있는 2019 왕자영역 월드 챔피언컵. 자, 오늘의 마지막 매치는 A조 경기로 치러지게 되겠습니다. 자, 오늘 이 무대 위에 서게 될 두 팀은요, 지금까지의 성적이 정확하게 똑같습니다. 2승 2패, 그리고 승점 역시도 똑같은데요. 이번 경기를 통해서 양 팀의 운명은 달라집니다. 이 두 팀 3위 혹은 4위로 본선에 진출하게 될지 누가 이 승리의 주인공이 될 수 있을까요? 이 트로피로 누가 더 한 걸음 다가설 수 있을까요? 경기를 준비하는 선수들 만나보시죠. (2018년을) 휩쓸었던 영웅들, 2019년에도 그 신화를 이어나간다. 히어로즈 유징 e스포츠 클럽. 사이드라이너 찌우롱, 정글러 첸샤, 미드라이너 찌우천, 사이드라이너 닝즈, 서포터 찌추. 2019년 정상에 올랐던 이들의 저력, 그 기세를 2019 KCC에서도 이어나간다. RNG.M 모바일. 사이드라이너 바이위, 정글러 첸천, 미드라이너 스톰, 사이드라이너 유유, 서포터 제로. 자, 진출전 3위 그리고 4위. 과연 순위 경쟁에서 승리할 팀은 누가 될 수 있을까요? 히어로와 RNG.M의 마지막 순위 경쟁, 그 치열한 승부를 지금 시작합니다.
We are back for the last series of the day. Hero versus RNG.M.
And now what's interesting that these two teams, they actually have the same result in the first 4 matches. They all defeated Rox Phoenix and Kingston X, Dragon X, but lost to the other 2 KPL teams, which are ESA Pro and RW.
And with that, this match will most likely decide whose fate becomes, you know, 3rd and 4th place in the Group A bracket, meaning, you know, who will be playing who from the Group A or from the Group B bracket, right? So you're going to know your matchup by the end of this match, and obviously putting yourself in 3rd place is going to give you a better matchup.
So, for example, they're fighting for the matchup with EDGM QG Happy. So they're really, you know, except for this, even though they can all both make it to the next stage, but they're fighting for the 3rd place, representing higher power. You know, the 3rd place within Group B, that's extremely important thing. Since these two teams, there's so many success under each other's belts. I mean, Hero won 3 championships within the year of 2018, and RNG.M won the 2nd place in 2019 KPL Spring Season Final. So I don't really know how to put numbers on these two teams. I would literally, honestly say it's a 50-50.
We'll have to just look at their play styles and see if the band draft can sort of give us any sort of indicator, because like you said, just based on the homework, just based on the stats, just like last series, this is looking to be a 5-round series, a very, very even KPL versus KPL team for the 3rd and 4th place. Now, we do know that Hero likes to play the long game and that they like to take the high burst damage comps to boot if they can, whereas RGM, they're definitely going to go for the invade, right? The 3-buff opening is what they love to do.
But
if they lose rhythm, right, if they're losing that rhythm from the 3-buff opening, they do have a hard time coming back.
Yeah,
So.
we've witnessed like 3 times for RNG.M to have the 3-buff opening, but always made some mistakes in the mid-game, resulting in very bad consequences. And today, we're seeing Bayu on the first of 5, so which means that he'll still be replacing Liangchen, go on to play those tanks. And last time we saw this player play the Zhao Yun, extremely good performance and winning 2 scores ahead of RW, but unfortunately they lost to RW. So RW won, they managed to chase 3 credits back. That's something miraculous, you know, happening here.
Hero likes to focus a lot on their mid laner too, like throw a lot of resources to the mid lane, to Juchen. So maybe we'll get a bans. We'll get a lot of bans, target bans from RNG.M onto him. We've already seen people try to deal with that. It's much harder to deal with RNG.M, who has 2 main guys, right? They've got Storm and Chen, right? Their star players. So you can't really target ban one or the other when you've got, you know, whichever one you choose, the other one's going to be the reliant one then.
You know, the reason why I think Hero is losing their advantages when it comes to the real fights is that only the mid lane priority is no longer enough for the current meta, because the pace of the meta was speed up, so the side lane priority was also important so that the team could have more control over the neutral objectives. That's the key meta, that's the key pace that the both team want to have and secure during the play. So mid game is extremely important to both teams, because I believe that they have enough strength to hold their jungles or whatever. They won't be defeated in the early game so much. So mid game is extremely important for both teams.
Which means we're going to be looking at a lot of mid-game picks, who's able to grab the better ones and utilize them. I would not be surprised if RNG.M comes out with a lot of chain CC heroes. We know they're great at that. We were praising them for that last time we saw them in the series. Their chain CC is always on point.
So we're seeing the 2 coaches still trying to analyze, still trying to discuss the strategies they do want the both teams to pull off. And I'm seeing some smile coming from Jojo. That really happened. Jojo is a very serious coach for Hero. And I had some interviews with RNG.M Helios, his coach. He's from Hong Kong, China. He's a very nice and friendly gentleman. He will always teach me a lot of stuff when it comes to strategies, when it comes to how they want to play the games. And I'm looking forward to see more battles between these 2 very amazing coaches. They have been teaching the teams for a long time, so they must be very familiar with the team and what kind of heroes that players actually excel at.
Already seeing the bans come out, Dunshin and the Yukio from the blue side. On the red side, we have Soon Bin. Interesting bans from the red side and the Gong Sung Lee. That seems to be standard, getting rid of the marksman. Marksman priority is just been dominating in the KCC.
Yeah, normally when you're dealing with RNG.M, you want to get rid of those marksmen where Qianchen are really good at. But Qianchen are good at a lot of marksmen. Only Gong Sung Lee is simply not enough. Hero can have this Marco Polo for their own, for Chen Xia to use, and not to mention Chen Xia can play the body showyue as well. So a lot of marksman hero poles for both marksman users in both teams. And Zhang Jia is picked.
Coming out, will we see the Shense combo? It's the only win we've seen with this, so we'll see if RNG.M decides to take that or if they just go for the Nakaruru. Like I said, they like the CC, they like the burst damage. That might be more up their alley.
I think Sule or Lu Bu will be a much better choice, but because Nakaruru is okay with Zhang Jia, it's just simply a fixed combo. It doesn't mean that it's so strong, because we've seen so many times when Nakaruru and Zhang Jia together got defeated by a lot of counter compositions, so that won't be a problem that Hero needs to concern. But here we indeed need to have those strong initiation and tanks standing in the front line so that they can buy them times and trying to shorten the distance when it comes to dealing with the Zhang Ziya system. You know, as long as you're tank enough, it's okay. You're tank enough, you can stay alive.
And that's what you need to do, especially if you want to have a chance at fighting at the first Tyrant. Most of the time, you just have to give it up. But if you're beefy, maybe you can get enough chip damage or sustained damage from your other teammates to make something happen.
Exactly. And Qianchen prefers the Snacker Duru more than Shinta.
They love the burst damage.
Magnus, together with Zhang Ziya, want to make the early aggression to the maximum. And the third ban, the third pick from the side of Hero.
Yeah, last pick before we have our next bans. Do you think they'll prioritize a marksman?
Marksman, yeah. Maybe a marksman or a midlaner. Or
that's true. That's true.
Yeah,
we do have the bomber cat still available. The Chengmengxi is out for grabs, so not be surprised to see that played in the mid lane.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Or the strong
line. You know, I've always thought Shenmengxi, that's an old impression. I need to change that, you know, because when I was casting Hero, most of Hero's matches, like 80% of the time, Zhou Chen is choosing those wizard mages going into the mid, like Yang Yuhuan, like Bomber Cat, Shenmengxi, like Wang Zhaojun. So I really think he's changed a lot during the 2019 KCC. He's preferring the Shang Guanwan a lot. So Shang Guanwan will be the first priority to the side of Hero when it comes to the mid laner choices.
Yeah, this new Assassin game just seems to be the name of the game. A lot of teams are being able to use it and pull it off extremely well. Proud of the side of Hero to be able to adapt so quickly and not even be worried about it. Like, I don't see them having any issues taking things like the Shuangguan.
Yeah, so the first three picks from the either sides are fixed, and let's jump into the second round of the bans here. So RNG.M still like a mid laner and another side laner, and you know, if you have a Nakaruru, you better need another warrior, another soldier to go into the side lane. So most probably, now Miyue, Chen Yaojin, Kai will be banned away.
The Miyue is banned away. That is the start of the deal. You know, actually, we haven't seen any Chen Yaojin today, but now we're finally playing with KPL teams. That is a popular pick among them, and dude, they pop off on that.
You know, Chen Yaojin has an extremely high winning percentage when it is paired with Zhang Ziya, so Chen Yaojin will definitely go onto the ban, or on the other hand, he will be picked from the side of RNG.M, that's for sure.
Already getting the counter ban by them.
You know, it's so interesting because different teams from different divisions, they tend to have a leaning towards certain types of hero they want to choose. And maybe for example, KRKPL prefer Joey more. There's a lot of times we see Joey coming from the side of KRKPL and International Division teams. And for RNG.M, for KPL, Chen Yaojin is frequently used.
Ah, the ban, you called it. I was going to say, especially now things like Pongu, right? Like Pongu's totally available to both teams, and we're seeing no picks of Pongu by the KPL teams, where definitely the international region teams would have snagged that as a side lane, or a jungle for that matter.
So they're saving a Pangu in the follow-up games. You don't want to use a lot of meta heroes within one play. If you lose it, it will be completely, you know, a mess up with your hero pools, because now in this meta, the hero comes in combos, comes in groups. You don't want to mess that up. One mixed order will result differently for a lot of compositions.
That's definitely true. However, the KPL teams have a very deep hero pool, and since it's only a 5 rounds for them, using to play 7, right? Used to playing best of 7. I feel like they have a little bit of leeway with going ham, but they also are playing another KPL team, so just out of sheer
you know,
strategy and respect, it's probably best not to.
Yeah, with Miyue, Chen Yaojin, Cao Cao off the table, Kai being taken away, I'm really curious what kind of solo laner. Old Master is there. Old Master is one possible pick from RNG.M who can still have those wave advantages during the game. Xiaodan.
That unruly blade gives him a lot of mobility as a frontliner. would be good follow-up with the Nakaruru as well. This is a less burst than I'm used to seeing out of RNG.M. They only have that Nakaruru, to be honest.
You know, every kind of
There we
picks
go.
are so flexible right
There we
now.
go.
Yeah, because you cannot predicting what kind of, you know, Zhang Ziya, Chang'e, and Xiaodan, they can go to a lot of different places during this game. I was still wondering if this Zhang Ziya will be played as a mid or as a support. So there's only, we'll only see with the last pick. So RNG definitely have the Chang'e go into the mid, and Zhang Ziya will be played as a support.
To me, that makes sense for them. That's a lot more burst damage on their side. That Moonblast is devastating, and that's going to allow them probably the damage they need to really take these early game fights, because they've already got the tank. I mean, Xiaodin's super tanky, and Magnus can be as well.
Another jungler missing out from the composition of Hero. Peijing, who is good. Peijing, who is looking extremely good in this composition, because you have the early game aggression. You can take shoulder a lot of pressure when you are Marco
Oh
Polo.
my goodness. Baje jungle?
Yeah, probably Baja jungles.
Last pick on the marksman. Sneaking the Marco Polo through the entire ban draft. Hero pulling a fast one on us.
He wants to give the impression to RNG that I am not using a marksman, so that they do not want to pull up the Pangu.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, as a last pick, they pick Marco Polo to go into the side lanes with a Purify.
Now there's no and now there's no Pangu. Nothing to have to worry about.
Goes into the jungle. We've seen
I mean,
this
he's gonna be good at dealing with either the Magnus or the Xiaohudin. They're not gonna be able to get near him. Marco Polo is just gonna clean up. Sure, the first waves might be difficult, but after that, you're gonna have priority the entire game.
Yeah, and we're now seeing the control of the CC from RNG.M. I think they're lacking a little bit controls, because I don't see those kind of overwhelming control ability coming out of their composition. There's no combos such as Bai Qi, such as Lu Bu. Those kind of combo I was looking forward to see. But indeed, Hero has a lot of combo chains coming out from Sulie and Baje as well as a combo.
Yeah, Hero was able to snag that Baji and the Sule, the Unconquerable Army, into the Bounce Bunk and the Pig's Pen. That will leave you reeling. Not to mention Kai with the follow-up. If he gets you on those knockups, that's a very long stun, too. Gets you on those swipes, those damage dashes.
Okay, so here we go. Let's just together ready to jump into the first battle between RNG.M and Hero. Both team from KPL division. I can honestly say that this is one game that I am looking forward to cast the most within the whole day. I have to be honest.
Yeah, no, this is where we're going to see the highest level of gameplay of the entire day. Two KPL teams fighting for third and fourth. They took some losses, which means they had enough time to learn a lot from the other KPL teams, and they faced each other in the past. It's not like they're strangers. These are going to be very strategized and very grueling matches.
And we've seen this Marco Polo with a Purify, because he's dealing with Xiaodan, who probably will, you know, just getting closer to you and getting those control ability onto your face. So he needs to Purify to ensure that he is safe enough in the back with the 2 dashes. Chen Xia can pull off whatever damage he wants to put onto their enemies. I personally prefer Hero's composition more, because I have faith, I have confidence for Hero to trying to pull off those pressure that we'll be dealing with in the early game. And if it comes to the mid and the late game, I personally prefer Hero's composition more, because there's nothing lag from the composition. Enough damage in the late game, enough aggression in the early game, enough rotations, enough tankness, and enough initiation. Yeah.
Yeah, I think
so
that
balanced out.
RNG.M really has to rely on getting that early game advantage and then just snowballing it, because if they give Hero any breathing room, that is we already know RNG.M has issues with losing pace and with giving the rhythm away. Hero's comp is a team that if they get the rhythm, they're just going to be CC after CC after CC, follow up by by the Sean Guan, like that's brutal to deal with.
Yeah, that's extremely brutal. And these two teams, okay. So now, you know, you always have to remember this is a cup that we're fighting for when it comes to Shenzhen, and this is one of the last game for these two teams for the group stage
Let's
in
see
Korea.
what they had to say about each other.
RNG.M 就压力的话还是比较有的，毕竟别人是亚洲队伍，走到了总决赛的舞台肯定有抢了。他们队的打法我们还是比较了解，就打得会比较熟悉。
以我们的交手经验来说，我们应该是不是太畏惧 Hero 的，毕竟他们只是终结了我们对他们的5连扫，其实我们站起来就4比1。
RNG 每次都打我们家彪哥一套就想跑的那种，对吧？彪哥废话不多说，直接叫上我们兄弟们直接干他们，对吧？
Yeah, these two teams has a lot of history back then, and for most of the cases, 4 out of 5 RNG managed to win this game. So I could say inherently, maybe RNG have a more advantages when they are battling against Hero.
I guess we'll have to find out on the battlefield. On the blue side, we have RNG.M, Bayou on the Shaodan, Chen on Nakaruru, Storm on Chang'e, Yu on Magnus, and Zero on the Zhangxia.
And on the red side, Hero, we have Jolon on Bajie, Chen Xia on Marco Polo, Jiu Chen on Shangguan Noir, Ningzhi on Kai, and Zui Zhu on Sulian.
It's only a matter of time before we head on over to the Valley of Kings to get underway the first match of the series. RNG.M versus Hero!
Going forward to the mid, that's normally happens with the help of the support, getting vision, getting the quicker speed to finish off the first wave in the mid lane. But it seems like
wow, that's fast.
Hero is off to another strategy. They're both sharing the first for the jungle together.
Yeah, that was...
because they know typically Storm will go in.
It,
yeah, we're going to take it. So otherwise, instead of waiting for you to take it, I'm going to get it firsthand.
Yeah, interesting play by the side of Hero, trying to even things up before the game even started. Storm responds by going to the small. Yeah, going to this bird instead. Oh, getting pushed out by Juchen. He snags it. Suichu with the follow-up. Bayou with the double knock-up. Chenchia looking for Chip.
Storm needs to be more careful. This way is a little bit too close and too deep, but it's a Chang'e. It was tanky enough in the early game, and he finished the lane so fast. You know, you have to do something when you have so many spare time. You need to do rotation. You need to find something in return, or you're just simply wasting your time.
I mean, I think it was a good play by RNG.M. It does keep them even gold, if not ahead. We do have Zichu locked down here, getting some chip damage. The brush is coming out.
Okay, let's give our time to the real time winning percentage. 52 leaning to RNG.M.
Leaning a little bit to RNG.M. That probably just has to go with their match history. Oh, 54 with that small bump. The 300 gold made that much of a difference in the deciding factor for them.
Yeah, and the first Tyrant just spawned here. RNG.M want to rush it from the beginning.
Chen with the leash, Yu's taking the damage. Zuichu's looking for the engage. We've got Ninju there as well. Will he be able to find it? He gets some chip on Yu. Here we go. We finally have the rotation by RNG.M. Storm is looking good. Zero goes in. Meanwhile, Zuichu's on that damage. The Tyrant has been stolen by Hero as they're looking for the kills. First blood goes to Shen, but they trade a 1-for-2 deficit.
And
1-for-3. What a freaking wipe.
Oh, the ulti with now the flicker and the damage is not enough. Hero is off to a 3-1 starting point and gaining the first Tyrant as well. I would say this budget, this ultimate from Jolong, it's so important.
You have to watch out for Shuangguan. This isn't the first series where she hit that level 4, rotated, and just started cleaning up shop.
Yeah, so once you give it time to dive in, his ultimate will do extremely high burst in damage to the backline. Let's see the Reblack, how Hero get those members from RNG.M that low. Chen is on the wall trying to do damage, but
And the Pig's Pen comes out to block them off as well. They have nowhere to go but back. Jucheng with the finishing stroke.
You know, they definitely don't want to give that much of a damage to Sulie because Sulie have the passive, and within that little circle, his member will always be on his side to resurrect from resurrect him. Okay, Zero got ambushed here.
Oh, pushed into the wall. That's way too much stun. Killing spree on the side of Hero. The Shuangguan is having the game of her life.
Oh, and Hero is looking for more in the beginning. Nice ambush here for 最初 to almost like solo kill this Jiangxia. Jiangxia is very vulnerable at this time of the game.
Goodness, and with that, Chenxia is going to be able to snag the first tower already. 4 minutes into the game, we've got a tier 1 down.
Okay, everything is looking good from the side of Hero Jiujing, and it's right now we need to see how RNG.M is dealing with this kind of pressure. You know, we have to watch carefully how RNG.M managed to save this kind of deficit. And let's watch their positioning, what they want to do with this Jiangxia in their hand.
Yeah, they're already 1,000k gold down. They're 1,000 gold down at 4.5 minutes. Not where you want to be with the Jiangxia. They lost the first Tyrant. They're not getting the value out of it right now.
One thing for sure is that this Jiangxia is definitely making a Splendor as a first item.
Yeah.
And it's will cost him a little more time, a little more gold, so that he will not do a secondary support item.
Long looking for an engage here. He gets the vision on the bush. You know, it's the CC that's really doing it to RNG.M. Hero's been able to do so much follow-up. Not only did they get the initial engage by the Sulie, but they have the Bajie coming in and with the bounce bug. Meanwhile, on the top line, Chenxia getting a lot of damage on Bayou. They were trying to snag that tower, but not only did they not get a lot of damage on the tower, they have to watch out for the Sulie. The Unconquerable Army comes up. Bajie finds a hook on Chenxia, and Pig's Pen comes out, means he has nowhere to run, and with the follow-up by Chenxia, that's a double.
Oh, the triple, maybe triple here.
Looking for the damage on Zero. He doesn't have the Splendor yet. Hero picks up the double kill, but it's going to be a triple as 3 members of RNG.M will be defeated.
RNG.M is falling apart when during such a big pressure against Hero, and Hero is that kind of play, that kind of teams he will not let this gold lead go away.
Yeah, Hero already trying to snowball, snagging the Tyrant as quickly as they can, seeing if they can snag red buff as well. They weren't able to get it, but the Tyrant does go to Hero.
Storm making some chip damage onto Zuichu, but Zuichu is so tanky at this time.
Oh no, Zuichu got caught a little bit too deep. The passive will keep him alive a little bit longer, but Chen finally picks up a kill.
You shouldn't have just hesitated around here for a long time because you know that there might be rotation to the mid lane. But in the top lane, Kai is doing such a good job manipulating this wave into this kind of situations where, you know, Ningzhi's farming up is 100% ensured. He will get a lot of gold by just taking care of those waves.
Yeah, going from wave to jungle. Ningzhu is going to get everything he can so that he can come online in the next 2 minutes and start putting down for these team fights. Meanwhile, RNG.M has a 4-man rotate on the bottom. Julong doesn't know that Bajie is tanky, but he's going to have to deal with this. No, they decide they can't fight it. They took too long.
Took too long. The mid wave is already crushing to the towers, and then mid in the mid. So if they spend a long time just hiding in the bush like that, he will losing the priority of the waves and getting those chip damage onto their mid tier 1 turret.
Eagle comes out. The Eagle's assault tries to find Jucheng, but he cannot. We've got a wave crashing on bottom. The Repentance is going to help clear that. Both teams are struggling with the problem that they are rotated, but they can't find a clear engage. Meanwhile, in this bush, Chenxia, good check.
Good check. Because they know that Zuichu had already used ultimate. There's no ultimate to attack the tower, but
knock up into the pushback. That means Bayou is taken low, and Hero is looking for some damage.
2,000 gold lead ahead of their opponent RNG.M. Hero is looking good, making rotation. Hopefully this rotation is sufficient.
Oh, they finally caught the Magnus, but they don't have enough damage, or do they? Chenxia grabs the kill onto Yu, and now they've got wave crashing. 0 is not going to be able to clear this
but
wave. That's
the
another
top
tower.
lane, some vertical thing happened, but Ninja is...
Good trade. Top lane tower will go down. A 2-for-1, you know, isn't that bad.
Yeah, Ninja is not afraid to do the 1 versus 2 solo fight.
Oh, but they lose the mid tower for it. I don't think that's the right call, losing all your tier 1 towers for 1 top lane, and now your jungle as well, as Hero is looking to feed down here. Juchung is able to grab that blue buff.
At this stage, every single attack from Hero is so overwhelming. There's absolutely no way for RNG.M to take the fight. Another engage in the mid.
Juchung was looking for that finishing stroke, but he saw the 3 were there, and it's just not the right time to pull off that ult. Meanwhile, we have Hero's jungle spawning. They're looking to take this before they invade. Oh, the leash.
They cannot, RNG.M cannot go that far because the top lane waves are always pressuring into their tier 2 turret. That means there'll always be one member missing from the team fights. And that's where Hero wants to engage in team fight with you. They're always like 4 members together trying the opportunity to steal this all neutral objectives. And this tyrant again!
Oh. Just a little bit too late. Hero will snag the second tyrant with 30 seconds left. That'll be our last one until Dark Tyrant.
And by this kind of rhythm, by this kind of pace, Hero can just make sure that it keeps snowballing, and they have already did it. 3,000 gold lead till now. RNG.M is finding everything, everywhere they could to keep up their farm. Let's see Nakadulu, 2 kill, 2 death, 6,500 gold, and Nightmare Siegebreaker not enough because Marco Polo has already got 7,000 gold.
Hero looking to take this jungle and then push back into the Overlord. They've got the priority on the waves as they are crashing in that mid lane.
You know, when Chang'e, this kind of character is played defensively, you might face a problem because Chang'e cleans the wave when it comes to high ground tower battle. It's very weak.
Presence comes out. Zuchu's able to throw the blue buff back. Bayou with the rotation. They are able to snag their own blue, but the Pig's Pen will stop them from snagging any damage.
Yu hiding the vision here, taking the vision of how Hero managed to open up
the
this...
Unconquerable Army looking for 2, but he was fine 1. Bayou taking pretty low. Julong trying to find the bounce bunk, does not. Yu's taking low, the finishing stroke, and the combo by the Marco Polo will find Yu, and he will be found dead as the double kill comes out. A Bayou will go as well. That is going to be a Tor. Ooh, I thought it was going to be an Overlord, but at this point, RNG.M decided they want to fight some more. Chenchi is getting a lot of damage off on Storm. Storm comes out with the Moonblast. It's not enough to kill anybody, though.
Chen is a little bit late to the team fight, and the team fight results in 1 trading for 2 in the favor still in Hero. So RNG.M is trying to take those fighting, which they shouldn't have been taking it, because there's no enough damage, no enough frontliner who is tanky enough to
this
shoulder
might be the
one.
The Eagles Assault finds 2! Killing spree on Chen. Zuchu's passive is proc. Chenchi is trying to get the follow-up. They are able to knock him back, and it's a double kill to Chen.
Even if Chen got a double kill, but Chen Xia got a godlike.
Yeah, trading the double for the godlike.
You know, fair trade because RNG.M is trying everything they can to not let a Hero get this Overlord, and they did it, no matter what.
That's true. When it's all said and done, Hero was not able to snag the Overlord, and that's what they needed to get this pressure. They've got a 4,000 gold lead. You know, they've been snowballing effectively, but slowly. Definitely slowly. RNG.M is managing the economy well enough to not fall too far behind at the 12-minute mark. It's not too bad to be this far behind.
And the top lane wave is especially beneficial to RNG.M, even though they are trading lives for the time to farm up, even if with the cost of Qianzhen being dead 1. But getting that 2 double kill, that's really a fair trade for the side of RNG.M. But Hero started again on this Overlord.
Chen caught him. He's looking to see if he can snag it. He's got the smite on cooldown. He can't snag it. He'd only be able to use his ult, and the ult is wearing off. The Unconquerable comes out. Overlord is defeated by Julong. Damage coming out by Bayou as 4 of Hero go in on him, and Chenchia grabs that kill.
Bayou is down. It's way too deep inside, and because Yu is kind of distracted by Yingzhi in the middle lane, has nowhere to go, no time to come into the front line and join in the battlefield. So the result badly, one member down from the side of RNG.M again. We can see the gold chart here down.
Yeah, just a solid gold swing in favor of Hero. RNG.M, once they gave Hero the pace, right, we talked about this, they have trouble breaking their enemy's pace and turning the game around. It's what we're seeing come to fruition. Hero's just been able to snag the rhythm of the game and play their song all the way throughout the entire match.
Chen is trying everything he can to clean the wave by getting the ultimate onto the Overlord and one stash back. Getting those chip damage from Hero, almost have like half HP down.
It's a lot of chip damage coming out of the side of Hero. The gold lead is finally taking fruition. We have the replay here.
The double kill that Chen got.
Yeah, this is.
Oh, much earlier. That's a team fight what happened much earlier.
Yeah, this is really good awareness by Chen though. Going down here, snagging the kill on Jucheng, and then coming right back to the fight. He gets on the back line. This is why he's able to snag those kills.
Oh, the front line, the battlefield right now. Hero pushing in.
And the Eagles assault.
Oh, Jiangxia is down.
Meanwhile, on the bottom lane, Hero grabs the kill on Zero. We've got a secondary engage on Zichu is going in. He will go down, but Ningju out here doing work. Bayou forces them back, puts both Juchen back. It's a killing spree. The Invincible Warrior proves to be invincible enough as
they
Storm,
want to make it more.
It's an ace. And now with Midnight minions crashing, there is absolutely nothing RNG.M can do. Hero will take game 1.
9 seconds remaining for Zero to resurrect. It's not gonna work. Congratulations to Hero winning the first match with RNG.M. Absolute dominance in every single phase of this game. With the wave, with the killing, with the vision, with the action, with the strategies, they're winning absolutely, no doubtly on the game.
There's no better way to say it. Absolute dominance by the side of Hero. RNG.M was extremely confident from the interviews going into this match, and they got put in their place. What we need to see is RNG.M recover from this and win the early advantage, because RNG.M just hasn't been successful at coming back once the tides have been turned against them. If they can get the gold lead, they might be able to take what Hero just did and then snowball it to the late game, eventually just end the game. But if they take that gold deficit, it's going to be hard. That's got to be brutal to the side of RNG.M too, because the Jiangxia system gave them a clear advantage. I think this all started when they lost the first Tyrant.
Yeah, and this is just another evidence of showing that maybe Jiangxia system is not that good and not that strong, because it's a high risky choice, a gamble.
It's a gamble. Not that strong though. I think it just needs to be played with the Shunse. They decided to go with the Nakaruru. We know you like the burst damage, but the only victories I've seen with this Jiangxia is on that Shunse. And if you're not going to use that to get some really early kills, right? You're just delaying the inevitable. You're just allowing yourself to get whittled down and die. You have to take the Jiangxia system and get kills, get Tyrant, fight, go for the engages. RNG.M played so passively, they were never going. They were never playing around this strategy.
Just look at where Ninja is. Be hiding in the bush for a long time and waiting for this perfect time to dive in, killing Chen with only 2 auto attacks. He's been farming up an entire 15 minutes, and fight that kill eventually will bring them the victory back. Okay, let's see the dashboard. Hero 507 for Zhou Chen to start off the game, but let's just look at Ningxia 902 legendary.
Yeah, wow, legendary. Marco Polo, whoa. Wow, wow. They couldn't get on this guy. He was unkillable, and his damage output to boot, even with Nakaruru, who quite arguably should be able to get onto the Marco Polo, could not touch him.
You know, Chen Chen does contribute to 100% of killing participation. He's everywhere. He's engaging into the killing every time, but it's just not enough. So Hero have a absolute winning. Let's see this line. I mean, so smooth getting into the end of the game, and the MVP goes to 902 Hero Chen Chen.
Well played by Chen Chen. Almost 30% damage done from the team, and like we were talking about, no damage taken, less than 10% damage taken. He was not touched during this game. That is like Consort U level damage taken right there.
You know, literally there's no way that Nakalu can pull off those damage onto Chen Chen because the whole RNG.M, the 5 players from RNG.M, they are a lot under defensive state, so they do not have a lot of vision. Even within the team fight, I believe that Nakalu don't even have the vision of Marco Polo from the beginning to the end because they are always backing up, find the place to dive in, and the support is a John Zia, who is so vulnerable at the time of the game, and the first item he built is an AP item, which means that he will be more vulnerable than
it's only compounding
items.
his vulnerability, and like you said, doesn't matter how good of an assassin you are, if you can't see where the target is, it's really hard to hit it.
Yeah, so unfortunately, RNG managed to take that John Jia strategy, John Jia system, but didn't make it work.
Didn't utilize it. They didn't engage with it, go for those early kills, go for the early fights. As soon as they lost that first Tyrant, it was almost fighting a losing game the entire time.
Yeah.
I would like to see RNG.M either just shift, and if they say, okay, we're not going to take these fights, we're going to play passive, then just take the later game heroes, play the passive comp if that's how you want to play. Otherwise, if you're going to take another really aggressive early game comp, or not even an aggressive, but one that relies on making plays, not losing the early game, then you need to utilize that.
Yeah, that's the reason why I said I feel more confidence leaning towards Hero Jiujing Hero's composition is that I believe that Hero have the strength, have the enough ability, enough communication to deal with the early game pressure provided from Zhang Ziya's system, and I believe if they can pull off that a little bit stress, they can make it work in the late game. And this game, it's only like 15 minutes, not even that late game. It's more closely to mid and late during the mid and late game. So.
Yeah, this game was very, very dominant by Hero. All they need to do is keep it going, right?
Yeah.
Like, there was no part in that game where RNG.M had Hero on the run. We saw the gold graph. It was utter dominance by Hero. Got to be feeling good about taking that first game. Repeat, right, boys? Put that on your band draft system and just run with it.
So another reason why RNG cannot turn this around is that they are choosing those kind of heroes with burst damage. And one thing you're lacking when you have the burst damage kind of hero is that you do not have the poking ability to shred your enemies down. If the RNG has a marksman inside their composition, I think they have much higher possibility to turn this tire around because he can always trying to shred those HP down, trying to create a sense of environment for Chen Chen to dive in to do the burst damage, but there's no frontliner poking ability.
And I feel like you should. Marksman is the name of the game in the KCC. That just seems to be what the priority is in this current meta. You gotta live, overcome, adapt, pull in that marksman, and use that to help you when you're struggling with the early game, deficits.
So, but one thing that's contradictory is that you cannot just pull up one marksman and together with assassin. Where the resources go, the jungler has already been a little bit dealing a little bit of pressure and the difficulty because the jungles are being much cheaper than before. They have to focus more on the towers, and if you put a marksman and assassin together inside one team, they will be definitely facing a lot of problems when it comes to this distribution of where the resource goes. So that's the one thing that RNG needs to consider. Maybe Assassin used for once, they will consider marksman at this time.
They do have a lot available to them since none were taken by them. There's not really a good way for Hero to stop them from doing it. So they're gonna get a place. They're gonna play to play something. Bagier removed.
And Marco Polo is already used from the side of Hero. So Hero cannot pull off this Marco Polo again. If RNG wants to create the same problem to Hero, they might as well just ban away Gong Sun Li and take Marco Polo themselves.
I agree. I think that would have been the play.
Yeah.
I am more interested in if RNG.M will decide to take a marksman at all. Like they like the burst damage too much. Like all their comps are very high burst damage and high chain CC follow-up. They normally don't have a place for it. If they're gonna have it, it's probably gonna be the Marco Polo.
But
so
yeah, we've seen such a wonderful performance by Baiyu the Zhaoyun. So I'm pretty confident about Baiyu goes into the jungler using Zhaoyun or Sun Ce or Prince of Lanling. It's okay. So all except a lot of hero picks, a lot of hero pulls from Baiyu and Chen Chen at the same time. You know, Chen Chen used to play those marksmen as a jungler metas before.
I was gonna say I want Chen Chen on the marksman because he's really good. Putting Chen Chen on the jungle, he's obviously good on the jungle, but it's not just, this isn't a one-man team, right? Like, sure, he was able to play the Nakaruru, but you need your whole team on the same page. Like, the whole team needs to be staying in the game, and then that's when Chen Chen's allowed to shine, right? When the whole team is not giving up early kills, not giving up early tyrants, then you have Chen Chen come up and clean up shop. He can't do that effectively when he's playing the assassin.
So Zhang Zi off the table, do you want to deal with this kind of strategy compositions and gives hero the priority to pick the first hero?
Hero picked
hero
the
plays
first
a hero.
hero.
Hero picked the first hero.
Ah, the Duan Chen. They banned away the Zhang Xia, so even if RNG.M decides to take the Xun Ce, they'll have to take it solo.
Yeah. You know, as we're talking about Xun Ce, maybe that, as we've seen so many, I've seen so many matches for RNG. I personally like this team. I like casting this team because there's a lot of fighting and killing happening on this team. They will consider to use Xun Ce. I really think that might be happening because Xun Ce can also be a good pair with Lampo. With Lampo have a control CC, having those CC on the enemies, that will be a great time for Xuan Ce to start hooking up, getting the hook on the enemy, and then diving, making those damage.
It'll be the perfect time for Xuan Ce to start hooking up with that Duan Chen and just mopping up shop. Duan Chen obviously struggles with the Xuan Ce, him being able to disrupt him out of all of his abilities. He isn't looking so hot. I mean, Duan Chen has been effectively countered often in the KCC regardless. We've got the Magnus and the Shenmenshi coming out.
So the Shenmenshi pick to balance out the composition's damage, and as well, they're taking the counter pick towards Dunshan at their own hands. So RNG.M will have no Shenmenshi, to snag that to counter this Dunshan. But RNG.M has a Wang Zhaojun as well, and Wang Zhaojun is one of the most you know, Wang Zhaojun is not a very hard hero to play, but Storm's Wang Zhaojun is not like others. Every time the frigid prison of Storm, it can just ferocious the right person every single team fights. It's so signature, you know. His Wang Zhaojun is so well known. The entire KPL. This is probably gonna pick up.
They basically have to, otherwise it's probably gonna get banned away in the next draft phase. So take that and make Duan Chen's life hard.
They're probably gonna take Wang Zhaojun. So maybe Hero chose to ban it away.
Oh, yep.
Yeah, such a good combo.
Looks like we
this meta
won't be seeing any marksmen either.
Yeah, ban and picks are all common into the combos. They have fixed combinations, so it's really easy to predict when you're seeing this kind of counter relationship going on the stage. You're definitely, or otherwise you're gonna pick or they're gonna ban. So it's very typical KPL style BP draft that we're seeing right now. Nakalulu is off the table. Assassin towards assassin.
Yeah, getting rid of the Nakaruru from the side of Hero. Interesting. I wonder what Hero will decide to come up with. What will they counter with?
Wang Zhaojun, probably. Or Zhang
Well, they don't have.
Yeah,
I was gonna say they don't have to take it just yet, but I still think that's a smart ban. Get rid of a lot of control ability mages, right? You don't want to have to deal with any of the lockdowns. You don't want to have to deal with that, with the control from the Zhang Liang, and you don't want to deal with the frigid prison from the Wang Zhaojun.
Banning away the solo laners for Ni Yue. Miyue, if Miyue have a goal lead, it will be extremely annoying because he can always go through your back and use the ultimate pull back again. And you can only get hit with her passive because he will fly into you, and there's no way that you can do about it because he is untargetable during the whole time of his ultimate. The only thing that they can do is pull off a Donghuang Taiyi and get the ultimate before Miyue pull out this ultimate, but it's not that's a not common pick.
Yeah, we haven't seen.
Miyue is not that kind of threat.
We haven't seen the Donghuang come out at all.
There's only one hero who will definitely be picked as a counter pick when Donghuang Taiyi comes out, which is Luna. Luna has appeared on the stage yesterday, used from RNG.M Shuchen, and they won a fight, and extremely interesting to watch is because Luna has been off the stage for more than 1 year.
First time in a year.
400 days, 456 days or
over
something
a
like
year.
that. Yeah, over a year. It's been such a while. It's always been so interesting to see Luna on stage because this character is so unpredictable. You don't know what will happen. Li
Xin. With that, I mean, that Lubu band came out so late. The Chen Yaojin is a great pick, and the Pei Qinghe did a lot of work in the previous series. I like seeing it comboed with the Shen Mengxi because you get a good chip damage and gauge damage combo out of those two together.
Standard, the typical type of hero band draft, having those late game damage by Zhou Chen and having the early game aggression by Chen Xia, this Magnus, and the jungler Pei Qinghe. So all well fixed.
What?
New type of strategy pulling out.
Okay, wow. It didn't
it's okay.
It didn't work for KZ, but maybe it'll work for RNG.M.
It will work because for mostly when Shen Mengxi become popular in this meta, the first counter pick is choosing Zhang Fei because Zhang Fei have the shield who can cover some of the Shen Mengxi's later game burst damage.
Okay.
And Bian Xue is one of the counter picks towards Shen Mengxi. If you have a burst damage, you definitely don't want to deal with those kind of continuous healing package. For example,
not to mention he's also extremely strong, level 1, level 2. Probably one of the only other ones that's going to be able to match up in damage, right, to the Shang Mengxi. So
good pick.
Still, though, that's lacking. Okay, so they have Xuanza, right? But other than that, where's the mobility? Like you're lacking a lot of mobility on the side of RNG.M. Your positioning is going to be crucial with that Biansu. Like his positioning in these team fights, he's going to have to stay alive if he wants to do his healing and his damage.
One thing that is for certain is that hero needs to pull some time to do either the divine punishment or the nightmare feint, because they're dealing with a lot of healing on the enemy sides. Shen Yaojin's ultimate and Bian Xue, the existence of Bian Xue is healing. It's like a walking healing pack.
I was going to say that having both of them together, though, does make that item much more valuable, because a lot of times you're deciding, do I even want to take it? Like, is Bayu going to be enough of a threat that I have to take it? But now that you have both the Chen Yaojin and the Biansu, then it just makes sense. You're like, okay, well, at this point, I'm going to get so much value out of it. There's no reason not to take it.
And I love that Yu is paired with the talent as a smite, which means that Pangu will not go into jungler, but he will go into the jungle to steal things away from hero. And they're definitely play it aggressively in the early game with the Bian Xue. And I'm really looking forward to see how RNG.M wants to play this game.
I love the enthusiasm that the fans have. I can hear them in the background. It's beautiful. On the blue side, we have Hero, Julong on the Pei Qinghe, Chen Xia on the Magnus, Jucheng on Chen Mengxi. We have Chen Xia on, or Julong on the Pei Qinghe, and then we have Zichu on Duan Shen. It switched their order on me.
Okay.
Oh, it fixed it. How dare you?
Off to a good start.
Hero versus RNG.M. Game 2. Oh my goodness, right to the mid lane to clear? Is that a new strategy? Just kidding.
They're trying their best and fastest way to clean the wave, and so that they can create those kind of distractions to Tianchen. Tianchen don't want to let him do it. Hooking the blue out of the zone.
Blue buff being leashed is so annoying for the side of RNG.M. It's just buying so much more time for Hero to do whatever they want. You can already see Pei Qinghu clearing his jungle. Chen hasn't had an opportunity to finish it yet. Oh, he does snag it finally, and Hero will back off.
That's a very professional jungler. He will not lose this blue when he has a smite. It's a 100% trust, you know, for his team members.
Yeah, but even without losing it, he loses time, right? And he has to share the farm with 3 just to stop the invade.
And the real-time winning percentage really favors RNG. The last game, it preferred RNG's composition more than Hero. And there's no aggression coming from of RNG in the first 1 and 2 minutes. 20 seconds down for the first Siren to spawn, and Pangu is placed on the bottom, facing matching up with Magnus. And the top side, we don't have to pay attention to that. They're doing whatever they want to do, and no kill will be happening because
too tanky.
Too tanky.
Not enough DPS.
Yeah, they're just fighting for the priority and fighting for the priority to gank and to make rotations down.
We have the first Tyrant spawned. Hero is the bush priority. Zuchu's looking to see if he can get a knockback. I don't know if he necessarily wants it on 0, though.
Making rotations, making distractions. The first Tyrant should, you know, they play very cautiously, and after cleaning the wave, gain the priority, and then rush into the Dark Tyrant.
Ooh, Chenchio getting a lot of damage on 0, but 0 finds a 4-man knockup and a consequent stun. As Zuchu is pulled out of this map and pulled out of the abilities by Chen. They're able to grab a double kill on the side of Hero. They grab a 3rd, but you can't stick around when you've got Biancha doing a lot of trading damage.
2 trading for 3. Chen is really destined to finish off the kill to Zuichu, but Zuichu is so tanky. Chen uses all his ability to dash in, which result in a very close standing point for Chen. We can pay attention to Chen on the back line trying to find the hook, and he gets it onto Zuichu. Wanted to make the kill happen.
So much damage. Storm just didn't have enough in the follow-up. It took him way too long to be able to help them get those kills, and by the time he did, Hero was there to respond.
Storm even uses the flicker to get closer to Chen, trying to help and trying to do the damage, but it's just way too far.
Ooh, Chenchio getting a lot of chip damage on Bayou on that bottom side. We're already seeing the rotation, the lane swap after that failed fight by RNG.M.
Getting back to the jungle, getting back to the farming up, and the first Tyrant is still here.
Yeah, neither team was able to snag that. They got kills, but no Tyrant. Julong is hooked. He was trying to put him in range, but he couldn't find it. Chenchio is able to snatch that and back him off, but now he's too low. Storm is able to snag the kill on Magnus. Juju with the knockback on the shields. This could be what Julong needs. He's going for the triple. Will he go for the quad?
Quadra kill! That won't be the quadra kill. Belongs to Zhou. This Pei Qinghu. Oh, sadly.
No, yeah. Chen Mengxi is able to snag up the quad, but Pei Qinghu does get the triple. That is going to be the first tower of the game on the bottom side, as well as RNG.M's jungle. Julong is destroying.
2,000 goal lead by that team fights. Hero managed to give Jolong 3 kills and give 1 more to Jolchen. Given to QCs.
That AI win percentage has got to be feeling pretty silly right about now. 7-4 to the side of Hero.
Okay, let's see the replay.
Man, RNG.M has a great engage, but they just can't
Look at the
get on
initiation
it.
of Zuichu. They always find a way, find a place where to dive in. Still making Wuku, and
right here, the hold your ground comes out and stops everybody from getting away.
It's such a nice combo with Jolchen's ultimate, the general burst, and get all the burst out of the ultimate.
Yeah, that was absolutely beautiful. Hold your ground into the general burst by Juchang is just too much to take by RNG.M. They don't have the health. Blue buff will be snagged by Juchang. this mid lane. Heroes looking to see if they can pressure RNG.M out. That way the Li Xin has priority on taking everything he wants. He's gonna be able to snag that River Lizard.
Yeah, when RNG.M composition are really in this state, it's a waste for Yu to have the smite because there's no way that you can go into your enemy's jungle. It will be too dangerous. So on Yu might as well just have a flicker. We enable him to be more mobile during the team fights. 2 versus 1 on the bottom lane.
They have Cannon Minion crashing.
3
it becomes
versus
a
1.
3 versus 1 as Storm walks in and he starts to get that passive proccing on Chenchia, but the wave does not last.
Yeah, Zero
On
is
the back line, Zuchu
oh.
finds the flip on Yu. He's able to force him back. Juchung's doing a lot of damage here, but he's forced to split with his team. The General Burst coming out. He finds a killing spree. Yu will die, and now he's free to come in and clean up shop. Storm's able to get the trade, and that gives Chen the rage.
They
Julong
have to
looking
go
for
away.
the snipe. Julong's looking for that tiger. Oh no, the rage is too much on Julong.
Oh.
Killing spree by Storm, and now
Ninja.
Ningju.
Ninja is here.
He walked all the way from top lane, but there's not much he can do this lane in the game. Jucheng baiting Bayu away from the tower.
2 for 2 trade, but still not a very good case for RNG.M because they're losing a lot of waves in the mid lane, which means that Storm will be 1 wave behind Jucheng. And but very nice movement and performance from Chen. He is a lot damage behind Pei Xingwu, but he managed to kill that. 1 versus 1.
Ooh, Chen coming in, he's looking for that Nightmare Hook. Bayu, can he find the follow-up? Bayu does not.
Does not.
He doesn't have the righteous potential anymore, and he still has the heal, but there was no reason for him to proc it there. RNG.M was too far away to find and engage. Magnus on that top lane gets caught by Yu. Storm's trying to follow up. Will Chenchia be able to make it back to the tower? He does. Lampo getting the vision in the enemy jungle. We have the Overlord spawn, the first Overlord of the game.
8 minutes for the first Overlord, and it's RNG.M who wants to take this vision, but they do need to do rotations because they have to gain those priority of the waves.
Zuichu's trying to zone him out so Julong can sneak the Tyrant, and it works.
Oh, the
knockback into the hold your ground. Zero has nowhere to run. He's thrown into 4. Zero goes down.
Such a good initiation coming from Zuichu, coming from this Duanshan, making sure there's nobody standing near the bush. Clean this place for Julong to do damage on this Overlord, making sure that there's no way that they can possibly fight this.
He finds it on Zero. Will he be able to flip him back? He's too far away, and Yu dies.
Yu dies, resulting in a 0 trading for 2 in favor. Still in Hero, they have a Overlord, and Bayu trying to compensate by tearing down the tier on tier in the bottom lane.
Oh, they're putting a lot of pressure on Chen, going for that blue snag. Julong was able to grab it. Bayu on that backline. He's going to pop the righteous potential, looking for an opportunity to use the heal.
Oh.
Thrown back. Chen's in the backline. Ju is looking for the damage. Hold your ground's forcing him back again. And the rotation by Ningju. He snags a double kill. A triple kill.
Storm is doing whatever he can on the backline and trying to do damage, but it's not enough. He only kills Duanshan. In return,
that Vanguard crashing was allowing them to get some tip damage, but now Chenchia has taken a low. Storm is unstoppable.
Godlike from Jucheng. The last smite of the HP cannot no longer
Double
be there.
kill, and that is an ace. He will snag that shutdown gold. Meanwhile, we have the Tyrant falling into the Dark Tyrant.
Hero are really feeling themselves by making those huge lead. They're extending their goal lead into 5,000 gold, nearly 6,000 gold. RNG.M is trying everything to compensate that goal lead, but at this kind of games, it seems like quite a hard task to do.
Yeah, they've already fallen into Hero's rhythm, and RNG.M, they just have such a trouble with flipping the script once they fall into their enemy's rhythm. We saw it last game, now we're seeing it this game. Hero with the 5 to 6,000 gold lead. All they want to do is grab this Dark Tyrant and keep taking fights.
Dark Tyrant indeed, which means that the time has already passed 10 minutes and Hero started to snowball, trying to do much more damage, chip damage to either member of RNG.M, that's all okay as long as you shred down the HP from an enemy, and that's worth it. RNG.M is using the Chen Yaojing to try and to cause distractions to Hero, but it's not working till now because Hero can't afford to send this Li Xin to the side lane to deal with the pressure. And that pressure is not high, not to mention that.
Yeah, they gotta watch out too because they've left Ningju the entire game to just grab so much farm. His Searing Edge does so much damage on that top side. He is caught by 2. He's taking a lot of damage, but there I go. There, I said it. He's unstoppable. That Searing Edge will put him down and allow Hero to snag the first high ground.
And Baiyu finally finds a shutdown on Ningzhi, but it's not enough because they're rushing back. There's a wave in the mid lane. The tier 2 turret is just
mid lane.
1
Heroes
second.
looking for not just a tier 2, but a tier 3 as Shenxia pushes Zero back. They flip Baiyu into the team fight. They need the burst damage to kill him, and they don't have it. Good distraction.
There's no.
Oh, but they do
management.
have it. Julong's able to snag Baiyu.
Is waiting for the cooldown for the dash, but it's not there enough, so Hero can get another kill from Baiyu. And RNG.M is dealing with, they're constantly outnumbered by their enemy because they're losing their teammates.
Here we go, another engage here. Chen looking for the pull. He landed on the right person, but he can't get deep enough. Searing Edge coming out by Julong. Julong looking for the Tiger's paw. He's got damage on this next tower. Oh, they can't even stop it. Julong takes another one.
Julong is ignoring the tower aggro. Ningzhi had made the Divine Punishment, which have 50% of the regeneration reduction towards Chen Yaojing, towards Storm. A hugely target, specially designed for these 2 characters.
I love that character model. He never runs anywhere. He just walks very violently.
Yeah. Like a gentleman,
Yes.
You're not always in a rush.
No,
so
he's never. He's not
peaceful.
obligated. He knows he's way too powerful to deal with that.
But that's one thing that's interesting with this character because when it comes into dark phase, it starts running.
Yeah, he runs, but not the light phase, not like you said, the gentleman.
Phase.
He's the royal. As royalty, he walks everywhere he goes because he's so sure that he's gonna snag those kills. And snag those kills, he has been. Ningju has been a savage on the battlefield.
Yeah, like that items, Nightmare, Siegebreaker, Broken Star Maze, and the Divine Punish taken towards another Destiny. These items will make the ultimate and the second ability of this. Oh, look how many damage it do to this Chen Yaojing. The target is Chen Yaojing. That's one thing we should
yeah,
pay
that
attention
is
to.
a beefy hero.
Oh.
Oh, Julong finds Zero. His team had to leave him to die. This could be the pick they need to end the game. Chen Yaojing on that bottom side is finding Ningju. They're trading off hits.
Oh,
Yu gets caught. There's nowhere to run. The hold your ground stops him. And Chenxia will put him down.
And the General Burst getting a lot of damage on Yu. Yu is too far from the base. There are only like 2 Cs remaining, and the Baiyu is too way behind, trying to gain them time to go back to the crystal. And the Overlord is already there.
The Overlord's Vanguard are crashing on this tower. There's nothing that RNG.M can do. They lose their last high ground. Ningju's with that massive amount of chip damage is able to zone Baiyu out. Baiyu in the backline's trying to be distracting, but look at the damage by Ningju.
It's not gonna work. Baiyu still trying to clean the way. It's waiting for the rest of the member to resurrect from the crystal. One Overlord is inside the base, but not within our auto shoot range.
Yeah, not within distance, but they decide to dive it anyways. Juju is legendary. Storm gets a defeat on Ningju. We've got a 1-for-2 trade in the favor of Hero. Hero's looking to end the game, putting in a lot of damage on Storm, but Storm can't save the base by himself. Hero will take the crystal, and that's our game 2.
This is one thing that we do not expect it before the match even starts. We expected to see fire versus electricity. We would like to see those toe-to-toe, head-to-head fight, but surprisingly, Hero is showing up a lot of dominance in the first 2 games. There's not, the composition is not that weak for RNG.M to play, but RNG.M really needs to find a lot of combos, a lot of communication going on during the game. There's a lot of times we've seen that miscommunication happen on stage, but this is not supposed to happen. RNG.M has a long history for for KPL or another Winter World Cup or KCC. They're supposed to do not have the kind of communication problem going on. And Chen, you know, every time Chen finds the best way to dive in, but he just got pulled back from Zui Chu. Chen really needs to calm down for a little bit.
I think you said it best. This is a KPL team. We don't expect them to have this many mistakes on the battlefield. It's like Heroes really getting under their skin and forcing them to split, forcing them to play a little bit out. Storm that game. He did so well, but this is not a one-man game. He needs his team to be there, to be alive, helping him sustain that damage.
You know, I really want to see those competitions where Storm is playing the Assassin Mages while Chen goes to Marksman.
Yep.
They need to switch plays. You know, you don't want, you know, Chen is so famous for his aggression. He is that kind of player, but if everything went well, Chen will give you every single thing. He will earn you a lot of victory back, but if you are in a defensive day, you better put Storm on the shot caller.
Yeah, we've said this time and time again. Chen, he's just not as effective for his team on those Assassins. It's not that he's bad or anything, it's that when he plays Assassins, his teams tend to lose. They don't have the right synergies in place to allow him to do that. Put Chen back on the Marksman. Marksmen are so good in the current meta, and we've already seen that RNG.M can do it. They can let Bayou jungle, they can let, you know, Storm go onto the Assassin Mages, and they can free up Chen to do what he does best. That's to be aggressive. MVP goes to Z2. You know what? So many good plays. So many good plays on this duo.
I am so excited to see finally the MVP goes to the support, because normally you will tend to ignore what kind of support did. You will have the focus because whoever stands under the highlight is those carries, is those marksmen, is those mages who do the most damage. But we really need to pay attention, give more highlighting points for those support who have done a lot of things for their backliners. We've seen from this game a lot of initiation coming from Zui Chu, have a direct target onto Chen every time, making Chen so hard to do the follow-up damage.
I was going to say, I think Zui Chu really helped with that first fight too, because at first it looked like RNG.M was going to take the entire first fight, but when he knocks him back, throws down the ult, the hold your ground, starts knocking back 4 people, he really sets it up for Julong to go in and clean up.
Yeah.
Without that play, RNG.M would have started this game at the advantage.
So I'm just feeling a lot of mixed feelings inside me, because Zui Chu has been neglected for a long time, and you don't need it. There's a lot of story going on. So it's a very good news for Zui Chu to be finally recognized by doing this. He's making a lot of sacrifices for his teammates, for entire teams, and we've seen like Hero have overcome a lot, so that today we're gonna witness these kind of amazing plays by the entire teams of Hero, entire plays of Hero. And right now, Hero is at the game point. Surprisingly, 2-0.
That is right. 2-0 to Hero. They're 1 game away from going in and securing that 3rd place spot. All they need to do is keep the momentum running. This is the time for RNG.M to break their rhythm, break their stride. The reverse sweep could very well happen. We've seen it happen ourselves already. And these are KPL teams. They do not want to go a 3-0 loss. That's going to be brutal to them.
You know, I really think that something is happening with RNG.M's mentality, but not how their hero pools are, or how well they play those heroes. I believe they have enough hero pool, have enough practicing. The proficiency on each level has no doubt. We don't have to doubt about this, but we really need to see more happiness, more cooperation happened between RNG.M. I think it's a little bit tension.
Yes,
there's a little bit tension going on.
Every time the camera goes to them, I can feel it. And you know it's hard because they feel they should be winning these games. You heard it in the interviews. RNG.M just feels that they're a much better team. They won against Hero time and time again. They were expecting a repeat, and Hero is just giving them hell out there. Really, really good games by Hero. Ultimately, just starting off by winning that early game aggression and then just snowballing it. We've seen the gold graphs both times. It's always in favor of Hero.
Yeah, the go graph is really dramatic because
Yes.
it's like a straight line, smoothly claw back and make
no
it
issues.
make it like like a triangle, and finally Hero won the game. And I would like to see, as we mentioned before, maybe it would be best for RNG, be better for RNG to like switch strategies, putting Storm onto those kind of assassins. Be responsible for the entire pace and the rhythm for the game, and let Chen Chen have all the resources, making the items to become a marksman who can shoulder the late game damage for the entire team.
Yeah, every game they took from Rogue Warriors when we casted that match, that was the move. That's what they did. We've already seen them do it. It's just a matter of implementing it, right? Like, you have the ability to put these players on their comfort picks, to put them where they play best. You just got to win those in the ban draft phase.
And with no further discussion, let's dive directly into the BP phase between RNG.M and Hero. And we are now witnessing the game point of Hero.
That is right. If Hero can keep the momentum going, if they can successfully lock down a solid ban draft phase for themselves, then they will be able to secure their spot as number 3 of Group A.
Number 3 of Group A, fighting the chance to you either choose to have a matchup with QG Happy or EDGM in Malaysia.
This is their road to Kuala Lumpur matches, deciding their seeding. These matches are for their seeding. We already see the Zhangxia getting banned out and the Duanchen. Yeah, it worked so well for Hero. Let's not give it to RNG.M.
As Zero is a very aggressive support. He can play the Suliel, as we seen yesterday, initiated every time of the team fight so accurately and regularly. But the Dunshan, Dunshan do better not to put that Dunshan out. And taking away this, Guan Yu shows a lot of respect towards Ninja, because Guan Yu is a very signature hero for Ninja to play. And each time we see Ninja just go for the backliners, creating those distractions, causing damage. And Guan Yu, what's so makes Guan Yu such a matter pick is that Guan Yu has born with a lot of very high damage initially, so he got a very high damage inherently.
He's been really effective in all the games we've been casting too. Guan Yu on the backline doing so much for his team. That disruption of their positioning, it really allows your team to capitalize on those mistakes, right? Because a lot of times when you're fighting against teams like KPL teams, they're not making any mistakes. There's no positioning mistakes to be made. The only thing you can do is force them out of position with someone like Guan Yu.
A Sun Tzu training for Pangu and Lu Bu at the same time. I'm looking at those meta picks, those flexible picks from the side of Hero. This Wangu can either go into jungle or go to the side lane.
Man, Hero looking to end things. Those are some really solid grabs by Hero.
Yeah, marksman coming out.
Finally, we get to see the marksman by RNG.M. I think they'll be able to put up a much better fight having one of these on their side.
Maybe they'll choose Taiyi as a strong combo.
I think you're right, and I love having
this Tai D combo, showing up on the stage.
I love having the, not only that, the revives. The revive on him as well. Taiyi's revive is just so useful when it comes to
team fights during the last one, team fights.
Yes, obviously the team fights, but having the extra revive is for the bait plays, right? So a lot of times you'll see the Taiyi dive the tower, pop the Force Science early. He's expecting to die. He knows he's gonna die. He's hoping that he'll bait the enemy on the engage, use your abilities.
Himself.
Exactly. And then you can get the follow-up by the Duranche, by the boat, that distant horizon off the Sun Tzu. Those combos make for really amazing plays, and I know that RNG.M can pull them off.
There's a one term in Chinese is describing whatever you just saying. You're like, he's basically selling his life, trading for the time and space for the backliners to do the damage onto their enemy. And as we're speaking of this kind of terms, and RNG.M and Hero have already finished the first 3 picks from each side. Pangu, Lu Bu, Toro for the side of Hero, and Sun Ce, Direnjie, Taiyi Zhenren for the side of RNG.M.
Good lock-ins. That's a lot of beefiness on the side of Hero. I wonder what they'll decide to take for their damage dealers. That's really going to round out their comp. We are rolling in only 5 seconds till this last ban. Hey, okay. The MIUE.
Yeah.
The bans between these two teams seem pretty standard for both teams.
And
every game we've had.
Yeah, and MIUE, since MIUE is off the table, Chen Yaojing to use the last possible choice. It will be like Cao Cao, the solo laners, and it goes into the top lane. And the last ban, let's just trying to think that whether to choose to ban away those frontliner or the solo laner. So obviously RNG.M now is missing the mid lane and the solo lane as well. And yeah, this was what I was looking for. I want to say, because definitely RNG.M is off to assassin mages in their composition, and Shang Wanwan will be one of the prioritized hero to pick. But they're lifting now Mai Nui to RNG.M to Storm to use. Yeah.
They also, I wonder, they haven't taken the Chang'e yet. So they will be available as well. That's gonna be
no. They have used the Chang'e.
Oh, they have taken the Chang'e. So no, there it goes.
But they're banning this.
They banned it away themselves.
Okay, they do not want to give it to off it to
It's a fight for the mage. It's a fight for the first pick of the mage.
Because it's a definite thing that Zhou Chen will choose and prioritize this Mai Nui before you get the chance to pick it.
Yeah, and not only like putting yourself on a great hero, but also denying your opponent with one fell swoop. That's why ban draft is so good, right?
Yeah, and I like to see this Diao Chen being picked up. Means that hero has used Peijing Hu, but the Yukio is off the table. Maybe they'll put Pangu in the jungle and give the blue. Yeah, give the blue to Diao Chen. This is another thing to work with. And on the side of RNG.M, Kai works on the side laner, and that assassin that we are talking about, we have anticipated for a long time. Okay.
Nope.
Okay, that's okay. That's acceptable.
That's fine. I'm okay with Bayu in the jungle. Put Chen on that RNG and just do the chip. Do the chip. It's fine. They're not gonna have a lot of tankiness, a lot of front line, but as long as they can hold out the game for long enough, I think RNG.M might be able to finally turn that into something.
Yeah, you know what? Because RNG.M, we have already lost 2 fights because we want to play those early aggressive composition. Okay, fine, we're giving it up. We're changing to this late game, extremely late game composition where we have the Sun Tzu, we have the Kai to focus on the both side lanes, and we have the burst damage coming out from either the general burst from the
Shenmenqi, the bomber kit.
Yeah, or the DNG, and the one resurrection from Tai Yizhen will ensure that the backliners is safe enough. Aha, Old Master.
Be able to lock people down. If that RNG gets too close, that Sage's Glory will come out, and then we'll be free for Diachan to just dance all over the battlefield. It's gonna come down to a bloody bloodbath between these two teams. On the bright side, RNG.M does have a lot of poke damage that they can do, but Hero does not. They're going to have to get in their faces.
Since the draft is already finished, and we can see that the time phrase of the two composition where the Thrive is completely different. RNG.M is waiting for the late game engagement, and Hero is waiting for those mid-game engagement, since they want to open up this game by throwing this Diao Chen into the jungle, into the blue from the side of RNG.M, and let's see whether Hero Zhou Chen can do this thing.
Hero with their chance. They're hyping themselves up. I personally prefer Hero's comp. I love when people go for the more mid-game style. I just think that suits the meta better. Even though I'm a fan of the marksman, but I think just this the meta revolving around the mid-game has been so strong in a lot of the matches I've watching, especially against KPL teams.
Yeah.
So I do like that. However, RNG.M, like you said, they did the right play. You weren't able to make the early game aggression work. Fine.
Yeah.
Fall back, take the late game heroes, play that game. You have the ability to do it, and now at least you're putting your players on heroes that they're extremely comfortable on.
You still got a chance to try that reverse sweep.
Yep, the reverse sweep.
Yeah, as we were witnessing the 2 days ago with RW and RNG.M. RNG.M really needs to find those revenge, because it must felt so bad to be gained back 3 points when you have 2 points on your hand.
I know.
Yeah.
We are gonna move
Worst
into
feeling ever.
To RNG.M versus Hero, we've got Bayu on Sunsa, Chen Chen on Renjie, Storm on Chen Mengxi, Yu Yu on the Kai, and Zero on Tai.
And from the side of Hero, Chen's playing Lu Bu, Jiulong is playing Pangu, Zuichu on Toro, Ninja on Old Master, and Zhou Chen for the mid laner, Diao Chen.
And with that, let's move on over to Game 3. Heroes, Game Point versus RNG.M.
Royal, never give up.
Never give up.
That's
the
a motto.
That's Jinx Yomiko.
That's a motto.
There we go. We already have engages on the invade. Zuchu's able to find the knock-up and get on the back line, while Ningju is trying desperately to snag that blue, but Bayu will be able to find it as we have Hero looking to make something happen for losing this buff. Will they be able to grab it? Zuchu's way too low. Chenchia's way too low. First blood is imminent. Both teams are looking for it. I love this play by Zero, putting Zenchia low. The flicker comes out to grab the first blood. But first blood goes to Hero.
That first ability have done a lot of damage onto Tai Zhenren. One trading for one. Actually, I think this looks good for the side of RNG.M, but Hero is just so well. They have a lot of calculations on how many damage they can still be pushing on, so that they can manage this scenario to only one trading for one, and the first blood belongs to Hero.
Oh my god. Tai with the flicker to snag that kill was beautiful. Yes, we're gonna get a replay on it right now.
And since Bayu have used a smite to snag this blue out of from Hero, and this is where the engagement comes from.
Hero is looking to get something since they were able to, since they lost this blue, right? They want to try to even up the score, but they just can't find the focus in this team fight. And this is where Chenchia gets a little too low. Zero with the flicker to get onto him, but the swipe lands first.
You know, with the first ability of the Lu Bu, the swipe will regenerate a little bit HP back, so that's the reason why he kept alive. Before Zero have the last auto attack on him.
That was such a close exchange of fight. Both of these teams knowing the macro down to the last auto. On the bottom side, Zero is getting some more damage on Jiulong. Ningju's also taking a lot of hits. Bayu's trying to snag this blue again. We have the blue buff is low. Zichu with that follow-up is able to get through it. Bayu can't snag the blue this time as Zichu's able to take it and pass it off into Juchen. Bayu's able to get defeated there. We've got a trade for a trade.
RNG.M changed a strategy and managed to pull off quite well in the beginning, in the early game, with Renjie having the very safe environment to do the damage onto their enemies. They started off the game with 3 kills, 1 more kill than the opponent does, and nearly 5,000, 1,000 goal lead.
Yeah, what you have to pay attention to is Kai. Kai's been left to steal everything he can from that top side. He's taking a lot of the jungle. Also, RNG.M with these invades has been able to snag jungle away from Hero as well. That's where these gold advantages are coming from.
One good thing is Hero managed to take this blue back. So the only target of RNG.M's composition is that they want to target at your blue. They want to make sure Jochen has no blue for the entire game, but it's not working.
Armageddon finds 2 in the back line. This is perfect engage by Heroes. RNG.M has taken low. The Pangu devastating chop comes out and finds RNG.M dead as Bayu will go down. Heroes looking for more. Juchen gets the kill onto Zero. Jiulong is extremely low. He'll have to go back to base, but that's already a 2 for Hero as they got all in RNG.M's face.
So only one good news is that Chen managed to resurrect using Zero's ultimate, but the frontliner goes down, Zero and Bayu goes down at the same time, leaving Chen, Storm, and Yu Yu 3 members lonely on the battlefield, and Hero have it taken back. Hero is turning this tide around with a 1 and 2 100 gold lead instead.
Knick-knack, paddywhack. Hero takes the gold lead back from RNG.M. Meanwhile, on the bottom lane, Chen is caught in 3 with Armageddon comes out, and Zero has nowhere to run to. Will the Foresights come out? It does, but when you're against 3 people, there's nothing you can do. That's going to be a double kill to Old Master.
Mid lane though, dancing around.
They cannot fight with Juchen. His damage is way too high. The sustained healing will make him an unkillable target at this point in the game.
Just imagine whoever in RNG.M's competition can deal with this Diaochen, can deal with the Juchen
Oh my goodness,
right
they're
now.
rotating right through the tower to get to Bayou. Bayou has nowhere to go. Bayou will die.
3,000 gold lead till now, becoming a beneficial state and situation inside of Hero. And Juchen just made this doomsday, but they're like 2,000 behind. And on the top lane, Shenxia is battling with Yu.
Trading some
HP.
Yeah, trading some HP there, not enough to kill either one. RNG.M, they had the early initiation, they had the early fights, but then they just kept finding Hero in the bushes. Hero setting up for those counter plays, fighting even when they're behind because they know they have the stronger comp at this point in time. It worked out in their favor.
You know what? One good thing about Hero's composition is that they know that RNG.M is trying continuously. Whoa, another
Armageddon finds 2. 0 is low. The Force Science comes out. 0 in between 4 will die again as we have the follow-up by RNG.M onto the backline. They're trying to find Julong, but they cannot.
One teammate down and find 3 in return in favor of Hero. Still, you know, I have to finish my sentence. Hero knows exactly where RNG.M is gonna be, so they're waiting for them to dive into the blue, waiting for them to start on this team fight and having the skirmishes successfully on the blue, and that's why Hero is turning this side around now. And this blue, okay, still belongs to Storm.
Still belongs to Storm, but Hero's taken everything else.
Silver lining.
Yeah, over a 2,000 gold lead to the side of Hero. Juchen already there, dropping the blossoming potential, able to dance around in that ult. They can't push Honor.
Can push Honor, and Shenxia is down, making rotation to the mid. Yu is solo doing the team fights, and there's nothing that Yu can do right now. The bottom lane pressure is too high.
Yeah, he's gonna have to go down there and clear wave, which means Hero is gonna snag that Tyrant. Bleed effect still strong.
And this mid lane tier 1 turret will be go down eventually.
Here we go. We've got jungle spawning for Hero. They're gonna be able to snag this on the top lane, keep that gold lead from 2 to 3,000. Look for another engage. They might find it. The Armageddon comes out on Bayou, and he's gotta ride that Distant Horizon out of there.
There's a rising out of the air, and another wave coming into the mid. Hero really wants to take down the tier 1 turret in the mid so that they can try to extend their actions and extend their invade into the blue.
Nice. 0 is found by Julong with that engage. He's put low, but Zuichu will be traded in return. Every single time that RNG.M wants to engage, you see the blossoming potential, you see the Dia channel come out, and they know they can't fight in it.
Look at the sensitivity from Juchen and Jolong. They know, they're not sure whether there's some people standing in the bush, so they choose to have the more distant route, which will be much safer. If they are choosing this way, they might encounter Yu.
Here we
How so sensitive.
Wave. Both teams clearing. I love the pressure by Hero. They're trying to set up another fight here. They know they have the advantage. They're saying, please. They're just saying, please, RNG.M, fight us.
Because 8 minutes and half second and 30 seconds, it is where Juchen shines. He got full 40% of the cooldown. Yep. He really wants to do damage. He really wants to engage in the team fights. So he's not afraid to go anywhere. As long as it's an enemy, he can do the fights.
I think Hero needs to go for this Overlord at this point. They need the pressure to take these waves because they don't have the chip damage, right? They have to get kills, and RNG.M doesn't have to fight them. If they just keep clearing these waves, they're going to be able to farm up. Ooh, meanwhile, the Armageddon on the top line comes down. It does find Yu. He's extremely low. The Invincible Warrior will keep him alive. The counter engaged by Bayou tries to get the kill, but he will go down instead. General Burst isn't enough, and the devastating chop by Julong.
Another one for 3 trade in favor of Hero. Hero can choose to take down this tier 1 turret in the middle and as well take that Overlord. Everything on the map belongs to Hero right now.
Yeah, that's exactly what they needed to put the pressure on RNG.M. You did not want to die at that point in the game because this Overlord is going to make it extremely hard for you to pressure out anywhere.
The pressure is just too overwhelming for RNG.M to deal with at this point. It's still before 10 minutes. They need the item. They need to go to farm up there, but there's no resources on the map that they can take. There's nowhere to earn the money, to buy the item, to do the damage.
Dark Tyrant is up. Looks like they'll try to trade for this topside tower. Will Lubu make it in time? He's fighting 2 over there. The Fallen God came out to try to clear the wave. He gets the snipe, but he's taking a lot of damage. Will he be able to clear the last minion? He is not. He'll have to give that tower up. But that's fine.
That's
One
fine.
tier 1 tower for Overlord. Not bad at all.
And he doesn't have to pay his life for it.
Yeah, exactly. Well played by that Lubu. It was a valiant effort, too. He almost was able to block it. It was just because there was 2 sets of minions. If it had only been 1 set of minions, he would have been able to put him away, but 2 sets of minions was just too strong.
Look how wealthy the Diaochan is. 7,600 gold. Have that, those kind of items who can enable her to have like full 40% of a countdown, but
oh no, Ningju's caught by 3. What a push play by RNG.M, the Bush Gang.
Bush Gang finding a hope within a desperation. He finds it and kills Old Master at the stage.
That is good. That's going to buy RNG.M some time. They needed that. They had these Vanguards coming out over and over. It would have been a great time for Hero to put pressure, but now that they're 1 down, they can't really do that easily. Wow, they waited and they're going for another one, getting a lot of damage on Pongu. He's going to be sent back. They do find the engage on Juchen. He does pop the blossoming potential. There's no way they can push this just yet.
Instant activation of the Purify. Didn't have even for Zon for a minute. Very quick response for Juchen to pull up the Purify.
And now that we have Heroes jungle up, they need to go back, farm that, and manage these waves, get things in a better position where you can take another fight. Because RNG.M, you're giving them too much time to come back in this game. You're only at a 5,000 gold lead, and all of RNG.M's heroes start to get better over time. Starting this Dark Tyrant. This damage buff could be what they need to try to dive a tower, but RNG.M knows they're there. Zero sees Julong.
We are now seeing the vision from the side of RNG.M. They can only see Julong.
Oh, yeah, he doesn't know how much is there. Hero comes in and pressures them out. That way, Julong can take this uncontested. Good Dark Tyrant snag over to Hero. We do have waves on that bottom side. You can see Lubu trying to clear them so that way middle crash at the same time. Meanwhile, the Bush Gang squad over here by RNG.M still going strong.
You know, it's always seems easier for me because we are having this overall side. Because, you know, when you are really are the players on that fight, you definitely do not have that enough of the vision. You really need to try use the communication to try where the enemies are.
Yeah, the view you have is much closer to the screen, right? Zero finds the engage on Zuchu. We have the follow-up by Juchen. The blossoming potential comes out. And it was a good enough pressure for Chenxia to grab that tier 2 tower. That's all they need to do. Yeah, Fallen God to get out of there. You don't have to take these fights.
A solo kill on the bottom lane happened.
Oh my goodness, Kai. His damage is finally online.
But unfortunately, in the mid lane, Ninja got his ultimate onto Storm. There's no way
They've
the Storm
got to
can
stop
go.
Yu though on the top lane, able to take that tier 2 tower.
Making fair trade. That's a good call. Very smart decision.
RNG.M looking a lot better in this game. At least they're trying to play their own game. They're trying to play their own pace. Armageddon comes in, but it only finds Zero. Even with the follow-up by Zuchu and the blossoming potential, they don't have the damage they need
Ultimate
to
onto
fight here.
Zoe.
They need Chenxia. He's coming in. He gets the slow on Bayou. That swipe could be what he needs. The Fallen God puts RNG.M into the fight. They're really low here. We've got Chenxia on the back line. They're able to snag that kills. Ningju gets killed, and Hero gets a 4-piece. This might be what they needed in the game. Those cooldowns are really high, over 30 seconds. Storm is the only one alive. He'll have to use his ult to stop this wave.
Can he manage to do it?
The
It's a
general
1
burst
versus
was
4.
not enough. We've got another Canyon Minion, one Canyon Minion at half health coming in here. But Hero doesn't have a lot of damage. Not having that chip is costing them at this point in the game.
The resurrection from Storm is so immediate. That is what RNG.M are accounting for right now, because he can usually, you can always use his general burst, use a bomber kitten bomb to kill and to finish off this laner. It's only like half HP cannon, that's enough.
And this is the only problem with Heroes comp, because they have so many frontline heroes, they have no really ranged damage poke that they can do. They need to kill the entire team if they want to end the game, if they want to be able to get that damage off, because like you said, Chen Storm, they've got a lot of ranged damage that they can do to safely clear those waves.
And not to mention that Hero have no marksman inside their composition, so they might face some difficulty trying to get on the high ground tower, because it's quite difficult for those kind of heroes to do auto attacks onto the towers. There's no range damage.
Yeah, they need to find a way to force RNG.M outside of their base. They need to get them at a neutral objective. And RNG.M obviously knows that they're 7k gold behind. Unless they're going to get a single pick, like unless one of these bush ganks is going to work, they're not going to go in.
Oh, but the damage is online. That's one good news from side of RNG.M, because Chen and Storm are both farming up quite well for the 1,000 gold in total, which means that they can at least have like 3 to 4 items till now.
Hero, they've got the rotation. They've still got a wave of Vanguards on the top side. They're looking for the engage. They're looking for the kill. They've got one Vanguard up. Blossoming potential is down. They're taking everything they can from the side of RNG, making sure they can't farm efficiently. Here we go. Vanguard's going to be crashing at the same time at all sides.
3 lanes,
really well wave management by Hero. They're able to dive this tower, and they're able to snag that high ground. Overlord is just too powerful. We had the split from RNG.M, but it doesn't matter. They got what they wanted. They got that high ground tower. Now get out of there.
There's a lot of absorb coming from, which means that there's a lot of regeneration, which means that RNG damage is not it's just not efficient.
Yeah, they need Hero to be too close. Oh, but Zero's the one who gets too close, as Hero is able to burst him down. Force Science comes out, but the Armageddon will find him dead, and Zero goes down.
You're trying to steal some time getting to the backline, but there's not enough space for him to clean this wave in the mid lane. He's trying his best to solve the time, buy him more time to clean the wave. But Ningzhi, here we go.
Yeah, Super Minions are going to be a lot of pressure here as we have a 5v4 for the next 20 seconds. Hero has the advantage. This is what they need to make a play. They're looking for the engage. RNG.M cannot stop them from taking this bottom high ground tower as Hero pushes into the base, and they go for the crystal. We have the counter up by RNG.M, but the Armageddon will stun them, put them down, and Hero's fallen. God pressures them back to the base as Hero takes the crystal, takes game 3, and with a 3-0 sweep, Hero takes the series.
Hero will be the 3rd place within the Group A, making their way to Malaysia and together with RNG.M. But today's matches, we're witnessing Hero finally. You know, we've talked about ups and downs that Hero have been dealing a lot of problems in the current meta, and I believe that they have changed a lot. They find the solution eventually to solve the problems, and we're looking forward to see more performances coming from the side of Hero. But a very unfortunate news for RNG.M is that even though they made it to the elimination stage, but the time will not give in any chance of any benefit. You cannot, you know, time is so fair to any teams, any players. They really need to work hard to solve the current problems, and it's kind of big, to be honest.
Yes. What has happened is that enemy teams figured out if they can put RNG.M at a disadvantage, if they can grab the gold lead, RNG.M has trouble at stopping them from playing their game, at flipping the script and changing the pace. Hero was able to use that to dominate every single game by taking the pace of the game, taking the rhythm, and forcing RNG.M to play their game. At no point did I get to see RNG.M play the strategies that they wanted to employ. They were always playing reactively, and I didn't just see that today. I saw that against Rogue Warriors too. So until RNG.M can lock down that confidence and start playing their game, they're going to be struggling with all the KPL teams who are just so dominating.
Yeah, so that's so true. And stableness is one word that we're looking for the entire team of RNG.M. Royal never give up. We believe that you won't give up, but you need to make progress in order to face the next level challenge, and that will be huge. And the MVP goes to Hero Jiuchen, getting 7 kills, have been dead for no time, and 8 assists as well, contributing to nearly 36% of the damage. Wow. That's a typical data, typical KDA for 九龙 to pull out.
This is really what we expect for Juchen. This is what we want to see him do. Take those mages and destroy.
Yeah. So in today's fight, he's using Diaochen, he's using Shangguan Wan to once again prove to us that he can not only use a kind of wizard mage, he can play aggressively as well.
And honestly, his blossoming potential, his ult on that Daichan was used really good at zoning every single time. Every single time he put it down, he would push RNG.M out of that, and as soon as they were not in great positioning, that's when you see the follow-up, right? You see Juchu going in, you see Ningju coming, locking down Bayu with the Sage's Glory. It was just textbook.
He goes from the back line but can do nothing, even though with a knockup by 2, but there's no follow-up. And at this time in the stage, you know, Diaochen have taken up a lot of damage, but even just only like losing 1,000 HP.
I mean, that's where Daichan really shines when she can fight multiple heroes, right? I think the play by Chenchia was really the playmaker. The Lubu going into the backline pushes the entire enemy team back, and that allows Jucheng to just mop up the floor with them.
And as we are seeing the board behind us, this is the 8 teams making it to the elimination stage, which are Eastar Pro, RW, Hero, RNG.M, EDGM, QG Happy, Nova, and GOG. Congratulations.
Congrats. As of today, those are locked down. Those will be your teams going to Malaysia. And they were able to come out victorious in the road to Kuala Lumpur.
So sadly, we cannot no longer see the those 4 teams get eliminated, but we're looking forward to see much more better performances in the future because we're doomed. We're destined to meet each other in the future. There's a lot of match going on. We're looking forward to see you in the KPL. We're looking forward to see you in the next KCC. Hopefully, 2020.
Yeah, 2020, the next KCC. I mean, these teams had to have learned so much. Every time we see the KPL teams face against the KPL teams, they've just grown by a tremendous amount. They're learning so much from the KPL regions, and they're able to play much better. I mean, this time in the KCC, they were just taking games left and right. Won't be long until we can see them start to take whole series.
Yes.
With that, that's all we've got for you for today, but we do have one more, so we'll catch you here tomorrow for the last day of the Honor of Kings 2019 World Champion Cup.
See you tomorrow, guys.
Bye.